Half an hour later, hundreds of materials were all set. Li Yao and Huangpu Shi each stood on one side of the warehouse with an operation desk in front of them. Below their feet were large defense rune arrays that were emitting gold brilliance. They constituted translucent circular walls around them. Black stone, white dew, and the other spectators all hid themselves in a strengthened room in a corner of the warehouse. The refinement of crystal bombs was not something to be underestimated. Although both of them were experts, nobody could guarantee that their products would not explode halfway through their work. The first round, 27 materials, 10 minutes. It's just a warm-up. Come on. A queer smile popped up on Huangpu Shi's face. His eyes suddenly bulged. Wrinkles appeared in the corner of his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he extended his withered hands and opened his palm. Huangpu Shi roared. Blood spurted out of his pores and quickly span around him. A weird thing happened. The flesh, blood, and vigor of his body seemed to have been pumped away instantly. He became dry and shrank in size, turning into a walking skeleton. His head was just a skull with a thin coating of skin now. However, the veins there were as thick as before. As a result, his face seemed to have been cut with countless wounds and couldn't be more hideous. All his vitality and strength had been absorbed by his hands, which quickly expanded like a balloon. They were even more flawless than regular hands now, as if they were carved out of white jade. Bizarre brilliance was beaming out of them. His left hand, which was born with 6 fingers, was particularly impressive. With a tiny movement, thousands of waves were already raised in the air. Hee. In Huangpu Shi's fleshless head, the 2 bloodshot eyes were more obtrusive than ever. They were focused on his own hands in fascination, while he laughed annoyingly and declared to Li Yao, "Come on." Li Yao seemed to be shocked, but he did not respond and simply nodded his head gloomily. The first round had begun. Li Yao's hands suddenly vanished into thousands of shadows that swept over the materials on the desk and polished them in midair. Yet, Huangpu Shi was not in a hurry to start at all. With a captivated expression, he gazed at his own immaculate hands narcissistically and mumbled, "What a pair of beautiful, delicate, and unblemished hands. If you could consume less of my vitality and last for more than an hour, I would never bear to replace you. It's decided then. After I put on Huangpu Xiaoya's hands, I will refine you into magical equipment so that you can accompany me forever." Huangpu Shi's caressed his dry cheeks with his hands while letting out sensual moans. It was not until he had enjoyed them for 5 minutes that he suddenly acted. When he was still, there seemed to be nothing extraordinary about him. But when he acted, ear-splitting noises were echoing non-stop. Rumbling thunder burst out in front of him, and white mist the shape of umbrellas appeared and spread out. Huangpu Shi's 2 hands had entered the supersonic state simultaneously. Boy, don't think that breaking the sonic barrier with your hands is something worth being proud of. Maybe you are a somebody in the building foundation stage cultivators. But always remember that there are people stronger than you that you haven't met yet. In the world of magical equipment, you are just a frog at the bottom of a well. There is still a long way to go, and there are still a lot of walls to hit. Today, let me help you taste the feeling of being completely crushed. Ha. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Huangpu Shi seemed to become the lunatic from 30 years ago who had dominated the Skyhill Sword Seminar and challenged the leader of the Mo family in front of thousands of spectators. He laughed crazily. His hands were unpredictable and as fast as lightnings. He had started much later than Li Yao, but he caught up to him quickly and finished the first crystal bomb 10 seconds earlier. Hoochie. 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 Li Yao was like an irritated bull. His eyes were red, his sweat was pouring, and he gazed at his opponent while breathing raggedly. Come on. Come on. Let's cut the nonsense and test them. Huangpu Shi grinned. He marked his own mini crystal bomb and sent it to the examination platform together with Li Yao's work. The magical equipment to test the power of a crystal bomb was a pair of hemispheric iron shells. When they were combined and sealed by rune arrays, they would make a perfect iron ball. This hollow iron ball was connected to a spiritual energy metric by a tube. When the bomb was detonated, the power of the bomb would be transmitted to the metric through the tube. By looking at the reading of the metric, the specific power of a bomb would be calculated. 2 pieces of such magical equipment were placed next to each other. The 2 metrics were juxtaposed, too. One would be able to tell which of the 2 bombs was better with a quick glance. Li Yao was apparently very nervous. He gazed at the metric without even blinking. Huangpu Shi, on the other hand, was apparently quite relieved. A confident smile was plastered on his face. Boom! The 2 bombs were triggered at the same time. Outside of the 2 black, hollow iron balls, hundreds of rune arrays shone at the same time and locked the explosion inside the balls. The power of the explosions, having nowhere else to run to, had to crowd into the metric through the tube before they were transformed and diminished multiple times. Shwa! 2 streaks of redness jerked like 2 hot springs. But Huangpu Shi's reading was apparently soaring faster. It was a third higher than Li Yao's. When Li Yao's reading culminated and plummeted, Huangpu Shi's reading still persisted for 5 more seconds before it gradually fell. The test results suggested that Huangpu Shi's crystal bomb was more powerful and would take less time to be triggered. The power of the explosion sustained for a long time, which meant that the crystal bomb could still deal a lot of damage 5 seconds after it was detonated. Li Yao suffered a brutal failure in the first round. Do you still want to finish the other 2 rounds? Smiled Huangpu Shi. Why not? Li Yao gnashed his teeth, his face gloomy. The second round, 85 materials, 20 minutes. The goal was a small-scale bomb. Li Yao, I was merely playing with you, who only has the capability of the peak of the building foundation stage. This time, I will be using the true capability of the core formation stage and show you how terrifying a refiner in the core formation stage is when we get serious. While talking, Huangpu Shi opened his spotless hands. Spiritual energy spread out of the pores bit by bit and enveloped him, making his body somewhat blurred and wreathing him in an aura of divinity and unpredictability. When Li Yao closed his eyes and perceived the situation with his spiritual root, Li Yao saw that Huangpu Shi was like an erupting volcano. Inside his abdomen, tremendous spiritual energy was entangled and transformed into a half-solid thick pool, forming the core. His spiritual energy was becoming solid. It was the sign of the core formation stage. Huangpu Shi burst into laughter. His hands were absolutely still, but hundreds of silver spiritual threads stabbed out of his 11 fingers and tied all the materials. Huangpu Shi's fingers shivered slightly, as if he were controlling puppets by the strings behind them. Under the delicate control of the tiny muscles in his fingers, the hundreds of spiritual threads were operating on the materials swiftly. It was like Huangpu Shi had suddenly grown another 100 fingers. Li Yao's face suddenly turned extremely awful. He grunted and started his own refining work. 20 minutes later, when he completed his work, his hands were bleeding, and holes deep to the bones could be found on his index finger and middle finger, where vague smoke was still popping up. Well. Very hard-working. Huangpu Shi chuckled. It's too bad that refining is not all about hard work. Li Yao, let me tell you some experience of a super expert now. When we reach the core formation stage, our hands can break into the supersonic speed any time we want, but normally we wouldn't do that. Because the arts of refining are not just about speed. Even precision is not as important as you think. The most important thing is to sense, feel, and listen to the materials according to their characteristics before you process them in their unique way. Remember, even the same materials will have many variations if they were gathered from different locations at different times. Only after you grasp the variations can you really appreciate the arts of refining and become a super expert. You are still far away from that. In the second round, Huangpu Shi was still in the lead. Made of the same materials, his bomb was a third more powerful than Li Yao's. Li Yao's eyes were bloodshot, as he mumbled, "It's impossible. It's impossible. I'm the best refiner. The best. Come on, let's do it again. There's still the third round. I'm going to craft a destructive bomb and blow you up." Huangpu Shi smiled calmly. "You already failed. Your current metal state is not fit for refining. Let's stop here. I think very highly of you. If you follow me and train yourself, you will be as good as me one day with my guidance." Ha. Ha ha ha. You are scared. Scared. Li Yao laughed crazily. He pointed at Huangpu Shi and shouted, "You do not dare to fight the third round because you have reached your limits. You can't persist any longer, can you?" Huangpu Shi glared. There was anger on the skeleton's skull. He sneered, "All right, in the third round, the crystal bombs I craft will be twice as powerful as yours. Come on." The third round, 174 materials, 30 minutes. The creation of mid-sized crystal bombs began. This time, Huangpu Shi stared at Li Yao's face from the beginning. He discovered that, maybe because Li Yao had never been defeated before, he was somewhat crazy. The guy was enthusiastic one moment, then frustrated, next he was cramping, before becoming desperate, and later excited. Li Yao's hand speed was brought to the highest and entered the supersonic speed without bothering about anything. His sweat was vaporized and formed a vague mist around him. The mist blocked Li Yao's hands and made Huangpu Shi unable to determine what bomb Li Yao was working on. However, judging from his shaking hands and unstable mental state, Huangpu Shi did not expect his product to be anything good. Chances were that his result would be even worse than the previous 2 rounds. Time went by 1 second after another. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 28 minutes. And finally, in the 29th minute, Li Yao had completely gone mad. His face was even more hideous than Huangpu Shi's skeleton-like face, and he murmured to himself, "No. This is still not powerful enough. It has to be better. I'm going to carve another attack rune array. I'm going to add another. Blow you up. I'm going to blow you up. I'm not going to fail. I'm the best." Right then, Li Yao's body suddenly shivered, as if he'd accidentally pierced the cutter through his finger, and exclaimed in pain. In front of his face, weird spiritual waves flooded out. Huangpu Shi couldn't be more familiar with the situation. His face suddenly turned pale as he shouted, "Not good. The bomb is exploding." Hardly had he finished his sentence when a large fireball broke out in front of Li Yao and consumed him. "Save him!" Huangpu Shi shrieked. The best disciple he could ever get was about to be his. Countless techniques were waiting to be excavated. How could he allow such a guy to be killed without a good reason? If he survived the explosion but somehow suffered brain injuries, it would still be an unacceptable outcome for him. Not far away from Li Yao, the air suddenly blurred, and waves spread out. Su Jiuzhen, the ace assassin who had been lurking behind him and monitoring him for more than half a month, finally revealed himself. Su Jiuzhen did not want such a promising immortal cultivator to be destroyed just like that, either. The young man was ambitious. His hands were fast, and his brain was faster. With a few years of studying, he will be a great assistant for the Lotus King. After the multiple tests, Su Jiuzhen had no doubt about Li Yao anymore. Therefore, he showed up without any hesitation and dashed at Li Yao, trying to pull him out of the sea of flames. Right then, the defense ring Li Yao was in was filled with fire and smoke. It was impossible to tell what was going on inside. Su Jiuzhen was as agile as a phantom. He slid forward and rushed into the smoke. However, the moment he entered the fire, the experienced assassin felt something was wrong. The glamorously burning crystal bomb did not cause an intense blast. The only thing it emitted was a dazzling fireball, smoke, and spiritual waves that apparently could block any observation from outside. It was not a powerful crystal bomb, more of a cross between a smoke grenade, a flash bang, and a jamming grenade. Sujozhen was greatly alarmed. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he simply shouted and pointed his 2 fingers at the center of his eyebrows, trying to summon his crystal suit. But there was no time. In the middle of the eye-catching firewall and the dense smoke, a furious, dominating aura surged close like a tsunami. The smoke and dust in its way was slashed apart. The roaring flames outlined what seemed to be a crystal suit. What a terrifying crystal suit it was. The crystal suit, as black as ink, seemed to have been painted with the darkness of night. It seemed to be able to swallow all rays of light. Reflections of blood were blossoming in the gaps of the crystal suit. They congregated into interconnecting red lines, as if they were muscles and veins, making the crystal suit a living thing. With a closer look, one could notice that gold brilliance was buried deep under the crystal suit, as if countless stars were brewing and shining inside the suit. The shoulders, elbows, knees, and toes of the crystal suit had been modified into head-butting thorns with the bones of some horrendous demon beast. Sujozhen had never seen or heard such a dreadful demon beast before. As for the critical parts, such as the chest and the abdomen, they were covered by a soft material that was almost transparent. It seemed to have been refined out of the flesh and blood of a certain demon beast. The dominating aura it unleashed suggested that it used to belong to a great demon above the level of Demon Emperor. The defensive ability it boasted was surely extraordinary. On the facial cover that was as deep and dark as a starless night, 6 crimson crystal cameras in 2 rows were glaring. Below the crystal cameras was a giant, grinning mouth painted by materials as red as blood that almost extended to the earlobes, as if the crystal suit was laughing out loud. It was not a crystal suit, it was a devil. A devil that devoured devils. Sujozhen felt that his blood was freezing. He was shouting to himself crazily, why? Why does he still have such a powerful crystal suit? How did he put on his crystal suit so fast? Last time, it was estimated that it would take him at least 3 seconds to put on a crystal suit. 3 seconds. Sujozhen did not realize that he had been fooled until this moment. They had all been fooled. Li Yao, the evil douchebag, had deceived them all. He wanted to retreat, but there was not enough time. A queer arc blinked in front of the devil-like crystal suit, as a vicious, cruel saber slashed upwards from Sujozhen's loin. Ah! Sujozhen had only summoned half of his crystal suit to protect his arms and legs, when stinky mist of blood burst out from his abdomen. All his internal organs were exposed to fire and smoke. If he hadn't been in a hurry to rescue Li Yao, if he had put on the crystal suit in advance, or if he had kept hiding in the air with his stealth ability, he wouldn't have been hit by the crystal suit, no matter how formidable it seemed to be, with his amazing combat ability at the peak of the building foundation stage and his abundant experience in stealth and assassination. If he had survived the first attack, he could have circled around with the complicated territory on the starship and summoned his subordinates to attack him together. The situation might have been very different. Too bad that was only a hypothetical. The life and death in a fight of 2 experts could be determined within a millisecond. Sujozhen could tell that the sordid Li Yao's real combat ability was no lower than the high level of the building foundation stage and only slightly worse than his. But with the enhancement of his brutal crystal suit, the guy's combat ability even surpassed his. In the meantime, he was foolish enough to crash into his saber without wearing his crystal suit. It could not be helped. His techniques hadn't been practiced to the highest level. If he wanted to hide in the air perfectly, he couldn't wear a crystal suit. Otherwise, the quakes and spiritual waves of his crystal suit would expose his location. Just then, the accident had not been within his expectations. The explosion was a momentary thing. He was trying to rescue the victim as quickly as possible. Why would he waste one more second putting on his crystal suit? He had thought that an explosion of such a level could never really hurt him. Rescuing the injured was the priority. But reality proved him foolish. Could it be that Li Yao had calculated everything? The idea scared the heck out of Sujiogen. Like a viper who seemed to be hibernating in the deepest part of a tree hole, Li Yao was harmless when he was peaceful, but when he acted, he instantly bared the sharpest fangs and spurted the deadliest venom. The upward slash had destroyed all of Sujiogen's internal organs. The aura of the blade even pierced forward into his spine and nerves. Sujiogen did not feel much pain yet, as that had all happened in only 0.1 seconds. But he did realize that his organs and spine had been locked onto by Li Yao's saber. His speed of summon the remaining crystal suit would be greatly undermined. After Li Yao drew his saber out of Sujiogen's chest, he raised it high in the air, gripping the handle of the saber so hard that it was almost breaking. He seemed to be ready to slash apart the sea of stars. The smoke resulting from the explosion was dancing and jumping on the shining edge of the saber, like countless screaming unrest souls. Sujiogen's face was pale. The cunning, experienced assassin knew very clearly that there was no way he could dodge the unstoppably attack. In that moment, the only thing he could do was trigger a telepathic thought inside his brain and pierce an information stream at Li Yao. You can't kill me. I've imposed a protective method on my body with the secret arts of Black Spider Tower. My soul will become a black spider evil spirit and haunt whoever kills me. It will be an endless curse. Those who kill me will be cursed by me. You can't kill me. You can't. In the end, the information stream was almost screaming. Inside the mystic skeleton battlesuit, Li Yao's eyes were narrowed into two red lines, as if they were butcher's cleavers stained with blood. He did not doubt Sujiogen's words. If the guy's stealth skills were so proficient that even he could not locate him precisely during the last 10 days before the trap he set up that day, the guy was definitely a top assassin of Black Spider Tower. Black Spider Tower boasted tremendous evil arts. Such an eccentric curse was actually very normal. But so what? Li Yao had been waiting for 18 days. He had been concealing and preparing for 18 days, 9 hours, 32 minutes, and 44 seconds. Everything he did was to make the assassin, whose capability was higher than his, show a loophole. This was his best and only chance. If he failed to kill him instantly right now, the guy wouldn't give him a second opportunity with his remarkable stealth and assassination skills. In an instant, 41,523 names popped up in Li Yao's brain. They were the innocent victims in the big explosion of the Skyhill domain. Huangpu Xiaoya had thought that he was merely glancing at the news. She didn't know that all the names of the deceased were etched into his brain without missing any. Right now, the names flowed through Li Yao's arms into his saber and roared in the sound of revenge. Curse. So be it. Li Yao's belief surged forward like rushing star cruising through the sea of stars. Nothing could stand in his way. In that moment, even all the gods in the heavens kneeled down and begged him. They wouldn't be able to stop the slash that had been tied up by countless unrested souls who were desperate for revenge. Even if thousands of devils in the deepest level of the hell cast the most vicious spell on him at the same time as his attack, the speed of his saber would not be diminished in the least. A man in space would kill when he must die. Li Yao roared. 2 crystal bombs seemed to have exploded under his feet at the same time. He leapt forward, his every muscle and every bone adjusted to the perfect state. The tens of thousands of unrested souls on the edge of his saber resonated with him, as he slashed down ruthlessly. Who? The aura of his saber turned into a bloody lightning and cut in the gaps of Sujiogen's crystal suit before it finally enclosed his body. His spiritual energy burst out while he pushed his saber forward. Su Jiuzhen's body was split into two halves, which flew off in two different directions. The mystic skeleton battlesuit passed through the middle of Su Jiuzhen's halves. Su Jiuzhen, an important figure in the Temple of Immortals, the ace assassin of Black Spider Tower, and the seasoned expert who had killed countless core formation stage cultivators, had been slain. The moment Su Jiuzhen lost his breath, a few streams of black mist flowed out of his dead halves and condensed into 9 sharp needles, which pierced into Li Yao's body, ignoring the defense of the crystal suit. It was a curse that ignored the defense of a crystal suit or a spiritual shield. Li Yao grunted. He felt as if 9 vicious snakes had slithered their way into his body and were rushing inside his veins and nerves, looking for his critical parts. He burnt his spiritual energy to the maximum. A lot of torches were ignited inside his body to drive away the snakes. He held back the excruciating pain and managed to suppress them. It was not the time to deal with the curse yet. A lot of killing had to be done first. From the explosion triggered by Li Yao's mistake to Su Jiuzhen's miserable death, the whole process had only lasted 3 seconds. In the meantime, the mixed bomb, which Li Yao had carefully created, had spread intense black smoke to every corner of the warehouse. Even the furthest place from the explosion was enshrouded in darkness now. Despite the obscurity, Black Stone, White Dew, and the other immortal cultivators were keen enough to sense that something was not right. Including Fei Ming, the meditation healer, everyone summoned their crystal suits. Swoosh! Swoosh! Black Stone and White Dew's 4 subordinates dashed forward first and spread out in battle formation as they moved toward where Li Yao had been. Black Stone and White Dew, on the other hand, maximized the resolution of their crystal cameras, trying to figure out what was going on inside the smoke with all the probe methods possible. Finally, a fuzzy figure appeared on their light beam. The fuzzy figure did not look like a human, but more like some kind of hungry primordial beast. It lunged at their 4 subordinates at an unbelievable speed. Within a moment, one of their subordinates had already been wreathed by the aura of blood from the deadly beast. This subordinate was at the peak of the refinement stage and had almost advanced into the building foundation stage. He was a skilled, experienced immortal cultivator. The crystal suit he was wearing had been manufactured by one of the 3 main crystal suit centers and modified by the experts on Spider Den. However, in front of the ferocious beast, his bones and teeth were broken within half a second, and he seemed to have become a cub at anyone's mercy. Miserable screams echoed inside the communication channel, only to end abruptly in less than 1/3 of a second. Black Stone and White Dew, however, could see from their blurred light beam that the 4 limbs of their subordinate had been chopped off before his head had separated from his body as well. Although Black Stone and White Dew were seasoned exos who had witnessed countless battles, they felt their head was dizzy nonetheless. The floor under their feet did not seem solid. It seemed like a dark abyss, at the bottom of which the most terrifying devils were waiting for them. Master Su! Master Su! Master Su didn't respond to their call. Yet, screams continued. The speed of the ferocious animal was beyond their imagination. Like a cluster of crimson brightness, it dashed past their 4 subordinates. The first 3 of them had time to utter a final scream before their death, but the last one did not even let out any sound. His spine seemed to have been unplugged, turning him into a pile of meat that even his crystal suit couldn't support, before he collapsed to the ground. 4 of them were killed instantly within 3 seconds. Black Stone and White Dew looked at each other. Brutality burst out of their eyes at the same time. They roared and unsheathed their sabers, charging forward into the black smoke. Clang! 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 Inside the black smoke, metal collided, and sparks spluttered. But everything came to a stop 3 seconds later. Black Stone and White Dew were in perfect poses. One of them raised the saber high above the head, while the other one hid the sharpness of the saber behind them. They looked like a furious tiger and a sordid leopard. Like two frozen statues, they surrounded Li Yao in the middle. I was told that your sabers are fast. Li Yao waved his saber to clean the last drop of blood on it, before he sheathed his saber and walked out of their siege slowly. He continued casually, if I were not in a hurry today, I would have definitely liked to witness it. He didn't even bother to look at them. As if the well-prepared, malicious assassins were nothing but air, he strode away, leaving them behind him. Clang! Clang! Black stone and white dew sabers fell to the ground one after the other. Their facial covers exploded after cracking noises, too, revealing two shocked and baffled faces. How did you launch the attack? His hands shaking, Black Stone tried to touch his thick neck. Halfway through his movement, a terrible wound that had severed his veins, windpipe, and spine appeared on his neck. Stimulated by the tremendous pressure inside the body, blood spurted out through the wound like a growing red tree. Half of his head was twisted backward weirdly. His eyes, resembling those of a dead fish, gazed at the wandering smoke near the ceiling. Inside the smoke, countless restless souls seemed to be grinning hideously at him. Hiss, hiss. White Dew, the dark woman, was better than him. She covered her neck with her hand in time, but there was no way that she could stop her blood from flooding out through the gaps of her fingers. She stared at Li Yao with her gray eyes. To this moment, White Dew still found it hard to understand. The first day that guy had gotten aboard, she had kicked him down in one attack. He had been completely useless back then. How come everything ended like this? Why? Black Stone and White Dew, two exos who used to be somewhat famous among cultivators and two experts best known for their fast sabers, kneeled down, collapsed, and died behind Li Yao. Because of the dense black smoke inside the warehouse and the interference waves Li Yao had added to his crystal bomb, Huangpu Shi didn't know exactly what was going on, but he did know that something was happening. His face pale, he summoned a maintenance suit and put it on. Then he hid several pieces of powerful aggressive magical equipment in his hand. He felt somewhat relieved after doing all that. With a cruel smile, Li Yao walked toward Huangpu Shi, neither too quickly nor too slowly. Master Li Yao. Fei Ming, the meditation healer who had invited him onto the ship with hypnosis arts, was in his way, shaking with the utmost fear. As an expert of mental warfare, Fei Ming was not good at combat with real guns and swords. But Li Yao was apparently not someone he could hypnotize, and his combat ability was strong enough to take down Su Jiuzhen, Black Stone and White Dew. Faced with such a monster, Fei Ming had completely lost his fighting will. His head was in a mess, but his natural instinct of survival made him kneel down and kowtow before Li Yao. Master Li Yao, spare me. Please spare me. They did everything. I'm just a meditation healer. I knew nothing about bombs or killing. I did nothing. I was coerced. I was coerced. Li Yao frowned and sighed. Were you really coerced? Yes, yes. Fei Ming couldn't be more excited, seeing a slim chance of survival. He looked up and immediately started rambling. The Temple of Immortals kidnapped my entire family, including my 2 daughters, one 5 and the other 3. They said that, if I didn't cooperate with them, they would feed my family to demon beasts. I had to do what I was asked to. There were no alternatives. Li Yao snorted in acknowledgement and said, if so, take off your crystal suit and throw it to the ground. Go to the corner and check Huangpu Xiaoya's status. If you dare mess with me, you will definitely regret it. Of course, of course. Thank you, Master Li Yao. I would definitely follow your order. I'm now abandoning darkness for light. Fei Ming was so happy that he was almost crying. He rose up from the ground and took off his crystal suit quickly. Hardly had his helmet split from his chest armor when a silver brightness flashed in Li Yao's right hand. Fei Ming's big head soared to the ceiling, spanned several rounds in midair, and smashed to the floor heavily. His eyes were still open and beaming with the ecstasy from seeing a chance of survival. His headless body shook violently. His hands seemed to be groping for his head. After half a second of struggling, it fell beside Li Yao's feet helplessly, cramping. Li Yao kicked the dead body aside and continued walking toward Huangpu Shi. This warehouse had only one gate. Since it was a laboratory for the study of crystal bombs, the walls of the room had been strengthened. They were solid and soundproof. Therefore, Li Yao was not worried that he might escape from somewhere else at all. It was also the main reason Li Yao had asked for a competition of crystal bombs with Huangpu Shi. This was the best slaughterhouse. Li Yao finally reached Huangpu Shi. He opened his facial cover and stared at his opponent emotionlessly. To this moment, if Huangpu Shi hadn't figured out what had happened on the spot, he wouldn't have deserved to be a core formation stage cultivator. However, although he was a core formation stage cultivator, most of his time and effort had been dedicated to the arts of refining. In regard to combat, his capability was merely in the middle-high level of the refinement stage, which was of little help now he was faced with such a formidable enemy. Huangpu Shi's face was grim and pale. His lips shivered for a long time before he finally managed to open his mouth. You were not meaning to join the Temple of Immortals. You didn't plan to become an immortal cultivator at all. With a wicked smile, Li Yao replied, "You know too much." Huangpu Shi grunted and shouted, "But we tested you, multiple times. Even if you reserved your strength during the first test, how did you see through the Furious Bears Union's assault? Or was it that you were blowing them up regardless of whether or not they were real cultivators in order to win our trust? How sleazy you are." Li Yao scorned, "Not as sleazy as you think. Of course I knew that those scumbags were not cultivators from the Furious Bears Union, because I didn't install any alarm magical equipment in my room when I was captured by you." Huangpu Shi was stunned. It took him a long time to recover. He shouted again, "Then, your conversation with Huangpu Xiaoya was also faked in order to fool us, and you knew that there were still crystal cameras and detectophones inside your room? It's impossible. The remaining 3 devices were refined with the best of my knowledge. They were utterly unobtrusive and in no way noticeable for you." Li Yao replied, "Indeed, I was not sure if there were still crystal cameras, although I did feel a little ill at ease. However, noticeable or not, I simply assumed that there were still crystal cameras and detectophones in my room. There wouldn't be a problem, then." Huangpu Shi was truly dumbfounded. He finally thought through everything Li Yao had done since he'd gotten aboard and figured out why Li Yao had been so generous as to share all the techniques with him. It was because he was already a dead person in the man's eyes. However, the dead person was idiotic enough to teach him so many techniques sincerely and even provided 10 authentic and precious techniques today before he died. He had been exploited by Li Yao, the evil, insidious brat. Regret. Desperation. Fury. Fear. Complicated emotions surged on Huangpu Shi's skeleton-like face simultaneously. "Wait!" As if a drowning man who had found a straw, he suddenly yelled, "Blood oath! You swore a blood oath yesterday. You cannot go back on your vow. Otherwise, you will be haunted forever, and the success rate of your future refining will plummet." Li Yao raised his eyebrow in surprise and replied, "When did I say that I would go back on my vow? Indeed. I swore a blood oath yesterday that I would respect you as my master if I lost the competition today. Huangpu Shi, you are truly an unparalleled genius and a super expert of refining. In this battle, you've shown me the invincibility of a core formation stage refiner. I know my weakness and insignificance much better now. In the profound and magnificent world of magical equipment, I am just a beginner, and I'm not capable enough to be arrogant yet. I have lost the Skyhill Sword Seminar in the Sea of Stars. My failure was brutal, and I have no excuse for that. You've crushed me. Therefore, I will honor my words and respect you as my master now. Master Huangpu Shi, please accept the bow of your disciple Li Yao. With a solemn expression, Li Yao bowed toward Huangpu Shi in the strictest manner. Then, his saber flashed and cut through the gap in Huangpu Shi's crystal suit, chopping off his hands. After a clang sound, 2 broken hands covered in armor fell to the floor. Several pieces of aggressive magical equipment yet to be triggered splattered and, after emitting dazzling brilliance for a while, lost their sharpness. Huangpu Shi was dazed for a moment. He lifted his arms which had been cut off from the elbows and observed them, his head tilted. For a second, the section was as smooth as a mirror. Bones, veins, and nerves were clear and distinguishable, as if they were pictures from a textbook. It was not until 1 second later that 2 springs of blood suddenly erupted and dyed his face and head red. Huangpu Shi screamed desperately, "My hands! My hands!" As a core formation stage immortal cultivator, he should have had better self-control than to exclaim so uncouthly just because of the loss of 2 hands. But the problem was that he was still in the eruptive phase, and he had poured all his vigor and vitality into his hands. His body was dry and thin, no better than a skeleton, and he seemed to be on the verge of starvation, all because he was nourishing his hands. By cutting off his hands, Li Yao had taken away 90% of his vitality. Hands! My hands! Huangpu Shi cried dreadfully and lunged at his broken hands without caring about anything, only to be kicked right in the chest by Li Yao. With Li Yao's surge of spiritual energy, the chest armor on Huangpu Shi's maintenance suit exploded into pieces, before he flew backwards by almost 10 meters. There was a grunt inside Huangpu Shi's facial cover, which was now stained with blood. Crack! Crack! Li Yao stomped on the 2 broken hands mercilessly. The hands of Huangpu Shi, the super refiner and unparalleled genius, which had been revitalized by his life and soul, had now turned from a piece of immaculate artwork to a pile of meat under Li Yao's feet. Huangpu Shi's eyeballs nearly bulged out as he saw the devastating scene. He almost passed out in anger. "You blew up my hands. My perfect hands." Li Yao pulverized the hands below him carefully and made sure that every finger had been ground into the tiniest pieces by the mystic skeleton battlesuit's iron feet, while he said casually, "One must prepare to lose when one decides to gamble. I have indeed lost the game today. Therefore, I will abide by my promise and respect you as my master. I will always remember you as my master, Huangpu Shi. In such a case, the blood oath will have 0 effect on me." Li Yao walked toward Huangpu Shi, leaving deep and bloody footprints behind as he moved forward. Wearing a vulture-like smile, Li Yao continued, "I believe that you must have discovered that I'm a trustworthy man. One of my friends told me that the most important thing about cultivation was that we must be credible. I found the words very true. Therefore, if I've said that I will respect you as my master, I will definitely do so. However, I also said yesterday that I would chop off a pair of hands after today's competition. I didn't forget that promise, either. If I said that I would chop off some hands, I would definitely do that. Otherwise, how am I going to hang out with cultivators anymore? Master, it might be a little painful in a moment. Please try to hold it back." Huangpu Shi couldn't be more scared. He waved his broken arms and shouted, What do you want? Stop there. Don't come close." Li Yao drew close one step after another. You can't kill me. Let's make a deal." "A deal?" Huangpu Shi quickly continued, "I have many other techniques in my possession, including the secret tricks to craft melee weapons of the Huangpu family and the special skills to refine crystal bombs. I even know something about the techniques to modify crystal suits on Spider Den. All these techniques are inside my brain. You wouldn't be able to get them if you kill me." "Okay." Li Yao continued moving forward. He replied peacefully, "I'm not a smart guy, and I wouldn't be able to comprehend too many techniques. Thanks to your wholehearted tutelage in the past days, I've learned enough techniques for me to digest for a while. I'm not greedy. Also, I'm very loyal and thoughtful. Just consider the remaining techniques as sacrificial offerings for your funeral. Huangpu Shi was shaking violently. He held his body with two broken arms and slithered like a caterpillar, as he begged, "Don't kill me. I can give you whatever you want. I'm open to any negotiations. Just don't kill me. Negotiations are great. However, why don't you negotiate with the 41,524 innocent victims of your serial explosions in the Skyhill domain?" Li Yao suddenly burst out in fury. He shouted and punched at Huangpu Shi's chest, as if his fists were two tornadoes. In a moment, sparks were dancing, metal was twisted, skin was blossoming, and bones were breaking. A magnificent orchestra of fists kissing flesh, bones, and internal organs was playing. Li Yao's every punch hit Huangpu Shi precisely at a speed close to that of sound. They shattered every piece of armor on Huangpu Shi and his every bone from head to toe. This punch is for Sha Goan. This punch is for Su Hongji. This punch is for Tao Xiaofang. You King Dushabag, die now. Huangpu Shi's crystal suit exploded. His body turned soft inch by inch. He was spasming and screaming in the beginning, but later, the only sound left was his breathing. Li Yao punched thousands of times, before he suddenly retreated his right hand. He extended his middle finger and his index finger. Gold brilliance in the form of a helix was brewing on his fingertip like a sharp piton. What are you doing?" An expression showing his yearning for death's embrace appeared on Huangpu Shi's skeleton-like face, whose left eye had exploded because of the punches. Blood and tears were flowing out, as he moaned feebly. "I've punched you 4,722 times just now. That's revenge for only 4,000 unrested souls, 1/10 of the whole. Let's avenge the remaining 9/10 with this. Scumbags like you don't deserve to utilize spiritual energy. I'm going to help the victims dig out your spiritual root. No. Since you are an immortal cultivator, yours will be immortal root, then. No. No. When a cultivator's spiritual root was destroyed, they would become useless. Although Huangpu Shi was no better than a bag of mud right now, he still screamed with whatever strength he had left. But how could scream stop the unstoppable Li Yao? Li Yao grinned hideously and pierced his two fingers into the middle of Huangpu Shi's eyebrow where the conarium one was. His spiritual energy surged through his fingers and raged inside Huangpu Shi's brain. Finally, he sensed an extremely thick object made of spiritual energy. Li Yao roared and curled his fingers to dig into it. Then he pulled it up brutally. A lackluster gold line that constituted what seemed to be a tiny, translucent ginseng was plucked from the middle of Huangpu Shi's eyebrows. It was the spiritual root of a core formation stage cultivator. Li Yao opened his hand and held the bright gold spiritual root in his hand, before he squeezed it tightly. Pa! After a crisp sound, gold brilliant spots dispersed through Li Yao's fingertips and vanished into thin air. Dissipated. Li Yao had dissipated the spiritual root of a core formation stage cultivator. Huangpu Shi had turned into a disabled man without his spiritual root. He shouted 10 times more miserably than before as if it was his genitalia that had just been ruined. Even the devils in the deepest depths of hell would shake in fear with their blood freezing when they heard such screams. Kill me, kill me. His hands lost, his bones broken, his spiritual root crumbled, Huangpu Shi had been grasped by desperation and had only this luxury hope. Li Yao licked the blood on his lips and smiled, "Don't hurry, master. You still have some value that your disciple can make use of." Hardly had he finished his sentence did he punch forward and stabbed his fist into Huangpu Shi's mouth, blowing up his teeth, tongue, and the vocal cord deeper inside. The bottom half of the skeleton face had now turned into a hollow. There was no sign of his mouth at all. Right now, Huangpu Shi had no hands to write and no mouth to speak. He couldn't even crawl because all his bones were broken. Since his spiritual root was crumbled, he was not able to communicate with other people through telepathic thoughts either. In short, he had completely lost the ability to send any message to the outside world. Li Yao's movements were very precise. Even in his fury just now, his attack was still well controlled so that Huangpu Shi wouldn't be killed immediately and could at least make his way to the med bay. Looking at Huangpu Shi, who was wriggling beside his feet like a maggot, Li Yao spat at him. Then he took a long breath and tried to calm himself down. He then walked toward Huangpu Xiaoya. When he passed by Black Stone's and White Dew's dead bodies, he stopped briefly and sent dozens of spiritual threads groping inside their pockets. Soon, he discovered 2 jade chips. The spiritual threads tied them up and pulled them back into Li Yao's hands. Li Yao whistled and said, "Much obliged, fatty." When he finally reached Huangpu Xiaoya, he had already concealed his mystic skeleton battle suit. At this moment, the smoke occupying the warehouse was finally driven away a little bit by the powerful ventilation rune arrays on the ceiling. Huangpu Xiaoya's mouth was so wide open that one could stuff the biggest duck egg into it. Most of her spiritual energy had been sealed and therefore could not help her enhance her vision. She only saw that an explosion took place when Li Yao was refining the last crystal bomb. Then, her eyesight was blocked by smoke, and she could only hear screams, each louder than the previous one. She could tell that the desperate screams came from multiple immortal cultivators, even including Huangpu Shi himself. Huangpu Xiaoya was quite nervous, not knowing what was happening. Had other rescuers arrived? The last thing she expected was that it was the sordid, shameless traitor Li Yao who stood in front of her in the end. Huangpu Xiaoya's heart was racing when she saw Li Yao, whose killing intent was soaring and whose face was caked with blood. She didn't know what to say next. When she looked past Li Yao, she was even more shocked. Black Stone and White Dew were dead, and so were their 4 subordinates. Huangpu Shi was still alive, but he might be hoping that he was dead. He was squirming and struggling on the floor. What has happened? Huangpu Xiaoya was startled. She murmured to herself, "Who are you exactly?" Li Yao wiped off the blood on his face and pondered for a while, before he answered seriously, "In fact, I'm a good man." Huangpu Xiaoya was truly shocked. She blurted, "What kind of good man are you?" Li Yao blinked and remarked, "Our society is witnessing dishonesty and moral decline nowadays. There are too many bad people in the sea of stars who are all surreptitious and unscrupulous. How can good people defeat them without being 100 times more unscrupulous than them? Therefore, you may consider me an unscrupulous good man. That will be enough. I'm talking to you because I want to ask you something. Are you capable of steering a Wild Butterfly 7 escape capsule? An Ox-level carrier would usually bring 2 mid-size escape capsules and more than 10 small-scale escape capsules. The small-scale escape capsules were, in fact, shuttles that could cruise in the vacuum and boasted certain self-circulation technologies. Li Yao had discovered during his maintenance work yesterday that the small-scale escape capsules deployed on this particular carrier were Wild Butterfly VIIs. Such escape capsules were modified from armed shuttles. Each of them could accommodate 3 passengers and drift through space for more than a month. Their speed and agility were also very satisfactory. Except that their working time was relatively short, there were no significant drawbacks to them. It seemed that the immortal cultivators were worried that cultivators might be chasing after them. Therefore, they had brought the best escape capsules with them. Unscrupulous good man. Huangpu Xiaoya was somewhat lost. She nodded subconsciously. Yes, of course. Why did you ask that? Did you kill all of them? Isn't your combat ability in the beginning level of the building foundation stage? how did you slay Black Stone and White Dao? If you are really a good man, why are you still keeping my barriers? Li Yao turned around and started decorating the warehouse. He dragged the dead bodies to appropriate location first. Then, he retrieved a lot of crystal bombs from his Cosmos ring. As a lunatic bomber, these crystal bombs had been prepared long ago and stored inside his Cosmos ring in case he ever needed. But since Su Jiuzhen had been watching him closely after he got on board, he'd never had the opportunity to access his Cosmos ring. Right now, he was finally free to set them up the way he wanted. While working busily, Li Yao explained, I cannot set you free right now. If I do, the other people will grow suspicious. Just stay inside for a while longer. Wait until we are engaged with Fengyu Zhong and the Great Horn Exo Society tomorrow. Huangpu Xiaoya bulged her eyes and exclaimed in shocked, What? You are going to ask for Fengyu Zhong's trouble and reunite with the Great Horn Exo Society? Don't be silly. Even if you are strong enough to take down all the enemies here, so what? The Great Horn Exo Society is surrounded by at least 5 ships on which there are not only savage space pirates but also a lot of other mysterious immortal cultivators. Not to mention that Fengyu Zhong himself is a cultivator in the middle level, if not high level, of the core formation stage. Are you expecting to fight all of them alone? What difference does it make for the outcome of the battle? Moreover, do you think that the crew members on this carrier are blind? They will simply ignore the murders here and listen to your command nicely? Maybe you are capable of slaying them all, but then what? Without a map, how can you locate Storm Prison in the vast sea of stars? Even if you miraculously find it, do you think that they don't have secure words or other safety measures? I'm afraid that you will be bombarded before you even draw close. What are you thinking exactly? Li Yao was not moved. He was as busy as bee for almost 20 minutes and finally finished all the decoration. He dragged whatever was left of Huangpu Shi into the anti-explosion room that Black Stone and White Dew were in, before he kicked him to a corner and set the defense rune arrays at the highest level. Shwa! 7 layers of gold shields immediately appeared outside of the anti-explosion room. You said something this morning that I like very much. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and looked outside, as he calculated the locations, angles, and after effects of the explosions that were going to take place. He said softly, even if this universe is truly nothing more than a brutal, bloody, shadowy forest, we cultivators will burn all that we have just to give off a single weak flickering spark in the darkness. No matter how weak each spark is, how short-lived, how small. As long as the sparks flow unabated, then one day, one of those sparks will light some tinder, and that tinder shall light some fallen branches, and those branches shall set ablaze each and every last tree of the forest. In the end, even the smallest sparks will eventually ignite the shadowy forest and illuminate the whole world. Even if the odds are only 1/1000th, I will still summon 10,000% of my courage to bring about the fire. Boom! With a telepathic thought, crystal bombs that had been planted in various locations of the warehouse were triggered at the same time. A series of ear-splitting explosions echoed non-stop. Although she was inside the anti-explosion room, Huangpu Xiaoya still felt that her head was dizzy, and her hearing was temporarily lost. Huangpu Xiaoya's heart was beating fast. She had said those exact words in the morning. But it felt totally different when they were spoken from Li Yao's mouth with a low, coarse, male voice. Her declaration sounded groundless and just something to cheer herself up in her desperation. However, when Li Yao spoke them, she somewhat felt that he was really going to make it. It was really possible that they could illuminate the entire universe. What is he exactly? Li Yao's outline was the only thing distinguishable in the darkness. Looking at the outline, Huangpu Xiaoya was somewhat startled. A moment later, when the fire triggered by the explosion was still sabotaging the warehouse, Li Yao dashed out. He checked the dead bodies first. They had all been blown to pieces. Nobody would be able to tell the cause of their death without examining them carefully. He then picked up a battle saber that had almost been melted and carried it on his shoulder. He also collected much dust and ash by the way and dyed his face gray. At last, he strode to a corner, opened the alarm on the wall and smashed it. Alarms were ringing all over the carrier. 3 minutes later, urgent knocking sounded from the gate of the warehouse. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao took out another crystal bomb. He weighed it and put it next to himself. Then, he gritted his teeth and triggered it. Boom! He was immediately enveloped in real flames. Half of his body was burning furiously. Ah! Huangpu Xiaoya cried in shock. She had never seen anybody brutal enough to bomb themselves before. What was he going to do? After a grunt, Li Yao staggered to the gate with his body on fire and opened it, summoning the last bit of his strength. Immortal cultivators were crammed on the doorstep. They were all crew members of the carrier. Most of them were not battle-type immortal cultivators. They were merely in charge of piloting the starship and analyzing the sailing route. They were all astounded by the ghastly scene inside the warehouse. Ah! Li Yao screamed non-stop and rolled on the ground in front of them. Hurry up and put out the fire, yelled the captain of the carrier. A moment later, clusters of icy fog were sprayed at Li Yao, which soon suppressed the flames over his body. At first glance, Li Yao was already half-cooked. Half of his face was burnt and blackened. He couldn't look more awful. What happened? Was there something wrong with the crystal bombs they refined? The captain's head was in a mess. He was well aware of the match between Huangpu Shi and Li Yao. However, the two of them were both experienced experts of refining. A lot of safety measures had also been implemented inside the warehouse. There shouldn't have been any accident at all. Judging from the damage of the warehouse, it must have been a result of a serial explosion with dozens of bombs. It was not a mistake. It was on purpose. It was betrayal. Li Yao shouted desperately, Huangpu Shi betrayed the Temple of Immortals. He installed so many bombs on purpose in order to blow all of us up. All the crew members were dumbfounded. The captain was even more shocked. He took a step back subconsciously and gripped the saber hanging on his waist, while he said resolutely, "That's impossible. Master Huangpu has always been loyal to the Temple of Immortals during his years of service. He has long made up his mind to walk on the path of immortality. There is no way that he would defect from our cause. What has happened? Speak now." Ouch, ouch. Li Yao grimaced and cried, "How would I know what happened?" Halfway through the competition between Huangpu Shi and I, an intense explosion suddenly took place. A sharp-jawed old man was blown out of thin air. Then, the heavily wounded old man accused Huangpu Shi furiously, saying that he was deceiving our organization for his own good. After I listened for a long time, I basically figured out the whole story. Huangpu Shi had brought everyone out ostensibly for the purpose of recruiting new members for our organization. Huangpu Xiaoya was one of the candidates. But in fact, what he wanted was merely Huangpu Xiaoya's hands. He was simply hoping to get himself a new pair of hands. This trip cost the organization tremendous resources, but it turned out to be for his own benefits, which he had not explained earlier. It was strictly forbidden in our organization. But for some reason, the sharp-jawed old man discovered his secret. The two of them seemed to have made a certain clandestine deal. The old man covered it up for Huangpu Shi, and Huangpu Shi was to give him something in return. But as it turned out, Huangpu Shi was merely tricking and stalling him. He was actually making other plans to shut the old man's mouth once and forever. However, the old man was more vigilante than Huangpu Shi had expected. This explosion did not kill him but only heavily wounded him. In fury and embarrassment, the old man told everybody present what happened. He also said that Huangpu Shi was doomed for sure. When they returned to the headquarters and met the Lotus King would make him beg to be executed. Huangpu Shi turned extremely terrifying when he heard that. He burst into laughter and said that, if he was doomed, he could use some company on his way to hell. In the end, I couldn't see anything for a moment. When I was back to myself again, everything had already become as it is right now. Li Yao's words raised a riot among the crew members. The captain's face was gloomy, but he wasn't holding his saber as tightly as before. In fact, he had found this recruiting mission somewhat weird long ago. The Temple of Immortals had lurked in the shadows of the Flying Star sector for many years. It had a standard procedure with a success rate was quite satisfactory when it came to converting cultivators. But this time, to recruit such an important figure like Huangpu Xiaoya, the entire process had been quite hurried. Also, the fact that Huangpu Shi was in a hurry to chop off Huangpu Xiaoya's hands and take them as his own was also clear to the captain as well as the leadership of the starship. The captain had been doubting him for a while, but he had chosen to not interfere with the renowned refiner and did not think too much of it. However, hearing Li Yao's words, he thought through the whole thing and realized that it was probably true that Huangpu Shi was taking advantage of the organization's resources for his own good. But even so, was it really enough to cause internal strife? The captain was well aware that Su Jiuzhen was very smart and loyal to the Lotus King. Blackmailing Huangpu Shi did not seem something that he would do. Also, the serial explosion was so powerful that everyone was blown up. This accident reeked of suspicion. At this moment, one of the crew members who had gone in to check on the situation yelled, "Captain, Master Huangpu is still alive." Li Yao paused and took a moment of rest, before he continued. That sharp-jawed old man beat Huangpu Shi to the ground, but Huangpu Shi was not killed. As far as I can see, the medical equipment on board is not enough to cure him. We need to get back to Fengyu Zhong as soon as possible and treat him with the medical facilities on a large warship. You can interrogate him then, and you will know that I'm telling the truth. The captain squinted and hesitated. This is only your side of the story. There is not enough evidence at all. That's why I said that we must find Fengyu Zhong and treat Huangpu Shi in a proper medical facility. Li Yao was irked, his fingers trembling and pointing at his blackened body and face, while he cried, "Just look at what the explosion has done to me. Am I feigning all my wounds?" The captain was a considerate man. He still felt that there was something wrong about the situation. Pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, "I'm not saying that you are lying. However, the accident does carry a lot of suspicious points. Maybe there is still some backstory that neither of us know about. I suggest we drop anchor for a couple of days and give preliminary treatment to Huangpu Shi with whatever we have on board first." "What's his status now?" All his bones are broken." "Then, in a couple of days, some of his bones can definitely be recovered. He will be able to transmit some information out by then. If there is nothing wrong with what you've said, we can go and catch up with Fengyu Zhong by then. We won't be late." "That's not good enough. We will be in too much of a hurry. Why don't I brief everything that happened here to Fengyu Zhong and ask him to decide? It will all be fixed." Li Yao stared at the captain for a long time, before he suddenly burst into fury and lunged at the captain, waving his saber. He shouted like a wild animal, "I joined the Temple of Immortals at the risk of being hunted by cultivators. I haven't gotten any benefits yet, but I have nearly been blown to pieces, and you motherfew *curs are doubting me." The saber was slashed forward, the aura of the blade raging. The captain was an admin-type immortal cultivator, there was no way that he could resist such an insane attack. His big head soared into the air. Blood was springing from his neck. He did not put on a shocked expression until his head fell to the ground. He has murdered the captain. All the crew members nearby were soaked in the shower of blood. They were all astounded and intimidated. Retreating, they looked at Li Yao fearfully. Many of them had taken out their aggressive magical equipment. Li Yao waved the saber to clean the blood stain on it. He was wreathed in an extremely furious vibe that belonged to a cultivator in the high level of the building foundation stage. With a hideous face, he pointed his fingers at the crew members and yelled, "Where is Vice Captain? Come and talk to me." Many of the experts on the carrier had been killed by Li Yao's Crystal Suit Killer in the faked ambush of the Furious Bears Union. Just now, a lot of them had been blown up in the warehouse, too. Almost all the best experts and the leadership had been executed. Even the captain had died. The remaining crew members were merely small fries. Everyone looked at one another in bewilderment, not having the first clue what was on Li Yao's mind and whether he was a friend or a foe. However, there was one thing that they were sure about: they were definitely no match for this cold-blooded butcher. For a moment, the two parties reached an impasse. Li Yao was more than angry. He threw his saber to the floor and pointed at everyone's noses, yelling, "Are you all idiots? If I was lying just now and it was in fact me who slayed everyone inside the warehouse, why wouldn't I clean up all of you once and for all now that I have taken care of the captain? If I really was capable enough of finishing Black Stone and White Dew, which of you could possibly resist one of my strikes? Useless. Totally useless. How exactly were you trained in the Temple of Immortals? I'm really regretting my choice now." The crew members blinked and thought about his words. It made sense. If Li Yao was really an enemy who had slayed Black Stone, White Dew, Huangpu Shi, and even Su Jiuzhen, did he have any reason to keep them alive? It was completely illogical. Within a moment, a stout, meatball-like man ran close, breathing heavily. The headless corpse of his captain made him exclaim in shock, anxious. As a carrier without sufficient firepower, this starship ranked relatively low even in the Temple of Immortals. The captain and vice-captain were naturally not the best experts. In fact, the vice-captain was merely an admin-type immortal cultivator in the beginning level of the building foundation stage. Such a tricky situation had already soaked him in greasy sweat. "Are you the vice-captain? Do you know who I am?" demanded Li Yao coldly, whose gloom and anger swallowed the vice-captain instantly. The right half of his face was black and red, with steam popping up non-stop. He couldn't have looked more terrifying. Together with his fury, which seemed to constantly be on the verge of erupting again, the vice-captain was petrified. His legs shaking, he stammered, "Master Li Yao." Of course he knew who Li Yao was. He had witnessed Li Yao's crazy performance in the Skyhill Sword Seminar in person. He was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped the ground. How could he not know such a lunatic who could carve a crystal chip with supersonic hands? Besides, since Li Yao had been involved in the maintenance work of the starship, his loyalty must have passed the test without any problems. Li Yao sniffed and looked at the vice-captain down his nose. The aura around him was surging like a volcanic eruption as he did not hide the immensity of the spiritual energy of a cultivator in the high level of the building foundation stage at all. He bellowed, "My cultivation in the arts of refining has reached the high level of the building foundation stage. When I eat well and sleep well, it can even soar to the peak of the building foundation stage. I'm an unparalleled genius and totally different from you useless craps. Right now, I am the one with the highest cultivation on board, am I not? If so, you will all listen to my commands from now on." He. So many people have been killed in the accident. Even Huangpu Shi has become a disabled man. How many proficient refiners does the Lotus King still have right now? Tell you what, when I return to the headquarters of the Temple of Immortals, I will definitely be appreciated by the Lotus King, and I will advance into the core formation stage within several years. I may have wrongly killed the captain of a carrier in a spur of the moment, but so what? Listen to me carefully, losers. Right now, my wounds are aching, and I'm not in my best mood. Whoever pisses me off again, I'm going to kill. As if a cold front just blew through the pathway, the air was almost frozen. Everyone quivered uncontrollably. Li Yao was not wrong. With his expertise in the arts of refining, if he became a member of the Temple of Immortals, he would definitely become an important figure in the organization. Besides, different from other professions, it was particularly easy for refiners to make friends with or seek protection from other experts. Li Yao was adept at refining sabers. Quite a few experts under the Lotus King's command used sabers as their weapons. If Li Yao spent some time crafting several incomparable sabers for them, he would definitely gain their fondness. Within several months, he would find a lot of connections in the organization and become a powerful, influential man. The vice captain and crew members were at the bottom of the hierarchy. Could they afford to mess around with such an irritated and deadly person? Judging from the arrogance and narrow-mindedness of the man, even if he did not slay them right on the spot, there would definitely be reprisals later. Stared at by Li Yao's ominous eyes for more than half a minute, the vice-captain finally couldn't bear it any longer and asked hesitatingly, "What do you want?" Li Yao gnashed his teeth. "What do I want? I want to meet Fengyu Zhong as quickly as possible. Also, toss Huangpu Shi into the med bay. As long as he is kept alive, it will be fine. When we meet Fengyu Zhong, we can deliver him and see how to treat him." The vice-captain was relieved. Li Yao's demands were not outrageous. He was hoping to catch up to Fengyu Zhong as soon as possible, too, so that he could be rid of the hot potato. Therefore, he quickly nodded and replied, "All right. We'll go at full speed and join Fengyu Zhong." "Excellent." Li Yao strode forward without looking at him and commanded, "I need several doctors to give me simple treatment. Be quick. I have other things to do." The vice-captain was dazed. He asked, "What things?" Li Yao glared at him and raised his voice. "Perform a full examination on the carrier, of course. Huangpu Shi is a crazy man who used to be the strongest refiner on the carrier. He had in his possession the structural design of the entire starship. Who knows how many crystal bombs he has planted since he was seized by desperation. Thankfully, he was already beaten to the brink of death before he had the chance to trigger all the bombs. Otherwise, all of us would have been burnt to ash and become dust in the sea of stars. Bring me the detailed structural design of the starship. I've been training with the old bastard for a couple of days and know a thing or two about the style of his crystal bombs. Within half a day, I'm going to find out all the treasures that he hid in the corners of the starship. What are you waiting for? Hurry and move out. If Huangpu Shi has installed time bombs on the starship, which could be detonated automatically in, say, 30 minutes, we will all be screwed." After all the crew members had been dismissed and the vice-captain had returned to the cockpit, having been scolded, Li Yao finally heaved a long sigh of relief with his eyes half closed. He knew that he had won the gamble, for now. He was not worried that the vice-captain and the crew members would question his words. After all, his capability was higher than anybody else's, and he was apparently so infuriated that he was going to kill everyone who disobeyed him. Driven by their survival instincts, they could only believe him to be a real immortal cultivator in order to get a chance of escape, however illusionary it was. The only thing that had concerned Li Yao was that, if there was a surveillance system inside the warehouse, the cockpit would have been able to see what was happening there via the crystal cameras instantly. Then, his carefully composed story would have been seen through before it had even been told. But the odds were very low. The warehouse was the place where Huangpu Shi refined his crystal bombs. Crystal bombs were what he was best at. It was very possible that many confidential techniques were employed during the refining, and the structure, formula, and the ratio of heavenly materials and earthly treasures in many crystal bombs were top secrets. As a refiner himself, Li Yao was well aware of the taboo when refiners were doing their work. They often hated the spying of other people when they were busy creating magical equipment. The Skyhill Sword Seminar was a competition for young refiners below the age of 40, and it was already the most professional contest of refining in the Flying Star sector. One of the biggest reasons was that the famous, experienced refiners above the age of 40 who had more expertise were not willing to expose their best skills in front of everyone. Communication on the spiritual nexus was one thing, but showing their true skills in the real world was another. Even the most open-minded refiners were possibly keeping several secret arts to themselves. It was completely reasonable. Moreover, Huangpu Shi was not a simple cultivator but a selfish immortal cultivator. How could he risk his personal techniques being leaked? If footage of him refining crystal bombs was copied and sent to other refiners in the Temple of Immortals, they were very likely to extrapolate Huangpu Shi's best techniques from said footage. Therefore, Li Yao estimated that, even if there was a surveillance system inside the warehouse, the picture would only be sent to Huangpu Shi's own crystal processor. Other people would have no access to it at all. That was why he was bold enough to tell such a blatant lie. At the moment his estimation proved to be correct, Li Yao was greatly relieved. But soon after, he grunted, with dark colors appearing on his face. The curse that the sharp-jawed old man created after his death was raging and sabotaging Li Yao's body. Li Yao bit his teeth so hard that they were almost cracking. Cold sweat was dripping off his forehead. He felt that 9 black snakes were tearing apart and devouring his veins and nerves. Thousands of arrows seemed to be piercing through his heart, and he couldn't be more agonized. Li Yao had opened his brain on purpose several times, hoping to attract the 9 snakes into his head and deal with them by utilizing Yezi's enormous soul power. However, the curse seemed to be a living thing and had a strong sense of danger. The snakes wandered at the edge of his brain and, sensing the threat there, returned to his limbs and internal organs without any hesitation, continuing their havoc. Thankfully, Li Yao had inherited the spiritual seed of Iron God, Yen Ba, a body fundamentalist, and had been building up his body with the 1000 tempering 100 refining technique, a secret skill from 40,000 years ago. His body was so sturdy that he could almost be called a half-body practitioner. Otherwise, he would have been rolling on the ground due to the excruciating pain. Black Spider Evil Spirit, Death Before Curse. It was indeed impressive. Li Yao clenched his fists and punched his own chest and abdomen. His spiritual energy surged out and suppressed the curse temporarily. He had a lot of work to do next. There was no time to take care of the nasty curse. He could only suppress it temporarily. After he received the detailed structural design of the entire carrier, Li Yao browsed through it and scrutinized the starship. When he did find a crystal bomb from a gap between 2 tubes in a certain cabin, which had been timed to explode 15 minutes later, the vice captain and the crew members were all perspiring in fear. They completely let go of their wariness and trusted Li Yao. Li Yao seized the opportunity and took over the authority of the maintenance of the carrier. He sent the remaining refiners on board to unimportant locations for repair work. 20 minutes later, feeble fulmination was heard above the cockpit. The place had just been examined by Li Yao, who had discovered 3 powerful crystal bombs there. Not good. An explosion took place in the telepathic thought transmission chamber. Our telepathic thought rune arrays have been destroyed. We cannot send messages to the outside world now. The vice captain frowned the moment he read the damage report. Beside him, Li Yao, as the acting manager of maintenance, received the same report. His face was awful, too, as he gnashed his teeth. Damn Huangpu Shi. I never expected him to be so cunning. One of the crystal bombs he hid must have escaped my attention. Hearing that, the vice captain immediately comforted him. Master Li Yao, you've discovered so many crystal bombs. It is unavoidable that several of them were overlooked. Without Master Li Yao, the entire cockpit would have been blown away, and not just an insignificant telepathic thought transmission chamber. Li Yao snorted and continued. What's our current status? We cannot send messages to the outside world anymore? The vice captain said, that's right. We can receive the telepathic thoughts from Storm Prison, but we cannot send detailed telepathic thought messages over such a long distance against the interferences in the Sea of Stars. However, you don't have to worry about it, Master Liao. We can turn on a sizable light beam around the carrier. By displaying mystic rays in different colors and in different frequencies, we can send out simple messages. This is known as semaphore. Through specially made, super-large crystal cameras, other starships can read our signs as long as they know our specific location even though we are tens of thousands of kilometers away from each other. But semaphore is usually very simple. It can only describe dozens of specific states we are in. Liao nodded and asked again, "What are the updates about Fengyu Zhong?" The vice captain answered, "We've been receiving Storm Prison's messages non-stop. In a battle half an hour ago, 5 warships of Storm Prison, including Blood Rain, the flagship of the pirate gang commanded by Fengyu Zhong himself, have bitten Gold Horn of the Great Horn Exo Society tightly. Gold Horn is not fighting alone. Another 2 warships from cultivation sects did not return to defend their bases and formed a small fleet together with Gold Horn. They are still trying to resist. However, we've been long prepared for the assault. After an ambush, one of the hostile warships was basically wrecked, and the other 2 starships were seriously damaged, too. Their power systems have been greatly undermined. They could neither perform a space jump nor increase their speed. There's no way that they can run away. We have detected abundant telepathic thoughts being sent to various directions. They must be sending distress signals. However, the cultivators who were lurking near them have all been blindsided by our previous strikes and have returned to defend their mother ports or headquarters. In a hurry to return, they wasted a lot of spiritual energy and fuel. Even if these cultivators turn back right now, they'll have to refill their supplies. It will take at least 3 days for the first wave of reinforcements to arrive. But we will devour the 3 starships within 2 days. Knowing that they have no alternatives, the Great Horn Exo Society's last strikes were quite intense. Storm Prison has suffered a lot of damage, too. They are hoping for us to join them as quickly as possible so that Huangpu Shi can repair the damaged crystal suits and restore their combat ability with his proficient skills. They also planned for Su Jiuzhen to sneak into the hostile starships and assassinate the important figures with his stealth abilities. He could also have sabotaged the key parts of the starships and destroyed the enemy's defense from inside. However, as it turns out, the vice captain laughed embarrassedly. Taking a deep breath, Liao closed his eyes, his eyeballs flicking from side to side. He nodded and said, "Understood. Huangpu Shi may have been disabled, but there's still me. I can repair crystal suits, too. It will be my show time. How long till we join Fengyu Zhong?" "Soon. In about 10 hours, we will be in touch. In fact, the distance between us is already short enough for us to detect feeble spiritual waves from the picture fed back by super-large crystal cameras. Please have a look, Master Liao." The vice captain brought Liao to the control panel and pointed at a giant light beam. Perhaps due to the filtering of the crystal camera, the universe demonstrated in the light beam was vaguely red, as if the stars were all bleeding. In the deepest part of the universe, weak light spots were breaking out every once in a while, bouncing stubbornly like countless sparks. "Is that our battlefield?" Dazzling brilliance was shining inside Liao's deep, dark eyes. The vice-captain grinned. "Yes, and the graveyard for the Great Horn Exo Society." Liao was even busier in the following 6 hours. He wandered about every corner of the carrier, trying his best to search for the possible crystal bombs left by Huangpu Shi. He paid special attention to the critical parts of the carrier, such as the engine compartment, the chamber that stored crystals, and the arsenal, among other places. He even drove out the staff working inside the cabins many times, claiming that he was going to conduct full examinations on the cabin with his secret arts, which were not to be witnessed by anyone else. He had just slain the captain. The killing intent on his body had not entirely dispersed. The ordinary crew members, who were in the refinement stage at best, did not dare question him at all even though they were somewhat suspicious. They discussed secretly and reached the conclusion that, since Storm Prison was not far away, Fengyu Zhong would naturally take care of everything when they joined him. Pawns like themselves really should focus on their own business. 6 hours later, Li Yao locked himself inside Huangpu Shi's refining workshop. He smashed the ant nest and the monkey on the desk and swept the pieces to the ground. Then, he started his own refining work. 9.5 hours later, the carrier finally finished its prolonged journey and reached the periphery of the bleeding battlefield. Battles in the Sea of Stars were not like the wars on the oceans in ancient times, where thousands of cannons were shooting at the same time and smoke and fire were soaring. The two parties engaged in battle were more like two hunters lurking in the corners of a dark abyss. They held their breath and skulked about cautiously. They trod lightly, without letting out any sound. They treasured every bit of their strength as if it were their life. They considered every opportunity of attack carefully and wouldn't act at full strength unless they were absolutely certain. It was because the Sea of Stars was too vast a place. A battlefield could easily be thousands of square kilometers. If the two parties were a few hundred kilometers away from each other, it could almost be called a head-on battle. In such a large battlefield, the damage of any attack launched by the warships would be greatly diminished because of the long distance in between. The enemy could calculate the trajectory of the attack without any trouble, too. As the spiritual shield technology and the technology of magnetic interference developed, the defense ability of crystal warships became higher than the attack ability. The shield was stronger than the spear. For an intense bombardment, if it were attack of pure spiritual energy, it could be offset by the spiritual shield of the warship easily, and if it were a real entity attack like cannonballs, its trajectory could be altered by twisting the magnetic field so that it would only brush past the warship. In such a battlefield, 10 units of resources to launch an attack could be resolved by 1 unit of resources. If the crystal warships of the two parties were on a par, the resources they carried would be roughly the same. Those who attacked would only be wasting their resources and committing suicide. The enemy warships could maximize their spiritual shields and magnetic interference system and wait until the attackers ran out of spiritual energy, ammunitions, and other resources before they launched their deadly counterattack. Crystal warships in the Sea of Stars were like herbivores that had extremely solid shells but blunt, clumsy claws. Only one thing could breach the solid defense of the herbivores: crystal suits. Compared to crystal warships, crystal suits were smaller in size and higher in agility. They consumed fewer resources, too. Invading the enemy's defensive perimeter with a large number of crystal suits was a game-changer for the attacker. Crystal warships were usually equipped with air defense cannons. But dealing with crystal suits with air defense cannons was like shooting mosquitoes with snipers. It would often take 40 units of resources to hit one crystal suit, which would have merely consumed 1 unit of resources. Even though the crystal suit was damaged, as long as the exo was not killed instantly, they could be pulled back to their motherships. The exos could be treated in the med bays, and the crystal suits could be repaired in the workshops. Within 10 hours, they could be sent to the frontline again. The defender had only 2 endings when faced with such a situation. If the defender chose not to bother about the large batches of crystal suits attacking them, they would tear open the defense time and time again and sneak into the warships to sabotage the internal systems. When the shell of the warship was destroyed and the activity of the warship was limited, the main gun on the attacker's warship would bare its fangs and launch its deadliest attack. If the defender sent most of their resources to the air defense cannons to clear the attacker's crystal suits, they would still be at the mercy of the attacker when they ran out of their resources in the end. In the vast Sea of Stars, when a crystal warship was engaged with crystal suits, these were its only possible endings. The only exception was that the defender carried a lot of crystal suits, too. Crystal suits versus crystal suits. They were the critical factors for the wars in the Sea of Stars. Crystal suits were the kings in a battle of the cosmic level. The crystal warships equipped with magnificent cannons were nothing but the supply centers for crystal suits, the bases of rest for exos, and the vehicles that could perform a long space jump with a great number of crystal suits. This was a world where crystal suits mattered most. This was a world where the strongest could rage and roar in the universe with equally strong crystal suits. Fengyu Zhong was standing inside the cockpit of Blood Rain, the flagship of the fleet. The glass on 3 sides of the cockpit was translucent, making him seem to be in the middle of the bleeding stars. The other 4 crystal warships of Storm Prison and the 3 hostile crystal warships were all more than 1,000 kilometers away from each other. They seemed somewhat lonely, surrounded by bright spiritual shields that looked like dense, solid armor. The main guns of the crystal warships were silent, as if they were bystanders of the battle nearby. In the middle of the bystanders, with the Sea of Stars as the battlefield, almost 1,000 crystal suits were fighting brutally. Through the special crystal cameras for cosmic wars with super-high resolutions, the picture of the center of the battlefield was magnified and displayed on the light beam. Flowers of flames blossomed silently one after another, each consuming countless exos and turning them into dust. Although the light beam was quiet, Fengyu Zhong seemed able to hear the desperate screams, the crazy roars, and the noise of metal and fists colliding. The sounds made him flush in excitement. He suddenly experienced a shortness of breath. Although he had witnessed the black tide of death sweeping across the Sea of Stars countless times, Fengyu Zhong still felt that he was back to when he stabbed a rusty knife into someone else's heart when he was 11. The thrill of murder was swirling around in his mind and didn't die down until a long time later. This were the 7th large-scale clash over the past 3 days between the 2 parties. The cultivators finally couldn't bear it any longer and showed signs of failure. Before they beat the exos of Storm Prison back, some of them had already retreated into the defenses of the starship. Including Gold Horn, the crystal warships of the cultivators barraged crazily and managed to maintain their formation. However, in the eyes of an experienced hunter such as Fengyu Zhong, such a decision was merely a waste of resources, indicating that they had no better choices. As long as the war of attrition continued, the enemy's resources would run out very soon, and barely any crystal suits would be able to be deployed. By that time, when the final attack was launched, the 3 starships would be swallowed from skin to bones. There wouldn't be the slightest trace of them left. Finally, taking a deep breath, Fengyu Zhong felt that his growing ambition had puffed up his body, giving him unparalleled pleasure. Annihilating the Great Horn Exo Society would be a perfect full stop for the battle that marked the rise of the Temple of Immortals from darkness. Although the Great Horn Exo Society was unimportant per se, the symbolic significance of destroying them could not be underestimated. Half a month ago, crystal warships from dozens of cultivation sects, a handful of nascent soul stage cultivators, and abundant core formation stage cultivators had surrounded the Great Horn Exo Society, partly hoping to ambush Storm Prison and partly to protect the Great Horn Exo Society so that the Exo Society, which had just completed a legendary crusade, was not reprised. But right now, by the deceptive plans and careful arrangements of the Temple of Immortals, many cultivation sects had found their homes on fire and had to return to resolve the crisis immediately. If the Great Horn Exo Society was eventually demolished, the entire world of cultivators would be disgraced. More cultivators would inevitably doubt themselves. Even 3 nascent soul stage cultivators and dozens of core formation stage cultivators failed to protect the Great Horn Exo Society. Are cultivators as strong as we thought it to be? The self-suspicion was exactly what the Temple of Immortals needed. On the other hand, Fengyu Zhong needed to establish his authority on Spider Denver. Not all the space pirates on Spider Den were immortal cultivators. Some of the space pirates were better than the rest. But most of them were simply mobs. The Temple of Immortals had been lurking in darkness for hundreds of years and knew the importance of confidentiality better than anything else. If everybody on Spider Den knew about the existence of such an organization, some of them were definitely going to leak it to the public when they were captured and interrogated by cultivators. The Temple of Immortals was not ready to walk in broad daylight yet. Therefore, the Temple of Immortals were even more prudent when recruiting immortal cultivators on Spider Den than converting normal cultivators. Only the really brutal, experienced space pirates who had bloody grudges against cultivators would be in the Temple of Immortals' eyesight after they were thoroughly investigated in secret. Most space pirates, including most of the middle and low-level space pirates of Storm Prison, did not know about the Temple of Immortals at all. In the foreseeable future, Spider Den would still be the representative that fought against cultivators on the surface. Fengyu Zhong had gathered so many space pirates for the mission under the pretext of avenging his only son. If he went back in disgrace, it would be a great strike to his prestige. He would find it harder to expand his forces on Spider Den in the future. Therefore, the Great Horn Exo Society had to be destroyed. Right then, a slender, pale young man walked up to Fengyu Zhong quickly and said in a low voice, "Behemoth, 19 has arrived." The young man, who looked innocent but was in fact cold-hearted, was his advisor and also a member of the Temple of Immortals. Fengyu Zhong was refreshed. After 3 days of fierce battles, many crystal suits of Storm Prison had been seriously damaged. Behemoth, 19, which carried a master of refining and an expert of assassination, had finally arrived to reinforce them. It would be a great help to finish the enemy sooner. But the advisor had a weird expression. But Behemoth, 19 seems to have had an accident. Their telepathic thought transmission chamber is down, and they can only communicate with us through semaphore. They claim that they suffered tremendous internal explosions in which several important figures, including Huangpu Shi, were seriously wounded. They are hoping to dock to Blood Rain and deliver the wounded for better treatment ASAP. Explosions? Huangpu Shi was seriously wounded? What happened? Fengyu Zhong's eyes immediately narrowed, his nose flapping like that of an old dog that had smelt something wrong. Semaphore is just for emergency communication. Detailed information cannot be transferred. They want to be docked first and talk about it later, replied the advisor. Deep in thought, Fengyu Zhong looked at the battlefield and said a moment later, "Tell them that Red Lightning has just been upgraded with the most advanced med bays and maintenance equipment. Ask them to dock at Red Lightning. In the meantime, prepare all the main guns and lock onto Behemoth, 19. If Behemoth, 19 remains on its current trajectory toward us in 3 minutes, accept its dock request and, when it reaches the best distance for attack, blow it up." Red Lightning was the furthest crystal warship away from Blood Rain, the flagship, on the battlefield. The advisor was dumbfounded. He stammered, "General Feng. But Huangpu Shi is still on Behemoth, 19. Fengyu Zhong smiled vaguely. If they don't change their route in 3 minutes, Huangpu Shi is no longer on Behemoth, 19. The advisor gasped and mumbled, "Has Behemoth, 19 been hijacked? That's impossible. There was nothing wrong with their authentication tokens." Authentication tokens were a special method to determine the status among space pirates. Before their every mission, they would change their authentication tokens and mix them into their messages. Outsiders wouldn't notice anything abnormal. Only the space pirates could discover the authentication tokens from the messages and decide whether the messages were sent under coercion or at free will. Authentication tokens could be included in the semaphore, too. The authentication tokens of each starship were different. Only the leadership such as the captains and vice-captains knew what they were. Even if other people hijacked the starship and threatened the captain or vice-captain to send out messages, the hostage could mix an authentication token that represented danger into the message before sending it out. The space pirates who received the message would immediately know what to do. However, the authentication tokens in the semaphore that Behemoth, 19 had transmitted were clear and consistent. There was not the slightest error in them. Fengyu Zhong said coldly, it is precisely because their authentication tokens were good that I gave him 3 minutes. Otherwise, I would have issued the command to blow it up a moment ago. Right, give me a detailed file on Behemoth 19. This is a carrier. There are not any fatal weapons on it, is there? The advisor quickly retrieved Behemoth 19's files from his crystal processor and shook his head. No. Behemoth 19 is a legal business starship registered under the Thundercloud sect and has been annually examined in its headquarters. To avoid unnecessary suspicion, it was not deeply modified. There are only a few regular crystal cannons on it. Also, since it was carrying out a recruitment mission in the Skyhill domain, the starship was naturally kept as normal as possible. It is just the most ordinary half-armed carrier with barely any firepower. Fengyu Zhong pondered for a moment and nodded his head slightly. That's good. Ask all the soldiers on Red Lightning to put on their crystal suits and be prepared to fight. When Behemoth 19 is docked, scrutinize everyone on board from inside to outside. Remember, their identity must be 100% confirmed. I have every reason to doubt that someone has broken into Behemoth 19 and pretended to be wounded in order to sneak into Blood Rain with the carrier as a platform. Ask the soldiers to pay special attention to the wounded. Also, when everyone is off the ship, with hygiene as an excuse, flood Behemoth 19 with the deadliest venomous gas and the nerve-paralyzing gas that can make cultivators lose the ability to summon their soul power. The process will last an entire hour and must not be 1 second short. After that, perform a thorough examination of Behemoth 19. Pluck every toilet and see if someone is hiding inside. The advisor stood straight, admiration beaming out of his eyes, as he shouted, "Understood. Wise decision, General Feng. After that, it's impossible for even a mouse to sneak into our starship through the carrier." Inside the cockpit of Behemoth 19, Li Yao was somewhat startled. He looked at the crimson light spot that was still very far away on the light beam in a daze and asked, "Say that again?" The vice captain of Behemoth 19 said, "We've received a reply from Blood Rain. The med bay on it was hit in the battle previously and is still unrepaired. The medical treatment that it could provide is limited. In the meantime, Red Lightning has just been upgraded with the most advanced medical devices and bountiful heavenly materials and earthly treasures before the operation. Therefore, we have been asked to dock at Red Lightning instead." Where is Red Lightning? Please take a look at the star map. This is Red Lightning. Li Yao's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of 2 needles. Red Lightning was the furthest crystal warship from the flagship, Blood Rain. Fengyu Zhong was indeed a cunning fox. No wonder he had survived the ambushes of core formation stage cultivators so many times. His sense of danger was indeed sharp. What to do now? Li Yao had originally planned to draw close to Blood Rain with a pretext. As long as the distance between them was short enough, he would be out of the best attack range and even enter the blind angles of the cannons on the starship. When he was out of the best attack range, even if the cannons were still able to fire, their firepower would be greatly undermined due to the limited time and distance. The spiritual shield on the carrier should be enough to last dozens of seconds. Within the dozens of seconds, the carrier would accelerate to the maximum speed and crash into Blood Rain brutally. With the explosion techniques that Huangpu Shi had taught him, Li Yao had planted a great number of bombs on every corner of the carrier, especially the engine compartment and the arsenal. Once the serial explosion was triggered, the carrier would turn into a terrifying superbomb. The flagship would definitely be seriously damaged, if not blown up on the spot. Li Yao was aware that the Great Horn Exo Society's distress signals had floated in the sea of stars for a long time. At this moment, countless crystal warships of cultivators were coming to the location from various directions. Fengyu Zhong needed to seize the moment and take down his enemy as quickly as possible. If his flagship was greatly damaged, he wouldn't be able to destroy the Great Horn Exo Society in a short time. Then, Fengyu Zhong's only choice would be to withdraw from the battlefield as soon as possible. The longer he delayed, the more likely he would be surrounded by cultivators instead. If he was unlucky, the scheme that the cultivators had made in the beginning would become reality. It was Li Yao's original plan. But the plan had been seen through before it was implemented. No, it was not seen through. But Fengyu Zhong, as a sly, seasoned space pirate, smelled the scent of danger from him. What to do now? Li Yao pondered whether or not he should pretend that someone important, say, Huangpu Shi or Su Jiuzhen, had burst into a rage and dashed at Blood Rain, ignoring the orders. But in the next second, when he stared at Blood Rain in the sea of stars, which was as tiny as a freckle, he suddenly quivered and abandoned the idea. Fengyu Zhong would open fire. He definitely would. Chances were that he would even accept Behemoth 19's obligatory dock request, helplessly and, when it reached the best attack range, order a barrage to blow it up ruthlessly. In this unpredictable war, Fengyu Zhong was at an overwhelming advantage. He had 5 warships, with countless space pirates under his command, not to mention that he was a core formation stage cultivator himself. But Li Yao had a great advantage, too. He knew Fengyu Zhong. It was even safe to say that, other than Fengyu Zhong himself, Li Yao was the one who knew him best in this world. Such a merciless, astute, brutal bandit who had escaped countless pursuits and traps had never revealed his true thoughts to anyone. It was possible that his personality, emotions and fighting style were all faked. He had opened his heart to only one person, his only son Fengyu Ming. Fengyu Zhong had written his knowledge of plundering, escaping, and surviving in Stormy Sword. In order to make his only son grow into a distinguished space pirate sooner, he had poured a lot of effort into the notes. His real personality and emotions could be felt in between the lines. However, Stormy Sword had fallen into Li Yao's hands. While he had learned many space pirate tactics, Li Yao had a much deeper understanding of the infamous bandit now. Therefore, Li Yao realized that, if he continued marching on without altering the route, Fengyu Zhong's suspicion would be confirmed. He would stand no chance at all. But what about Red Lightning? Li Yao studied the data more carefully and realized that, not only was Red Lightning furthest to Blood Rain, it was much smaller than the flagship, too. It was only approximately half the weight of Blood Rain. Damaging Blood Rain seriously would be able to push the space pirates to stop the battle and retreat. However, even if Red Lightning was blown up, the situation still wouldn't be reversed. Currently, 3 starships on the Great Horn Exo Society's side were half-wrecked. The casualties of the Exos were severe, too. Even if Storm Prison only had 4 crystal warships, they could still finish the battle within 1 day if they were determined to and retreat into endless darkness comfortably before the reinforcing cultivators arrived. Cold sweat appeared on Li Yao's forehead, as he said in a low voice, "What's the battle situation now?" The vice-captain was ecstatic. "It is definitely in our favor." According to the latest report, the 2 starships beside the Great Horn Exo Society did not stay to protect it on purpose. It was because they experienced a serious space storm 10 days ago. The shells of the starships were torn open by the meteoroids, and they were not able to perform a space jump. The headquarters of the sects that the 2 starships belonged to were both on the other side of the Flying Star sector. Without a space jump, it would have taken them more than 2 months to cruise back. Since the journey was too long, there was barely any difference whether they went back in a hurry or took their time. They chose to stay with the Great Horn Exo Society and planned to find a port to repair the shells of their starships. But they were blocked halfway through. The firepower of the starships was not strong enough. The Exos on board are mediocre warriors, too. After being attacked repeatedly, they are now on the verge of collapse. Also, it has just been confirmed that Lei Dalu, captain of the Great Horn Exo Society, suffered heavy wounds. He may already be dead right now. Huh? What? Li Yao squinted, coldness shining in his eyes, as he asked, "How was it done?" The vice-captain grinned hideously. It was his own folly. In the battle just now, the Great Horn Exo Society was not able to resist and prepare to fall back. Some of the injured Exos volunteered to cover the retreat so that the rest of them would be able to run back into the defenses of their starship. The injured that stayed would have died for sure. However, as the captain of the Great Horn Exo Society and the supreme commander of the 3-star ships, Lei Dalu charged out with a bunch of guys and tried to rescue the soldiers who had stayed. Naturally, he was heavily besieged. The guy was brutal enough for a cultivator in the beginning level of the core formation stage. He slayed more than 40 space pirates within a breath. But when there are enough ants, they can bring down an elephant. Under the consecutive attacks of several building foundation stage cultivators and core formation stage cultivators, his crystal suit was almost blown off, and he was seriously wounded. The injured who had stayed in the first place were mostly killed. Only 1/10 was eventually rescued by him. He. General Feng hasn't acted yet, and the commander of our enemies has already nearly killed himself just for several injured persons. He is truly the biggest fool of the Flying Star sector. I am very curious. How did such a clown end up being a captain of the Exo Society? Indeed. Li Yao closed his eyes, smiled, and sighed, his head shaking. It's quite uncanny how such a stupid guy led the Great Horn Exo Society to this day. Maybe, fate always favors fools. After saying that, Li Yao suddenly opened his eyes. The brilliance in them somehow intimidated the vice-captain, who took a step back uncontrollably. Li Yao waved his hands and said resolutely, "Reply to Blood Rain in Semaphore that we will obey the orders and alter our trajectory to Red Lightning right now." Understood. The vice-captain returned to the control panel and sent the corresponding message mixed with authentication tokens. Then, he turned on the control menu and changed the sailing route to the direction of Red Lightning. Watching him from behind for a while quietly, Li Yao suddenly spoke. "Get out of the way. Let me do it." Before the vice-captain realized what was going on, Li Yao had picked up his collar and put him down aside. Li Yao's 2 hands immediately turned into 2 clusters of gray mist while he operated on the control menu rapidly. As he proceeded, a simpler, somewhat curved route was set, and so were all the parameters for sailing in the next hour. The vice-captain was so shocked that his eyes widened. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Master Li Yao, I didn't know that you were able to pilot a starship." Li Yao smiled and said, "I've spent a year studying the skills to steer an authentic warship of the Star Ocean Imperium. It was 10 times more difficult and complicated than this civil carrier. If I can maneuver a warship, a civil carrier is definitely not going to be a problem. Besides, what I did was not complicated. I merely chose the best route to crash into it straightforwardly." The vice-captain did not catch the last part of Li Yao's words. His attention was fully attracted to the parameters that Li Yao said at last. According to the parameters, when the carrier was 200 kilometers away from Red Lightning, it would automatically adjust the spiritual shield to the maximum and accelerate to the highest speed possible. In such a case, there was no way that the 2 starships would successfully dock, they would crash into each other in the end. Master Li Yao, every pore on the vice-captain's body was constricting. He suddenly felt that there was nothing but dead silence behind him. All the crew members inside the room seemed to be holding their breath. It was so quiet that the sound of a needle falling to the ground would be as ear-splitting as a thunderclap. The vice-captain turned around, only to be stiffened by what he saw. For coldly shining, terrifying weapons had appeared out of thin air at some point. They were 4 floating triple-head 6-barrel revolving cannons. Duh. Li Yao inputted the last parameter and finished the setting for destruction. 10 minutes later, the door of the suite where Huangpu Xiaoya was locked was kicked open. Li Yao barged in, his arms tangled by brightly shining spiritual energy, which swept across her body. With a flash of Li Yao's saber, all the barriers that locked her were cut off. Warm up your fingers while we are walking. I need your help. Without further ado, Li Yao gave Huangpu Xiaoya a hand and took her away. The killing intent around him and the intense stink of blood made Huangpu Xiaoya swallow all her questions. She followed him quickly. Li Yao took Huangpu Xiaoya to the rear part of the starship, where the escape capsules were located. 2 wild butterfly capsules were floating in midair, supported by anti-gravity rune arrays, waiting to be temporarily modified. Li Yao retrieved a great number of magical equipment units that he refined yesterday from his Cosmos ring. He then turned on his crystal processor and handed over almost 100 structural designs to Huangpu Xiaoya, while he asked, I don't know how proficient you are in the modification of shuttles, but as the most talented heir of the Huangpu family, you must know something other than the refinement of melee weapons, right? This kind of escape capsule was modified based on wild butterfly shuttle. Its structure is not complicated. Just further modify them according to the structural designs. Fill in 3 times more crystals as fuels. The working time of the escape capsules should be doubled after that. Remember, you have 32 minutes and 57 seconds to finish your job. While talking, Li Yao was devoted to his modification work. The magical equipment units on his side were 3 times more than what he had offered Huangpu Xiaoya. Thousands of structural designs and blueprints were floating around him. Huangpu Xiaoya took a deep breath to calm herself down. The talented heir of the Huangpu family finally showed extraordinary reactions in this moment. She immediately started working while she asked peacefully, "What's your plan?" Li Yao's hands seemed to be flying. He pondered for a moment and said, "It's simple. The space pirates' biggest advantage is time. Their biggest weakness is also time. They have to finish the battle real quick and eliminate the Great Horn Exo Society completely in 1 to 2 days. That's the only way that they can get out of here before the main troops of cultivators arrive. With my capability in such a weaponless carrier, it's impossible for me to change the outcome of the battle directly. The only thing I can do is stall the space pirates. As long as they are delayed for 1 to 2 days, we will win." Fengyu Zhong is a cunning old dog. His nose for danger is too sharp. He definitely won't dare to gamble. When the cultivators' reinforcements arrive, he will be a victim of his own scheme and suffer a great loss from it. Later, our carrier will crash into one of the crystal warships of Storm Prison. But before the clash, the 2 of us will be away from the carrier in escape capsules. After my modification, the escape capsule should be enough to carry you to drift for 10 to 15 days in the Sea of Stars. I will give you a large amount of sealed food and water in a moment. 3 days later, you can send out distress signals. I believe somebody will hear it by then." Huangpu Xiaoya's eyes glittered as she asked, "Which crystal warship are we crashing into? Fengyu Zhong's flagship Blood Rain?" Li Yao shook his head. "No. Fengyu Zhong was very prudent. I didn't have the opportunity to get close to Blood Rain. Anyways, just rest assured. Fengyu Zhong is trying his best to annihilate the Great Horn Exo Society at present. Besides, most of his forces will be chasing the other escape capsule in a moment. He will have neither the interest nor the manpower to hunt down a shrimp like you. It's very likely that you can run away successfully. When you're out of here, you must inform all the cultivators of the existence of the Temple of Immortals. Everybody will know that the demonic cultivators have evolved into a brand new form named Immortal Cultivators in the Darkness and that they are already strictly organized. The cultivators will know what a formidable enemy they are faced with." Huangpu Xiaoya was dazed for a moment. She asked, "What if I can't run away?" Li Yao grinned and replied confidently, "That is the least of your concern. I've taken every detail into consideration. Look, after your modification, the escape capsule you are taking will boast the most remarkable self-detonation system of the Flying Star sector. With a telepathic thought, you will be blown into pieces, your soul shattered. There won't be one cell left intact. You will be as dead as anyone will ever be. The immortal cultivators will never have the chance to take advantage of your soul should it still exist. How about it? Not bad, huh? Huangpu Xiaoya was speechless for a long time. Then she opened her mouth again. Your nose, ears, and eyes are all bleeding. The blood is all black. I know. Li Yao wiped off the black blood on his lips and flicked it to the ground. To Huangpu Xiaoya's surprise, white smoke was popping up where the blood hit the ground. This is an evil spell. I've been cursed, but I don't have time to deal with such minor affairs right now. Li Yao held back the burning pain inside his veins and dedicated himself to the modification of the escape capsule. Under his modification, the escape capsule was restored to a shuttle, its original version, before quite a lot of other units were added to it. Huangpu Xiaoya could tell that all the units were meant to increase the speed and agility of the escape capsule. The fat, round escape cabin was being transformed into a super shuttle under Li Yao's crazy modification. A super shuttle that was born for speed and meant to break the limits of limits. Huangpu Xiaoya mumbled, "What do you want? You said that Fengyu Zhong would summon most of his men to hunt the other escape capsule. What do you mean by that?" Li Yao answered, "Literally what I said. I'm going to attract Fengyu Zhong's main troops and even Blood Rain itself so that I can buy more time for the Great Horn Exo Society and eventually save it." Huangpu Xiaoya's eyes bulged, and she exclaimed in a low voice, "You are crazy. Why do you think that Fengyu Zhong will pursue an unimportant escape capsule while letting go of the Great Horn Exo Society? Just because you blew up one of his crystal warships? Besides, what can you do if he does come after you?" Li Yao smiled confidently and turned on the star map of the Iron Plateau space zone. He explained, "Look. We are now at the edge of the Iron Plateau space zone, which is best known for the great number of stone belts in it. As we can see, the stone belts here are already dense enough even though we are not even close to the center of the space zone. The meteoroids nearby are heavy, hard, and often mixed with furious spiritual waves. If we go deeper into the space zone, we will find that Iron Plateau, the main planet of the space zone, is surrounded by almost 100 interconnected orbital rings of broken stones. They were almost like the super defense systems made of star rings in the ancient times. Fengyu Zhong must have pushed the Great Horn Exo Society into this place in the hope that he could take advantage of the terrain. But right now, the chaotic space zone is the best environment for guerrilla warfare and survival for me. My escape capsule is very small in size. When I hide in the stone belts, I will be like a blade of grass in a forest. Other people will find it barely possible to locate me in the boundless ocean of stones. It will take them 10 to 15 days to find me. Does Fengyu Zhong have so much time? Not to mention that some stone belts are so dense that his crystal warships won't dare to barge through in the first place. As long as I can last for 3 to 5 days in the stone belts until the reinforcements arrive, I will win." Huangpu Xiaoya's face was weird as she said suspiciously, "If you can think of all that, Fengyu Zhong definitely can, too. What makes you think that he will go after you knowing that the odds of his success are only 1 in 10,000? It doesn't make any sense." Li Yao said, "That's why I said I'm only 30% sure. However, if he does not chase after me, I'm 90% sure that I will leave a giant, irrecoverable wound in his mind. If I'm lucky enough, the cultivation of this core formation stage cultivator will stagnate forever. One day, I will come back and pay homage to the heroes of the Great Horn Exo Society with his head as the sacrificial offering." Huangpu Xiaoya's lips moved, but she didn't know what to say after seeing the determination and assurance on his face. She stared at Li Yao and remembered the mysterious, unpredictable man in her heart. Then she said, "If so, you must be very cautious. You're right about one thing. The 100-planet rings surrounding Iron Plateau are not natural stone belts but a super defense system. Many of the stones are actually explosive. What? It was Li Yao's turn to be shocked. A super defense system? Targeting whom? With a bitter smile, Huangpu Xiaoya replied somewhat hoarsely, Iron Plateau used to be the capital planet of mankind in the Flying Star sector. The super defense system was established to resist apocalypses. But right now, its target is us. The capital planet was the main planet or the mother planet of a sector or civilization. Generally speaking, it was the place that boasted the largest population, the densest spiritual energy, the most advanced technology, and the greatest number of experts. It was also often where the major cultivation sects were headquartered. For example, in the Flying Star sector, Heavenly Saint City, the metropolis in space, was effectively the capital planet. In comparison, the Iron Plateau space zone in front of them was full of stone belts. It was barren and desolate. Nobody could tell that it had once been the capital planet. To resist apocalypses? To resist us? Li Yao quickly thought of the conversation between Huangpu Xiaoya and Huangpu Shi days ago. He couldn't help but ask, what happened in the Flying Star sector 5,000 years ago? Why did the human beings of the Flying Star sector run from the planets into space? Did an apocalypse take place here? What are Qi trainers exactly? Huangpu Xiaoya was silent for a moment, before she replied, this is part of the dark story that no cultivators are willing to talk about. I only learned a thing or two about it from the leader of my family when I became one of the stars of my generation. It's quite understandable that you don't know anything about it since you grew up in a remote town. Yes. 5,000 years ago, a destructive apocalypse fell upon the Flying Star sector, to wit, the Iron Plateau space zone, the center of our civilization at the time. It turned the prosperous Iron Plateau space zone into what you see right now. However, there are many twists and turns to the story. Right then, Li Yao's mini crystal processor started beeping. Half a minute to go. Li Yao plugged the last magical equipment unit into the shell of the escape capsule. The escape capsule modified crazily by him was now completely different from before. All the units and tubes were exposed to the air and looked ugly and jumbled. Yet, they brought a weird sense of swiftness. Huangpu Xiaoya was somewhat dazed looking at the vehicle. Prepare to go now. We will be affected by the explosion if we don't. If we both make it, I will come back and listen to your story later. Li Yao patted the solid shell of the escape capsule in satisfaction and grinned at the hideous steel beast. All right. But you must not flee to the center of the Iron Plateau space zone if you have a choice. Also, try to keep distance from the gravity sphere of Iron Plateau. If you are captured by the gravity of Iron Plateau and land on its surface. Huangpu Xiaoya paused for a moment, looking for the best way to phrase it. Let's just say that cultivators are not the Qi trainers' favorites. Understood. Li Yao reflected on the meaning between her lines, while the two of them pushed the escape cabins into the launch rails. They seated themselves in their respective escape capsules. Hey! 5 seconds before the launch, Huangpu Xiaoya suddenly shouted, what are you exactly? Li Yao shut the cabin door of the super shuttle slowly, his last words rushing out of the gap before it was fully closed. A good man. The cockpit of Gold Horn was a mess. Thousands of holes had burned through the control panel. Tubes were fracturing on the ceiling. Scorching steam was spurting out. Dozens of crystal wires had been torn apart by explosions, which were dancing crazily, stimulated by the spiritual energy like headless snakes. It was indeed the picture of doom. Everyone inside the room seemed to have just climbed out of an underground cave. All their clothes were blackened, with dried blood stains. The only things that were clean were their teeth and eyes, which were emitting cold brilliance. They were trying their best to repair the starship. Occasionally, one of the crew members would fall to the ground silently during their work, but someone else would immediately take over their position without any surprise. Lei Dalu's chest was hollowed, his right arm almost entirely shattered. Scraps of his crystal suit had been embedded into his flesh and blood like broken blades. Although simple medical procedures had been performed, some of the scraps could not be removed at present because they were too deeply embedded in his internal organs and critical nerves. His face pale, Lei Dalu collapsed in the captain's seat and grinned at Bai Kaisen. Old Bai. Cough 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 cough. Do you think that I should ask a fortune teller whether or not I'm born to not have brand new starships? When we were steering second-hand starships, our decades of journeying always proceeded smoothly. How come that, when we were driving starships specially made for Great Horn, we have been beaten the S*** out of twice? Before Bai Kaisen opened his mouth, a brawny man who was tied up in bandages was already in tears as he cried, "Captain, why did you come out and rescue us?" Everybody could tell that we were already hopeless back then. Lei Dalu grinned, and then grunted, as he had accidentally pulled the muscle around one of his wounds. He spat a mouthful of blood and said, "Do you know the most important thing about us cultivators? That's bravery. Although I'm the captain, I won't be able to catch up with Bai Kaisen in regards of strategies and skills to command even if I study for another 8 lives. How am I qualified to be your captain if I am not brave enough?" "You were not brave. You were brainless." "Too brainless," roared the brawny man. Lei Dalu coughed and continued speaking. "It's not the first day of my brainlessness. You guys should not feel surprised, either. You are unfortunate enough to have to listen to such an idiotic captain's command. Old Bai, what's our current status?" "Very terrible. The Great Horn Exo Society was on the brink of doom, but the sorrow on Bai Kaisen's face was reduced by a lot. What replaced it was madness and solemnness. He was like a brilliant chess player faced with the worst situation in a game, which he was trying to resolve with his maximum computational ability. The power rune arrays of the 3 starships are all more or less damaged. There's no way that we can shake off the pursuing space pirates. The Exos on the starships have suffered great casualties. 70% of the manpower has been lost. If the space pirates launch another assault with Exos, we can only expect to resist them with the air cannons. If so, our resources will be consumed at an unbelievably high speed. Very soon, all our crystals and fuel will run out. If the situation continues, our enemy will initiate the real final attack within 1 day. We will turn to dust in the Sea of Stars within several hours after that. But it will take at least 2.5 days for the nearest reinforcements to arrive." Lei Dalu was silent for a long time. He took a long breath and put on a carefree smile again. "The conclusion is that we are dead anyway?" "Yes." Bai Kaisen replied calmly, "The only thing I can calculate right now is how to give the space pirates the biggest strike before our eventual doom. We will drag 1 or 2 starships to the hell with us anyway." The heavily wounded man who had been rescued by Lei Dalu bellowed, "Captain, you were too stupid. If you were not injured, you would have been able to run away with Advisor Bai. This is the Iron Plateau space zone with stone belts everywhere. Your chance of escape is not slim." Lei Dalu scratched his greasy hair, which was soaked in blood and sweat, and said, "I didn't expect that the space pirates would have so much manpower that, not only did they assault the headquarters of so many cultivation sects, they also had the entire storm prison spare to deal with us. This time, I've really fallen into their trap. Song Lousy, don't cry here as if I'm already dead. Tell you what, cough 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 cough, I'm as vigor, cough 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 cough, us as I will ever be. I can even slay a few more enemies now. I'm not dead yet. If you want to cry, cry at my funeral." Lei Dalu rose up suddenly, not caring that the wounds all over his body were bleeding. He stared at Blood Rain, the flagship of Storm Prison, while he gnashed his teeth. "I've been making a living in the Sea of Stars for decades. There are more space pirates that want to kill me than I can count. Yet, I'm still standing here. Fengyu Zhong, you want to put me down? Then you'd better prepare to pay a good price. Old Bai, Song Laosi, ask everyone to be ready for the last battle. We will not give up until our blood runs dry and our last crystal suits are blown up. As long as we are breathing, miracles might occur. Don't forget that how unbelievably lucky I am. Last time, when we were chasing after Fengyu Ming, you all thought that we wouldn't catch him, and he would run away. But at the crucial moment, his ghost jail exploded right in front of our eyes. Ha ha ha. Chances are that this captain of yours is Destiny's son, who was born for a special purpose. With a cough, the starship in front of us will explode. Cough 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 cough. Lei Dalu finished his sentence and coughed loudly. His body bent like a shrimp. The blood was all over the ground. The guy nearly coughed his lung out. Everything was normal on the light beam. The 5 starships of Storm Prison were still showing their muscles. Bai Kaisen and Song Laosi looked at each other and sighed. Bai Kaisen patted Song Laosi's shoulder and said, "Go and tell our brothers to be prepared. Men of the Great Horn must die an extraordinary death." Understood. Hardly had Song Laosi turned around when he suddenly felt that the room was illuminated. Bai Kaisen, who was best known for his serenity, was exclaiming in shock like a wuss who had seen a cockroach. Song Laosi turned around to check what was going on, only to be dazed by what he saw. On the light beam, Red Lightning, one of the crystal warships of Storm Prison, suddenly burst into a series of giant light balls, which raged and spread from the engine compartment at the rear of the starship. The entire starship was swallowed within a breath. A moment later, the crystals inside the engine compartment of Red Lightning were detonated. Even more dazzling brightness broke out. The bleeding stars were illuminated in that moment. The dark universe was as clear as daylight. Red Lightning had exploded. Bai Kaisen and Song Laosi were both dumbfounded. They looked at each other in bewilderment and turned their head toward Lei Dalu, although their necks were basically stiffened. Lei Dalu was staring at the light beam in disbelief. His mouth was opened so wide that an ostrich egg could be stuffed inside. He wasn't back to himself for a long time. In the end, his lips curled as he said casually, "Like I said, I'm Destiny's son born with a special purpose. With a cough of mine, cut the nonsense." Bai Kaisen pushed him away and dashed to the control panel, which was still burning. Check the replay of the explosion. Zoom in the picture and see exactly what was going on. The picture on the light beam was rewound to half a minute earlier. After being magnified by 10 times, it was somewhat fuzzy. One could only see 4 interconnected exhaust flames in the form of helixes that belonged to a carrier that was only 1/3 the size of Red Lightning. At the beginning, the 2 starships seemed to be performing the regular docking work. The carrier decelerated at a fixed speed and kept parallel to Red Lightning's route. But soon, something seemed to be wrong with the power system of the carrier. Its exhaust flames were 10 times brighter than before, and it suddenly accelerated. Red Lightning noticed its abnormality very quickly. A lot of rays of light spurted out and rained upon the carrier. However, it had missed the best attack range. The carrier had cut inside its defense circle. At this distance, the carrier was in most cannons' blind spot. The few weapons that could attack it were not able to maximize their damage. The spiritual shield surrounding the carrier took all the attacks. Some of the attacks that penetrated through the spiritual shield by luck were not enough to deal critical damage. After a soul-stirring 15 seconds, the carrier's speed was higher than ever and crashed into Red Lightning brutally. The point of impact was exactly the engine compartment in the rear of Red Lightning. Generally speaking, crystal warships all boasted very advanced damage management systems. They rarely exploded even if they collided into anything. However, the carrier seemed to have been neatly set. It completely broke apart from the rear to the front. The spiritual energy resulting from the explosion congregated into a long needle of flames and penetrated into Red Lightning's engine compartment. The fuel crystals inside the engine compartment were all triggered and detonated. Judging from the scale of the explosion, the middle to rear parts of Red Lightning near the engine compartment had been burnt to the ground. If Red Lightning was not entirely wrecked already, it would never recover the ability to cruise without major maintenance. Red Lightning had lost all impetus and become an iron coffin floating in the sea of stars. That was not an accident. Kaisen came to that conclusion. He kept rewinding the video and concentrated all the computational ability of the crystal processor on it in order to improve the quality of the picture. Finally, when he reached about 15 minutes ago, he found the carrier again and 2 light spots, which snuck out of the carrier without anybody knowing. Lei Dalu's eyes bulged and gazed at the 2 light spots. He clicked his tongue and observed, "This feeling is very familiar. I seem to have seen such a scene from somewhere else. It reminds me of a certain someone." Kaisen had rarely smiled, but now he was smiling. "I know exactly whom you are referring to. But I'm more curious about something else. What's the expression on Fengyu Zhong's face right now?" Inside the cockpit of Blood Rain, the light beam turned palely white because of the continuous explosions. Its color was almost identical to what was on Fengyu Zhong's face. The unparalleled bandit who had scourged the Sea of Stars for decades watched the replay time and time again emotionlessly. Even his eyebrow was entirely still. But the bulging and twisting veins on his clenched fists leaked the anger in his mind. "It was my fault." Fengyu Zhong squinted, his cold voice forced out through gritted teeth. "I guessed that our enemies were lurking on Behemoth 19, but I didn't anticipate that they would be so vicious. I had thought that the enemies were trying to sneak into my flagship via Behemoth 19 in order to impair my starship or even assassinate me. Therefore, I pretended that I didn't see through their trick. The enemies might have still felt hopeful, but they would be dealt with mercilessly when they reached Red Lightning. I didn't know that the enemies would be so insane and decisive. If they could not damage my flagship, they might as well blow off one of my arms." The advisor was sweating hard as he said, "Thankfully, General Feng did not give it the chance to come close to the flagship. If it was the flagship that was seriously damaged, we would have had to retreat from the battle as quickly as possible. The enemy was quite malicious. How did he turn an ordinary carrier into such a terrifying giant bomb? General Feng, we have just detected that 2 escape capsules were launched from Behemoth 19 and went in different directions before it was detonated. They must be behind the explosion. Should we hunt them down?" Fengyu Zhong returned to his usual self after the shock of Red Lightning's explosion very quickly. He studied the video and the star map while he calculated all the parameters involved carefully. Half a minute later, he shook his head and said, "That will be unnecessary. Think about it. Experts such as Huangpu Shi and Su Jiuzhen were on Behemoth 19. How formidable were our enemies if they could take down such experts without alarming anyone before gaining control over the entire carrier as well as the authentication tokens. They must be at least in the peak of the building foundation stage. Chances are that there was 1 or even more core formation stage cultivators. To cope with 1 or even more core formation stage cultivators, how many people should we send? If we send too few, it's very possible that they will become prey instead of predators when they catch up to our enemies, who will slay them effortlessly. Therefore, to capture the 2 escape capsules, we need at least 1 crystal warship. But right now, they are running in different directions. So, we need 2 crystal warships for the task. It's the worst decision to divide one's troops in a battle. We only have 4 crystal warships in total. If we send 2 of them away, how can we expect to annihilate the Great Horn Exo Society? I think this is exactly what our enemies want. The detonation of Red Lightning was meant to infuriate me. They were hoping that I would make wrong judgment and change the main direction of attack. The Iron Plateau space zone is such a chaotic place. Stone belts are everywhere. Even multiple crystal warships might not be able to catch an escape capsule. The enemies seem to be audacious desperados. But in fact, they were quite thoughtful and took everything into consideration. Don't be affected by our enemy. Our target is the Great Horn Exo Society. We are very close to annihilating them. We cannot be distracted at the critical moment of the battle. Most of the Exos on Red Lightning had been sent to fight in space earlier. The destruction of Red Lightning does not have much influence on the overall combat ability of our side. We can still hope to finish the battle within 1.5 days. These enemies are indeed hateful, but we must not be blinded by hatred. We must keep our minds clear. Just let them go. When we return to Spider Den, after we destroy the Great Horn Exo Society, we can ask Black Spider Tower to look into who they are. Then, we can settle our grievances with them. There was admiration on the advisor's face. He praised, "How wise of you, General Feng. Clever as our enemies are, they wouldn't expect that General Feng is so iron-willed that you are not affected by the incident at all. In such a case, the enemy's tricks will all be in vain. They can only stand by and watch us blow up the Great Horn Exo Society. It will be revenge for Red Lightning, too." Fengyu Zhong smiled vaguely and glanced at the disappearing escape capsules in the deep sea of stars. He commented, "It's been a long time since I last met such an unconventional opponent. I have a feeling that I will be meeting them again in the sea of stars. I really want to see how frustrated he is when they discover that I don't bite their bait." In the dark and boundless space, Li Yao drove forward in the escape capsule that had been modified crazily by him. He was like a dry leaf floating on a raging ocean and couldn't look more insignificant. But he was not lonely. He turned on the video that he had watched countless times from his crystal processor. Ding Lingdang's hologram appeared beside him again. She was glaring at him, her mouth pouting and her fists waving, as if she was going to punch his chest. "Li Yao, I believe in you. You are going to make it." "Of course, I'm going to make it." Li Yao punched his own chest and suppressed the excruciating pain of the curse with all his strength. He swallowed a mouthful of black blood back down, feeling that his lungs were burning, as if 10,000 ants were nibbling on it. The pain, on the other hand, made his soul burn more furiously than ever and his brain clearer than ever. Focusing his attention, he condensed his telepathic thoughts and wrote all the events from the moment he entered the Skyhill domain to the appearance of the Temple of Immortals onto a special jade chip. Then, he released the jade chip into space. The jade chip was a specially made gadget that had the ability of automatically detecting the signal of the spiritual nexus. When it was in the nexus coverage, it would send the information it stored to a secret address on the spiritual nexus. It was one of the almost 20 methods for him to communicate with Sparkle. He had to inform the cultivators from the Heaven's Origin sector on Sparkle of the rise of immoral cultivators so that they could be better prepared. After that, Li Yao slightly altered the route and went deep into the Iron Plateau space zone. Blood Rain did not chase after him. It was quite understandable. Fengyu Zhong was too cunning a dog to be irked too easily. With a cruel smile, Li Yao sent a plain message to Blood Rain. In order to attract the rescuers' attention, escape capsules all carried very powerful magical equipment to transmit telepathic thoughts. Therefore, the message was delivered to the mainframe crystal processor of Blood Rain within several minutes. Inside the cockpit of Blood Rain. "General Feng, one of the escape capsules has sent us a plain message," the advisor said with a weird expression and displayed the message on the main light beam of the cockpit. The message was very simple. In fact, it only had 2 words, "Catch me." Fengyu Zhong was dazed for a long time. He mocked, his head shaking, "I thought that this was a terrifying enemy. I didn't expect him to be so naive. He doesn't think that he can provoke me with a few words and force me to chase after him without considering the big picture, does he?" The advisor agreed, the fact that the guy is playing such childish moves suggests that he has no other options right now. 5 minutes later, the second message arrived. There's still time to pursue me before I run into the stone belts. Really? Come and catch me, or you're going to regret it. The advisor was startled. What's wrong with the guy? One time was not enough, and he just did it again? Fengyu Zhong sneered, don't bother about him. Ask everyone to take a good rest while we still can. Let the maintenance workshops repair the crystal suits as fast as possible. When 60% of our combat ability is restored, we will launch another attack to drain Great Horn. Another 5 minutes passed. The third message was sent over. Don't say that I didn't give you the opportunity. You let loose of it yourself. In another 5 minutes, you will burst into fury and roll on the ground, Fengyu Zhong. The advisor did not know what to say. He had never seen such an annoying enemy before. But Fengyu Zhong gazed at the words, deep in thought. The advisor was shocked. General Feng, you are not planning to mobilize all the troops to chase after a small escape capsule, are you? Let me see. The man has reached the periphery of the stone belts. It's already too late for us to turn back and go after him. The odds of success are not very high. Fengyu Zhong yelled, of course I wouldn't do such stupid things. I was just wondering why the enemy was so immature. Ask everyone to be prepared. We will launch a full-scale raid in half an hour. 5 minutes later, the fourth message was received. General Feng, the enemy sent yet another message. This time, it's not text, but a very large video, said the advisor with a weird expression. A video? For some reason, Fengyu Zhong had a terrible feeling. He quickly thought over everything and yet failed to figure out where the problem was. He waved his hands and said, play the video on the main light beam. Let's see what is it that the guy wants to sell. Soon, the video was on. A 10-second storm of blood was begun. The video seemed to have been shot by the crystal camera of a crystal suit from the main perspective inside a dim cabin. Black smoke was spreading. Intense flames were jumping. The picture was flicking between light and dark, bringing a strong sense of mystery. The picture was not clear yet, but everybody could hear the screams that resembled those of a pig being butchered alive. The somewhat familiar voice made Fengyu Zhong blanch. The same went for the advisor and everyone else inside the room. In the very next second, Fengyu Zhong saw Fengyu Ming, his only son. Fengyu Ming was crouching inside a broken crystal suit. He seemed to have endured the cruelest suffering. The bones all over his body had been fractured. He had been stuffed into a giant tube by force as if he were a fat worm. For a moment, Fengyu Zhong did not realize what the tube was for, he only thought that it looked familiar. In the top right corner of the light beam, there was a countdown as red as blood. 10 seconds. Fengyu Ming was struggling desperately like fish on a chopping block. His broken bones pierced through his skin, and his blood was flooding out. He couldn't have looked more miserable. He was shouting and begging as loud as he could. No! You can't kill me. I can give you whatever you want. Anything you want. Fengyu Zhong exclaimed in shock. The expression on his face turned from confusion to abhorrence. 9 seconds, 8 seconds. I know the coordinates of quite a few other treasures. I've found the residences of ancient cultivators in 2 asteroids. I also know 3 top-secret smuggling routes. I can tell you all of them as long as you spare my life. Cracking noises were bursting out of Fengyu Zhong's fists, as if several crystal bombs were exploding inside his palms simultaneously. 7 seconds, 6 seconds. Who are you? Who are you exactly? We have no grudges. Why do you have to kill me? Why? Crack. Crack. Below Fengyu Zhong's feet, the floor made of super alloys collapsed. A giant pit almost 1 meter in diameter appeared. The entire deck was almost stomped through. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Is this for those 90 ordinary people? You are crazy. You are a rabid dog, too. My father will not let go of you. Storm Prison will not let go of you. None of the pirate gangs on Spider Den will let go of you. Ah Ming. Fengyu Zhong cried like a wounded animal. 2 seconds, 1 second, 0 seconds. As the countdown reached 0, it clicked and dispersed into thousands of streaks of redness. NOO. 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 Fengyu Ming completely went mad. He rolled over and uttered meaningless screams. The rune arrays of the wind class deep inside the fuel transmission tube grew louder and louder, motivated by the incoming spiritual energy. As a result, the attraction force inside the tube grew stronger and stronger, pulling Fengyu Ming, together with his shattered crystal suit, further into it. It was not until this moment that Fengyu Zhong finally realized what the tube was. As if somebody had stabbed a knife into his chest brutally, Fengyu Zhong's face did not have the slightest hint of blood. He looked like a dead person who had just climbed out of the deepest level of hell in furious desperation for revenge. Fengyu Zhong was like a piglet that was about to be sent into a mincer. He struggled vigorously and frantically, his right arm clinging to the wall of the tube. 5 clear traces were left on the tube, but they did not help the situation. Fengyu Ming was dragged deeper and deeper into the tube. His screams were louder and louder, as he was pulled into the bottom of the tube. Before he was entirely swallowed by darkness, he raised his head and looked at his murderer for one last time. Misery, desperation, hatred, anger. The expression on his face was so complicated that it was beyond the description of any words. Ugh! Fengyu Zhong was exasperated. At the turn of the tube, Fengyu Ming made the last attempt. It could be seen clearly from the picture that the strong attraction force pulled his flesh, fractured bones, internal organs, and the scraps of his crystal suit through his wounds. Fengyu Ming's screams were even louder than the fulminations of 4 fully functioning rune arrays of the wind class. After several seconds, he finally couldn't bear it any longer and was pulled to the end of the fuel transmission tube where the burning crystal reactor embraced him. That was the end of the video. No. It was not ended yet. 3 bloody words appeared on the dark light beam, as if they were written by the innocent victims of Fengyu Zhong and Fengyu Ming with their blood. One more time. Fengyu Zhong did not have a choice. The picture jumped to the very beginning when the 10-second countdown had just begun. Fengyu Ming, at this moment, was still struggling hard. But everything was the past now. Fengyu Zhong could not change anything, even though he was a core formation stage cultivator. He was not even able to keep the hair of his son and could only watch him be thrown into the crystal reactor helplessly. Fengyu Zhong did not even know who the true murderer was. Ah! 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 Fengyu Zhong's eyes turned crimson. His hair grew longer and longer until it stood up in the end. Glittering spiritual energy was bursting out at the end of his hair, as if it were burning. ZZ. ZZZZ. Centering at Fengyu Zhong, a shining purple light ball appeared out of nowhere and quickly expanded, surrounded by lightning that was almost purely black. The light ball boasted tremendous attraction force and pulled many small objects inside the room over. When the objects reached the light ball, they were all torn to pieces and crushed to powder by the terrifying force. Bam! 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 Several illumination rune arrays on the ceiling of the cockpit could not bear the intimidating strength and exploded one after another. The room was immediately cast into darkness. The purple light ball was still expanding. Bang! 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 The mini crystal processors of the crew members inside the room exploded on their wrists due to the unbearable fury from Fengyu Zhong. However, none of the crew members noticed that their wrists were bleeding in great pain. Everybody was enshrouded in sheer shock and fear. In their eyes, Fengyu Zhong was an invincible man who had savaged the Sea of Stars for decades. But the mysterious enemy was insane enough to transmit the video of him slaying Fengyu Zhong's only son in a plain message. Was he not afraid of the wrath of a core formation stage cultivator? On the light beam, the video had been played twice and was about to be played for the third time. Intimidated by Fengyu Zhong's overwhelming anger, everybody secretly retreated to the corners of the room. None of them dared turn off the light beam. The space pirates had been scared the heck out of. Finally, the purple light ball and the black electric arc stopped expanding. They gradually shrank in size, but Fengyu Zhong's aura soared exponentially in the meantime, as if the skin covering his flesh was being torn open, revealing the true identity of a ferocious animal behind it. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Fengyu Zhong grinned hideously. He spat a mouthful of red, burning mist. The video had made him lose control over his mind and caused him internal injuries. But before he vomited the blood, it had already been vaporized into steam by his fury. General Feng. The advisor could tell that it was not a good sign. He hesitated for a while. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and dashed forward with his spiritual shield maximized. He concentrated his voice into a narrow thread and pierced it into Fengyu Zhong's ears. General Feng, don't be rash. We are going to eliminate the Great Horn Exo Society. If we change our direction now, all our endeavors will have been in vain. The neat scheme that we have prepared for such a long time, the resources that we summoned, and the spies who exposed themselves will all have been wasted. General Feng, the enemy is trying to infuriate you on purpose so that we chase after him instead of the Great Horn Exo Society. We cannot be fooled by him. General Feng, we are both members of the Temple of Immortals. When we embarked on the path of immortality, we all understood that the feelings of the mortals are just illusions and that immortality is the only reality. The relationship of father and son, husband and wife, brothers and sisters are all mortal feelings that we immortal cultivators must cut off. General Feng, cut the mortal feelings, strengthen your beliefs, and seek the ultimate immortality. Don't be affected by the mundane affairs, General Feng. The words, cut the mortal feeling struck inside Fengyu Zhong's brain like lightning. His eyes were finally clearer. He breathed heavily and mumbled to himself, yes, yes. Cut the mortal feelings. I'm going to cut the mortal feelings. Only ants and monkeys which are driven by their primitive instincts value such feelings. I'm going to cut, the video had finished for the third time. This time, it was not played again. 2 lines of text appeared on the light beam instead. Fengyu Zhong, like I said, you would regret it. Ha, ha, ha. Hardly had Fengyu Zhong's eyes gone clear when they were wreathed in animalistic brutality again after a painful, prolonged struggle. He kicked his advisor right in the chest and yelled, the F***ck am I cutting? That's my son you're taking about. The advisor was kicked more than 10 meters away. But before he hit the ground, he was pulled back by an uncanny attraction force, and his collar was clenched by Fengyu Zhong. Fengyu Zhong's face was as horrifying as that of the craziest devil. His coarse voice also condensed into a thread and pierced into the advisor's ears. Don't forget what banner we initiated the assault under. We went out for the revenge of Ah Ming. Right now, the man has sent the video of him killing my son to us and every other space pirate of Storm Prison. This is like **ting on my head. My face is being smacked in front of everyone on Spider Den. If I don't capture the guy, skin him, and mince him, how am I going to lead Storm Prison in the future? How am I going to establish my authority on Spider Den? Survival of the fittest is the ultimate truth of Spider Denver. The winners are kings, and the strongest are emperors. If I don't defend my honor today, none of the space pirates will be awed by me again. Other bandits in the core formation stage will look down upon me and even make plans to absorb Storm Prison. In short, if I don't act, I will become the biggest joke of Spider Den. The advisor was smart enough to quickly get what Fengyu Zhong was trying to say. He gasped when he thought everything through. The enemy was indeed vicious and sordid. Such provocation was an open trap. Even if Fengyu Zhong was determined enough to cut off the mortal feelings, he would still have to close his eyes and bite the bait, knowing that it was bait, in order to defend his honor. Fengyu Zhong took a deep, deep breath. A tornado seemed to be sweeping inside the room. Many crew members saw two white lines appearing suddenly before they were absorbed into Fengyu Zhong's nostrils. They felt that the air in the room was thin, as if Fengyu Zhong had inhaled all the air within room. The breath made Fengyu Zhong's head clear again. Cold brilliance was blinking in his murderous eyes as he asked, "Do we have any chance to catch the enemy now?" The advisor ran calculations quickly and answered 5 seconds later. The enemy is fleeing toward the center of the Iron Plateau space domain. Judging from its route, he is planning to run into the circular stone belts around Iron Plateau. It will be tricky if he gets there. However, the enemy is on a wild butterfly escape capsule whose speed is not very high. Red Lightning has just been compromised. Of the other 4 crystal warships, 3 have power rune arrays damaged in different levels. Their speed is relatively low, and they are in dire need of maintenance. However, the engine compartment of Squid is still intact. Also, as a quick assault starship, it boasts amazing speed. If it goes at full speed, even though the escape capsule is fleeing at its top speed, Squid will still be able to catch up to it in 3 hours. But there are not many experts on Squid. Our enemy is vicious and sordid. He might still have other backup plans. I'm afraid that Squid alone is not enough to capture him. Besides, such an extreme chase will consume enormous fuel. Once it changes its direction, there is no way to turn back. Steering a crystal warship thousands of meters long was totally different from steering a shuttle. Although cruising at a fixed speed did not cost much fuel, acceleration, deceleration, and alteration of the route would burn a lot of energy. Decelerating a crystal warship whose speed had reached its maximum to complete stop would cost astronomical fuel. Therefore, once Squid changed its direction to pursue the escape capsule, it was not likely to come back again to join the battle against the Great Horn Exo Society. Without any hesitation, Fengyu Zhong commanded, "Not one." All the remaining 4 crystal warships will go after the new enemy now. If Squid is sent away, the remaining 3 crystal warships might not be able to finish the battle within 1 day and a half. When the reinforcing cultivators arrive, we will be caught in an awkward situation. In the meantime, Squid is only a quick assault starship which carries no core formation stage cultivators. I'm very suspicious whether or not it is capable of capturing such a brutal, insane enemy. If the enemy sets up another trap and takes down Squid, we will really be doomed. If we don't do it, we don't do it, but if we do it with our best. Ask Squid to go after the escape capsule first. Remember, their task is to harass the enemy and slow him down. If the enemy charges out of the escape capsule in his crystal suit, retreat to the defense circle of the starship immediately. Don't be headstrong. I have every reason to believe that the enemy is in the peak of the building foundation stage or even the beginning level of the core formation stage. He might put up a good fight in a crystal suit. Chances are that he is in possession of a super crystal suit. Otherwise, how could he sneak into Ah Ming's ghost jail without alarming anyone and murder him? The other 3 starships will clean up the mess here and launch another raid on the Great Horn Exo Society. When the enemy is disrupted, we will retreat from the battlefield and follow Squid. Blood Rain will cover the retreat later. Carry out the commands. 2 hours later, inside the broken cockpit of Gold Horn. Lei Dalu, Bai Kaisen, and all the other members of the Great Horn Exo Society were dumbfounded. The picture inside the light beam was the most unbelievable miracle in the world, which had rendered all of them speechless for a long time. An hour earlier, they had suffered the most intense attack since the battle started. The enemy had assaulted them belligerently as if determined to finish the battle once and for all. Almost all the hostile Exos were deployed for the assault. The 3 starships on the Great Horn Exo Society's side tried their best to hold back the attack. Their blood had almost run dry. Thankfully, the enemy's final attack was a bit hasty. The defense network of the 3 starships still boasted abundant firepower and managed to resist the attack eventually. But before they were back to themselves, they suddenly noticed that the space pirates were retreating from the battlefield in an orderly manner. Looking at the 3 starships on their side, which were riddled with holes, the spiritual energy and ammunitions that was all running out, and the countless Exos who had suffered heavy wounds, everyone found it hard to believe their eyes. It was almost like a hungry tiger that had put down a bull and torn open its throat. The bull was bleeding, and its death was only a matter of time, but the hungry tiger then backed off without a reason. What's going on? Lei Dalu did not understand at all. He and the other warriors of the Great Horn Exo Society, who had more muscles than brains, looked at each other in bewilderment. Bai Kaisen pondered for a moment and ran some calculations on the light beam. He made the conclusion half a minute later. They must be chasing after one of the 2 escape capsules. Lei Dalu was even more confused. Why? Just because the one inside the escape capsule sabotaged one of Storm Prison's starships, Fengyu Zhong went mad and decided to hunt him down and let us go? If Fengyu Zhong is such an emotional man, how did he secure his fame on Spider Den for decades? Bai Kaisen was baffled, too. He frowned and said, I find it very odd, too. Logically, we are Fengyu Zhong's sole target at present. For a resolute and cunning man like him, he wouldn't change his target easily, much less forgetting the big picture just because one of his starships was destroyed, unless. Bai Kaisen examined the information the starship collected carefully. His eyes suddenly shone as he continued speaking. Unless the one inside the escape capsule incited Fengyu Zhong in a way that we don't know, or the man gave Fengyu Zhong a good reason to shift his attention to him. Captain, look, a few hours ago, the escape capsule had sent 4 precisely oriented information streams to Blood Rain. Although we don't know the content yet, Fengyu Zhong did have a short conversation with him. Maybe that is the reason Fengyu Zhong burst into fury. The room fell into prolonged silence. The only thing that could be heard was the spluttering noises of the sparks. Lei Dalu suddenly asked, Old Bai, why do you think the man inside the escape capsule irritated Fengyu Zhong without a reason? With a bitter smile, Bai Kaisen replied, isn't it obvious? He took down one of Storm Prison's starships at first and then lured all of Fengyu Zhong's troops to go after him. His sole purpose was apparently to rescue us. To rescue us. Lei Dalu scratched his blood-stained beard and murmured, I seem to know who is inside the escape capsule now. Bai Kaisen squinted, sharpness beaming out of his eyes. He remarked, it all makes sense now. I've guessed it, too. And if it really is the guy we think it is, I also know how he managed to piss off Fengyu Zhong now. Captain, it appears that luck is truly on your side. Lei Dalu grinned. He laughed so loud that his tears were flowing on his big, greasy face. He mumbled, I don't know whether or not luck is on my side. But I do know that my brothers are on my side. Old Bai, do you think we can let our good brother fight alone and be pushed to the desolate land when he has come such a long way here to rescue us after hearing that the Great Horn Exo Society was in danger? Bai Kaisen blinked quickly and maximized his computational ability. A moment later, his eyes were glittering with confidence again. He replied, indeed. I've thought of a plan. If it works out, our good brother's pressure will be reduced to minimum, and we can even tear a big chunk of flesh off Fengyu Zhong's body. 5 minutes later, they were connected to the communication channel of the other 2 starships. Appearing on the light beam were another two faces that were equally blood-stained and stubborn. They were Xian Hongda, an elder of the Flying Flower sect, and Jing Yong, first deacon of the Swooping Eagle sect. Flying Flower sect and Swooping Eagle sect were two medium-sized sects at the edge of the constellation. Xian Hongda and Jing Yong were both in the beginning level of the core formation stage, just like Lei Dalu. They had joined the collective operation of the major sects to ambush the space pirates under the impression that they could cheer for the strong cultivators and fish for the small fries at the back. However, they encountered a space storm due to bad luck. The shells of their warships were seriously damaged, and they were not able to perform a space jump. When the crystal warships of other sects were returning to their homes via space jumps, they could only form a fleet with Gold Horn, hoping to find a port to repair their shells so that they could jump to their homes. Never did they anticipate that they would be assaulted by large troops of space pirates on the way. They suffered great losses, and their men had nearly all been killed. Compared to the Great Horn Exo Society, which was the space pirates' main target, these two sects could almost be called collateral damage. Therefore, their anger was so obvious that it was written on their faces. "Captain Lei, we were meaning to contact you a moment ago." "Did the space pirates retreat because our reinforcements are coming?" asked Xian Hongda. Xian Hongda was in his 90s. For a core formation stage cultivator, he was in his prime years. His eyes were vigorous, but he was apparently a very prudent man. Lei Dalu replied, "The reinforcement have not arrived yet. The space pirates have shifted their routes because they are chasing after another cultivator with their full might." "What?" Xian Hongda couldn't have been more surprised. "Who is this guy? Is he more valuable than 3 crystal warships that are about to be blown up?" Lei Dalu said, "Right now, we don't know for sure who the guy is, but it is obvious that he has come to our rescue after a very long journey at the risk of his own life. Now, we have a new plan that can help him and fight side by side with him. Please take a look." The engine compartment of the remaining 4 crystal warships of the space pirates have been damaged to different extents. Their maximum speeds are not the same. Fengyu Zhong must have ordered the 4 crystal warships to chase after the escape capsule at full speed. As a result, the 4 crystal warships are now in a long line. The one with the most damaged engine compartment has been left far behind. Fengyu Zhong thinks that we've been daunted by him and we will only cheer for his retreat. He thinks that, while he is gone, we will stay here to recover and wait for the reinforcements. He thinks, we will never be bold enough to fight against him again. But in fact, we are going to take advantage of his assumption. We will follow him quietly and knock down the last starship at an appropriate time. Audacious was not enough to describe the plan, it was nuts. Purely nuts. Xian Hongda and Jing Yong both fell silent. Jing Yong was only in his 60s. For a core formation stage cultivator, he was still very young. He couldn't help but ask, "The power rune arrays of the 3 starships on our side have all been seriously wrecked. We don't have sufficient backup components, and there is no way that we can restore the full speed of the starships in several days. How are we going to catch our enemy?" Fengyu Zhong had, of course, calculated everything before he summoned all his troops to attack the escape capsule. He was well aware that the 3 starships on the Great Horn Exo Society side were all exhausted and damaged. They wouldn't be able to counterattack even if they wanted to. Bai Kaisen blinked, and with a mysterious smile, he observed, "Of course, we cannot afford to maintain all of the 3 starships. But what if we gather the usable units and components of the 3 starships into 1 starship? After all, we don't have so many soldiers at present. Fixing up 3 starships would be wasteful for us. We can consider dismantling the units and components from your starships and use them to repair Gold Horn. If so, we can definitely restore the speed of this starship to an acceptable speed. Then, we will leave all the wounded to your starships where they will wait for the reinforcements." All the men who can still fight will gather on Gold Horn. We will launch a counterattack and catch them off guard. Jing Yong gasped and said, but the space pirates have 4 starships, and we will only have 1. Bai Kaisen narrowed his eyes and sneered, but time is on our side. This is the most dangerous gamble, with time as the wager. Think about it. Now that Fengyu Zhong is chasing the cultivator at full speed, his starships must be consuming fuel crazily at the moment. When he discovers that the starship left behind has been attacked by us, he will be caught in a dilemma. If the starship is to turn back, it has to decelerate from the rushing state slowly and reset the sailing route. Twice as much fuel and time will be wasted. By that time, our reinforcements could show up at any moment. Fengyu Zhong must keep enough fuel spare to run away. If he cannot finish us quickly, he will be stalled by us and even fail to get away. Do you think he will risk that? Fengyu Zhong values his life more than anything else. He definitely won't dare come back and fight us. His only option will be abandoning the last starship in order to keep himself safe. This is our plan. Of course, it is very risky. But we cannot stand by and watch the cultivator be surrounded by space pirates while doing nothing about it. If Flying Flower and Swooping Eagle do not wish to continue the battle, that's alright, too, as long as you can provide the usable components in your engine compartments so that we can repair Gold Horn. You are free to stay and treat your wounded. We will take care of the rest. Time is of the greatest importance. Please make a decision soon. We are in a hurry to catch up with our brother and fight side by side with him. Xin Hongda and Jing Yong both fell silent. But the surging flames inside their eyes were burning more and more furiously. The flames were thick and solid. They did not look like flames, but the flowing, boiling blood inside the 2 cultivators' bodies. In the middle of the boundless sea of stars, a weird hunt was taking place. Fleeing quickly in the lead was a tiny escape capsule. Despite the bright exhaust flames exiting its rear, it was nothing but an insignificant speck of dust in the desolate universe. 4 murderous, aggressive starships were closely behind that speck. They were going at full speed in a line. The dazzling brilliance emitted from their power runa rays tore apart the darkness of the vacuum like the roars of a ferocious animal. One starship as sharp as an arrowhead was at the front. It getting closer and closer to the escape capsule. Li Yao lay inside the escape capsule comfortably as he analyzed the speed and various parameters of his pursuers with the scanning of the crystal cameras. Even though he was being hunted by a core formation stage cultivator who was leading 4 starships and more than 1,000 exos, a weird smile appeared on his face, as if he was quite enjoying the thrill and excitement. Music from the Heaven's Origin sector was echoing inside the sealed escape capsule. It was a popular song that every household in the Heaven's Origin sector had listened to, named Conquering the Universe. Look, the dense clouds cannot stop the running sea of stars. Endless darkness will disperse. Lights of life will illuminate the sky. When I feel desperate, I always hear a song played in my heart. The meaner fate is to you, the tougher you will become. The bouncing number on the light beam indicated that the hunters were drawing closer and closer. The giant beast had opened its bloody mouth, ready to launch its fatal attack. Li Yao smiled and triggered a telepathic thought to activate a gadget. Inside the cockpit of Blood Rain, Fengyu Zhong and his advisor were also observing the situation of the battle through the most advanced probe magical equipment. After half a day's crazy hunting without bothering about the cost of fuel, the distance between them and the escape capsule had been greatly shortened. Squid, at the front, could almost catch the tail of the escape capsule now. General Feng, one of the enemy's power runa rays has exploded. On the light beam, the fuzzy light spot that represented the escape capsule was suddenly much brighter. The advisor exclaimed in excitement after he improved the quality of the picture by concentrating his computational ability. Fengyu Zhong sneered, "That's inevitable. It is an escape capsule after all." After rushing for such a long time at full speed, the power rune rays must have already surpassed their limits. It's only normal that they have exploded now. Even if the power rune rays were fine, he won't have much fuel left. Very soon, he will be in our pocket. Ask Squid to deploy the assault team and harass the enemy. Almost 100 crystal suits flew out of the arrowhead-like starship in the front as if it were a honeycomb. They were riding specially made cylindrical magical equipment known as assault rockets. Bright orange exhaust flames spurted out of their vehicles as they dashed at the escape capsule at the maximum speed. The main guns around the starship started glittering, too. Spiritual energy was being condensed. Once the escape capsule entered the best attack range, they would immediately open fire. Right then, at the tail of the escape capsule, which had supposedly run out of spiritual energy and suffered the explosion of multiple power rune rays, a glamorous flower of spiritual energy suddenly blossomed. 7 colored mystic rays spurted out. The escape capsule was given an unbelievable speed boost and leapt forward. The escape capsule ran away again before it entered the best attack range of the starship. Inside the cockpit, the advisor was dumbfounded. He tapped on the light beam crazily. Sweat was dripping from his nose as he said, "That's impossible." The instantaneous acceleration and the maximum speed of the escape capsule have far exceeded the limits of Wild Butterfly. How could he get such a high speed? Don't you see? Fengyu Zhong closed his eyes and took a long breath. He gnashed his teeth. Our enemy has modified the escape capsule and improved its speed and instantaneous acceleration. But he pretended that it was a normal escape capsule so that we would come after it. According to his current speed, it's very likely that he will run into the stone belts around Iron Plateau before we catch up to him. The advisor paused for a moment. Then, should we abort the pursuit? Fengyu Zhong grinned hideously. Such a delicate scheme, so many resources, and the victory so close to us have all been disrupted by the mysterious man. Not to mention that he murdered my son and humiliated me in front of everyone. We've gone too far to abort anything now. Just keep on chasing. Don't stop even if we have to trespass into the stone belts. Stop him, whatever the cost. This time, I'm going to tear off his head myself. The advisor was greatly shocked. Fengyu Zhong, a core formation stage cultivator, was about to personally act. The following 5 hours were just repeating what had happened. The escape capsule was always in front of Squid, neither too far away nor too close. Its speed was not very high. When Squid went at full speed, the distance between the two parties would be gradually shortened. However, when the main guns of Squid refilled spiritual energy and the exos on board were launched for battle, the escape capsule would suddenly accelerate under the spurt of unbelievable exhaust flames. The distance between them would return to what it had been originally. One chasing and the other running, the two parties gradually entered the nearby of Iron Plateau in the center of the Iron Plateau space zone. The splendid scenes in front of Li Yao's eyes made him momentarily forget to breath. Iron Plateau seemed to be 100 times larger than the planet of Heaven's origin. However, with careful observation, one would discover that it was because of the brilliant halos emitted by the hundreds of rings surrounding Iron Plateau. The rings were made of the tremendous materials spinning around the planet. Generally speaking, only when the planets boasted sufficient gravity could they form rings. One planet usually had only one ring. The planets with atmosphere and suitable conditions for human beings were usually too small in quality. They did not have a strong enough attraction force to generate rings. However, Iron Plateau was surrounded by rings on an enormous scale. It was not one, but a super ring system made of hundreds of interconnected rings. It looked like a solid armor for the planet and made the size of the planet 100 times larger than it should have been. Such intense and patterned spiritual waves. They do not seem to be from regular meteoroids. Li Yao sensed a mysterious and yet irresistible force from the hundreds of interconnected rings, which made him immediately realize that the rings were not natural born, but a piece of large defensive magical equipment crafted by the cultivators thousands of years ago to protect Iron Plateau based on unfathomable technology. This was really a piece of planetary-level magical equipment that was bordering on the stellar level. A piece of defensive magical equipment made up of hundreds of rings? Magnificent. Splendid. Incredible. The Flying Star sector had an extraordinary cultivation civilization in the past. Was this magical equipment meant to resist what Huangpu Xiaoya described to be apocalypses? It's a pity that the system seemed to fail its job. Iron Plateau was destroyed anyway. Li Yao snuck into one of the stone belts without any hesitation. Compared with the vastness of space, human beings couldn't be more insignificant. The seemingly thin rings turned out to be boundless worlds once one entered them. Roaring stones and glimmering dust were everywhere. Invisible turbulences and radiation rays were rushing and raging like a flooding river. Li Yao was floating on such a rampant river. Although he had experienced something similar when he cruised through the dim flame belt, he still felt that his head was dizzy and the scenes were bizarre. The stones inside the planetary ring were extremely dense. As small as the escape capsule was, he still had to calculate the angles and trajectories of the stones precisely in order to pass through the gaps. Li Yao also discovered that, among the sweeping, non-uniform stones, there were occasionally rectangular objects that emitted a metallic glow. These objects were not reflecting the brilliance of the star but emanating brightness by themselves. Judging from the color of the objects, they were not natural minerals but more like man-made alloys. These metal objects were space steles. If one were to adjust the resolution and the observation distance of their crystal camera to the maximum, one would be able to notice that complicated runes had been carved on the steles. Many steles were hollow. Translucent crystals were floating inside them. After thousands of years, the crystals were still glittering and releasing spiritual energy. Li Yao shut his eyes and extended his spiritual threads from his spiritual root, perceiving the steles with his mind. He could feel clearly that each stele sent out almost 100 spiritual waves, which tied up the stones nearby and formed a solid shield of stones. Every stele was the core of such a shield. When thousands of shields of stones were combined, they constituted a planetary ring. Right now, hundreds of planetary rings were interconnected, but there was not the slightest mutual interference. It was indeed a piece of formidable magical equipment almost bordering on the stellar level. Li Yao breathed softly and focused his full attention. The escape capsule flew among the stones as if it were a weightless feather. Although the magical equipment had existed for 5,000 years and it had failed to resist the legendary apocalypse 5,000 years ago, Li Yao was not sure that it had entirely lost its power, nor was he willing to test it with his life. However, other people were not as prudent as he was. Not far behind Li Yao, Squid had finally reached the edge of the planetary ring. The stones in the area were too dense for a starship of squid size to enter. Otherwise, it would be attacked by countless stones. If it were to resist all the stones, it would have to keep its spiritual shield at the maximum all the time. The spiritual energy cost would be shockingly high. Therefore, Squid could only float in orbit along the planetary ring and release a lot of crystal suits. Almost 100 crystal suits leaked into the planetary ring from different angles in battle formation, trying to surround Li Yao. Come on. I've waited for a long time. Li Yao smiled and rubbed his burning hands. Then he tapped on the operation light beam. Instantly after a cracking noise, the escape capsule became a different form again. For sharp-edged fins made of super alloys extended out of the tail of the escape capsule and formed what seemed to be a cross. In space, the cross-shaped fins were usually meant to cut apart the tiny stones so that they wouldn't hit the escape capsule directly. In the middle of the cross-shaped fins, for micro-units that could accelerate the spinning, turning, and small-scale movements gradually revealed themselves. This was the ultimate form of the wild butterfly escape capsule after Li Yao's modification. It was no longer an escape capsule, it was an out-and-out super shuttle, one that could fly freely within the stone belts. The operation menu in front of Li Yao's eyes gradually changed, too. The number of buttons to control the direction, speed, and angle increased by 5 times. There were now 5 operation menus instead of 3. The small cabin was glittering in gold, as if it were the operation platform of the most professional super shuttle. Let the game begin. Running away was not Li Yao's style. Even though his opponent was a core formation stage cultivator, he was still trying to make counterattacks, however feeble they were. This planetary ring was the graveyard that he had chosen for the space pirates. Li Yao whistled as his hands turned into 2 clusters of mist on the shining light beam. Torrents suddenly erupted out of the bottom of the escape capsule. As if someone had kicked it from behind, the escape capsule continued fleeing forward in a weird curve. The space pirates couldn't have been angrier. They didn't expect their enemy to be crazy enough to rush at such a high speed inside a planetary ring where there was nothing but a raging storm of stones. But Fengyu Zhong had stated in his fury that the enemy must be stopped at all costs. Whoever captured the enemy alive would be granted a crystal warship immediately. Every contributor of the hunt would be given a super crystal suit crafted by the top experts on Spider Den. Space pirates were all Desperadoes in the first place. Now, they were even more motivated by the enticing reward. Countless space pirates flooded in and sprinted among the stones fearlessly. The planetary ring seemed still, but it was, in fact, spinning around the planet at an extremely high speed. The stones inside were also running and colliding into each other without any pattern. All the routes and angles had to be calculated on the spot. It was impossible to foresee anything. In their urgency, more than 10 space pirates were smashed by passing stones. Although they were defended by their spiritual shields, many of them had broken bones. The less fortunate ones were even hit on the back of their head, where the crystal processor was located, or on their spine, where the crystal reactor was. They almost lost all of their combat ability and had to withdraw from the battle. On the other hand, Li Yao was steering the escape capsule to perform unbelievable small-scale movements unhurriedly. He was like a feather near a swirl. Although he seemed to be swallowed by the stones many times, he always showed up again a moment later. The space pirates couldn't have been madder and cursed loudly. Some of the more impatient space pirates had even launched attacks at him, triggering their flying swords and crystal cannons without caring for anything else. Due to the long distance between the two parties and the blockade of the stones in the way, all the attacks missed their target. Not only did they fail to hit the escape capsule, they even lead to more terrifying consequences. Li Yao was calculating the position and route of the escape capsule carefully, when he suddenly sensed that an extremely furious spiritual tide was surging toward his back. He was greatly surprised and replayed what had happened while he dodged the spiritual tide. He saw that, when several space pirates were attacking him wholeheartedly, a glittering steel drew close to them without them noticing. One of the space pirates was hit precisely by the steel when he was launching his flying swords. The space pirates were immediately heavily injured. But in the meantime, the barrier of the steel seemed to be triggered. The dark green object suddenly emitted dazzling brilliance and became as eye-catching as jade. The spiritual waves released from the center of the steel was hundreds of times more intense than before. They spread out like nerves and veins and penetrated into all the stones nearby. The previously loose stones were then concentrated into a giant beast with more than 10 tentacles made of stones, which were spinning crazily. Caught off guard, more than 10 space pirates were snatched by the tentacles and torn to shreds before they even had the chance to struggle. Clouds of blood mist were exploding. The scraps of the space pirates' crystal suits were propelled out by the tentacles to other space pirates in various directions. The other space pirates all ran far away with their heads in their hands while they screamed and yelled in their communication channel. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. He felt that he was lucky not to have messed around with the Steles. It appeared that the super defense array 5,000 years ago had not entirely lost its power yet and was still fulfilling its duty. After 5,000 years, under the scourge of so many meteoroids, the Steles could still unleash such formidable strength. It was not hard to imagine how magnificent they had been when they had just been refined and filled with sufficient spiritual energy. Li Yao was fascinated by the thought. He looked at the space pirates behind him and noticed that there were less than 70 of them after the outbreak of the Stele. Li Yao grinned and was meaning to accelerate again when he suddenly felt lightheaded and his heart seemed to be bitten by 9 snakes at the same time. The pain was truly excruciating. A euro inside the cockpit of Blood Rain, Fengyu Zhong's face was gloomy. The Iron Plateau space zone was a battlefield of his choosing. Since the space zone was a forbidden area for cultivators, there were no large star beacons or ports and bases of the cultivators. Even the signal of the spiritual nexus was extremely weak. One could only hope to be connected to the spiritual nexus when they were at the edge of the space zone. Also, the dense stone belts there would be a great help to him during his escape. Therefore, he had gone through all the trouble and employed all possible methods to drive the Great Horn Exo Society to the Iron Plateau space zone before the final deadly attack. But at that moment, he felt that he had become a victim of his own scheme. Although his enemy was merely in an escape capsule, it would be barely possible to destroy it if it snuck into the planetary rings near Iron Plateau. The search would be long and hard and might prove futile later. Time was what he needed most. General Feng, Squid has gotten in touch with the enemy, but the enemy hasn't been stopped yet, said the advisor in a low voice. Fengyu Zhong didn't respond. He was faced with a tough decision. At that moment, Blood Rain was at the back of his fleet. He was covering the rear personally in order to resist the possible counterattack of the Great Horn Exo Society. By logic, since his enemy had been heavily damaged, their starships almost entirely paralyzed, there was no reason they would catch up to him again. However, the people of the Great Horn Exo Society were all crazy. They were anything but logical. But if he did not act in person, his subordinates might not be able to capture the sly enemy in the stone belts at all. Fengyu Zhong pondered for a long time. For the whole time, the sea of stars behind him had been tranquil. There was no hint of the Great Horn Exo Society whatsoever. Those lunatics must have reached their limits, too. It's not likely that they will come and commit suicide. Fengyu Zhong finally made up his mind. Shua. An extremely hideous crystal suit appeared around him. What a terrifying crystal suit it was. In a lackluster red color, the crystal suit seemed to be made of dried blood. Human faces were everywhere on the surface of the armor, including the chest, shoulder, back, arms, and legs. Most of the faces were screaming in agony, some of them were angry or grinning hideously, but all of them were lifelike. Even the tiniest muscles had been carved out. Countless restless souls seemed to be haunting the crystal suit. One would be able to hear endless screams with a look at it. What was weirder was that, as Fengyu Zhong burned his soul and spiritual energy, the painful faces were twisting and changing their expressions, as if the faces were really sealed inside the crystal suit. This crystal suit was named Blood Face, made in the Temple of Immortals. 100 cultivators had been tossed into the furnace as blood sacrifices before it had finally been forged. It boasted extremely powerful ability in mental attacks. When the Blood Face battlesuit appeared, the cockpit was immediately wreathed in gloom and depression. Everyone was gripped in utmost terror. Even the space pirates of Storm Prison felt that their heads were dizzy and were not willing to look at the twisted faces on the crystal suit. Many crew members whose mental power was relatively weak were shivering with pale faces. They felt that they were about to throw up. 10 minutes later, Fengyu Zhong floating in space, outside of Blood Rain. He was wearing the Blood Face battlesuit, with a special super assault rocket below his feet. Boom! An extremely furious purple light ball suddenly appeared around him, surrounded by black lighting that seemed able to tear everything apart. It enveloped both him and the assault rocket under his feet. Motivated by spiritual energy, the spiritual stripes on the assault rocket were glittering, and the exhaust flames in its back surged out. Although it was merely an assault rocket, the exhaust flames behind it were as brilliant as those in the back of Blood Rain. It was instantly accelerated to the maximum speed, which was 10 times higher than that of the assault rockets for ordinary space pirates. Just like the ancient cultivators who rode their flying swords, Fengyu Zhong rode his assault rocket and turned into a streak of brightness, darting toward the planetary ring in rage. Exactly when Fengyu Zhong charged at the planetary ring to try to stop and kill Li Yao, a ragged starship was moving in stealth mode behind Storm Prison. 2 broken horns pierced out of the 2 sides of the starship. Undying fighting could be felt from the coldly shining fractures on them. Gold Horn had caught up. Gold Horn at present couldn't look more wretched. It had regained the ability to cruise at high speed for now after the emergency maintenance with the components and units from the other 2 starships. But on the surface, it was unattractive, and there were patches everywhere. It was probably the ugliest starship in the universe. On the main deck of Gold Horn, 400 silent cultivators were standing, like 400 dented, broken, but unbent battle sabers. What cultivators they were! Their faces were all stained with blood. Most of them were tied up in bandages, some of which were still leaking blood. Some of them were even missing limbs. The crystal suits on their body were also shabby and disintegrated. Almost every crystal suit had been fixed up with a component from other crystal suits. Some of the crystal suits were even piled up by the wreckages of several crystal suits. Mottled, messy, and multicolored, the crystal suits seemed to be for beggars. But right now, the beggar-like soldiers in tatty crystal suits who had just endured brutal failure were all holding their heads high, their killing intent soaring. Their broken crystal suits could not withstand the burning ambience and were all rattling chaotically. Lei Dalu stood in front of the 400 cultivators and looked around. His crystal suit might well have been the worst of the 400 crystal suits there. But his face was the proudest and most confident, as if he were a great general who had just secured an unparalleled victory. Brothers, allow me to briefly repeat what has happened in the past few days. At first, we were ambushing the space pirates with quite a bunch of people, only to be fooled by the space pirates, who took the opportunity to break into our homes. In the Skyhill domain alone, more than 40,000 people were killed. 40,000 people. Then, the 3 starships of ours were ambushed by Fengyu Zhong, who beat us up terribly. Every one of us has suffered miserable wounds. To be honest, we were beaten the hit out of. In the end, when we were desperate, and the space pirates were going to butcher us like pigs, one person, yes, only one, came after a long journey in the Sea of Stars and reversed the situation by himself. Not only did he sink one of Storm Prison's starships, he also attracted the attention of the main troops of the space pirates, thereby saving our lives. Right now, the man is surrounded by 4 crystal warships, 1,000 brutal bandits, and 1 core formation stage cultivator. We have only 2 choices right now. We can wait and watch the space pirates on the 4 crystal warships enfold the man who came to our rescue from distances away and kill him. When our reinforcements arrive, and we return to the peaceful land, we will hold a solemn ceremony in memory of the valiant and fearless hero. We will shed tears and swear to avenge him. Nobody will blame us. Except for the occasional guilt that we may feel when we are alone late at night, we will be totally fine. It is definitely the most regular, rational, and reasonable choice that we should make right now. Or, if you don't want to make such a choice, one that seems to be sane but is, in fact, ballless nonetheless, and if you prefer a crazier but more manly choice, you can also charge forward with me and fight side by side with the man who decided to come to our rescue all by himself. Yes. Your eyes are not deceiving you. The starship that our enemy deployed to cover their retreat, the one right in front of us, is the flagship of Storm Prison, Blood Rain, which is the largest and possesses the highest combat ability. It's very possible that Fengyu Zhong, a core formation stage cultivator, is on his flagship right now. However, it's been 4 days since we sent out our first distress call. I guarantee that countless reinforcements are marching toward the Iron Plateau space zone at this very moment. Chances are that some of them will show up in the next second. Even though we cannot destroy Blood Rain, as long as we can bite it hard for 1 day, 1 hour, 1 minute, or even as short as 1 second, we may be able to buy enough time for the reinforcements to reach us. At that time, Fengyu Zhong will be surrounded, and his sorry life will end in this bleak space zone. This operation is very dangerous. Maybe after all our blood runs dry, the reinforcements still won't show up. Everybody will die in vain. Therefore, it's perfectly normal and reasonable if anybody wants to quit. Just step back now and stay in the starship. All the remaining brothers will come with me and crash into Blood Rain. Don't forget that a cultivator is fighting alone at the front. Even if we may not be able to save him, at least our hot blood should flow together with our good brothers in this cold universe. The 400 cultivators, who looked like unbent battle sabers, were all breathing heavily, but it sounded almost metallic, as if the edge of a saber was rubbing against its sheath. Nobody stepped back. Instead, many people unconsciously made a step forward. Listen to me, cultivators from Swooping Eagle. Jing Yong, first deacon of the Swooping Eagle sect, stepped forward and looked at the dozens of cultivators on the left. He then spoke. When we started our expedition from our hometown, many of our compatriots bade us farewell and wished that we spread the name of the Swooping Eagle space zone in the sea of stars. However, we came to this place across dozens of space zones, only to be stomped on and slaughtered like pigs. Of the 500 warriors who set off, 300 have perished, and 100 have been heavily wounded. Our starship is on the verge of destruction, too. Are we going to return to our hometown like losers? By that time, when the folks in our hometown see our devastated appearance and our brothers whose bodies are gone with only their spiritual nameplates left, how will we answer their inquiries? What if somebody asks us how many space pirates we have slain and how many warships we destroyed? How are we going to answer that? We are the greatest sect of the Swooping Eagle space zone. Now, we have one last chance to avenge our brothers and show the space pirates what the cultivators of Swooping Eagle truly are. Ho! The dozens of remaining soldiers of Swooping Eagle roared at the same time. Their spiritual energy surged out of their broken crystal suits and formed glamorous wings on their backs, making them look like eagles that were about to soar into the sky. Listen to me, disciples of Flowing Flower. Xin Hongda, an elder of the Flowing Flower sect, took a step forward, too. His voice was not loud, but it was resolute and pierced into the deck under everyone's feet like needles. He said, "A month ago, were you not curious why the Great Horn Exo Society could rise to fame like lightning within half a year even though it was a medium-sized Exo Society whose only core formation stage cultivator was in the beginning level? You should know the answer now. Our Flowing Flower sect is just an ordinary second-rate sect in the Flowing Flower space zone. Many cultivators in Heavenly Saint City have never heard our name before. However, after today's battle, the name of the Flowing Flower sect will resound in the sea of stars together with the Great Horn Exo Society and the Swooping Eagle sect. Let my blood be the soil of Flowing Flower." The dozens of cultivators on the right side, who were wearing badges in the shape of a red flower, bellowed. The spiritual energy around them burst out into blossoming chrysanthemums. Captain Lei, Jing Yong and Xin Hongda stared at Lei Dalu with their eyes shining and said simultaneously, "The Great Horn Exo Society are not the only people that get to play heroes today. If you want to go crazy today, let's all go crazy." Lei Dalu burst into laughter. He slashed his heavy battle saber down. The wound on his shoulder was broken again and blood spurted out. However, he couldn't care less about it and simply rumbled in a louder voice, regardless of whether or not Fengyu Zhong is expecting our counterattack and whether or not he has prepared other traps, we have no time to bother him. The most important thing about us, the cultivators, is craziness and boldness. Fengyu Zhong, let's see now which side has the more unflinching Desperadoes. Go forward, cultivators. Pooh! Li Yao vomited a mouthful of black blood, which wriggled around as if it were a living thing. The control panel was corroded amid cracking noises and seemed like it could burst into flames at any moment. Li Yao's eyes were bloodshot, yet the blood was queerly black, making his face oddly hideous. He didn't anticipate that the curse lurking inside his body would be so strange as to conceal its true power until this moment. 9 black snakes seemed to have torn open his heart, crawled inside, and bitten each other's tails. They formed a solid shackle that was about to lock his heart. Black spider evil spirit, death before curse. Had Li Yao's body not been sturdy enough with the spiritual seed from Iron God Yen Ba, a nascent soul stage cultivator, the previous attack would have crushed his heart. If it were peacetime, Li Yao would naturally have concentrated his attention and dispelled the curse before it broke out with his tough body built up by the spiritual seed from a body fundamentalist and Yezi's immense soul power inside his brain. It was also the biggest reason Li Yao had slayed Su Jiuzhen unhesitatingly without being bothered by his threat before his death. However, Li Yao had spent every second making up plans and traps ever since. He could only manage to suppress the curse and did not have the time to dispel it. It never occurred to him that the black spider death curse would be smart enough to break out at the most critical moment after protracted hiding. At this moment, Li Yao was calculating the route of his escape every second with his highest computational ability among the gaps of countless stones and space steels in the middle of a planetary ring. His flight seemed to be easy and elegant, but it cost as much of his soul power as a life-and-death battle would. The attack of the black spider death curse made his soul shrink suddenly. His computational ability was greatly undermined. He felt that his head was dizzy, and, because of a few wrong calculations, almost 5 stones scratched past the escape capsule. The strengthened glass window at the front of the escape capsule was immediately covered in a lot of terrible cracks, as if it were going to explode in the very next second. It was indeed blood-freezing. The cross-shaped fins at the tail of the escape capsule were broken off by a weird stone. Li Yao roared. The spiritual energy all over his body turned into hot stream and flooded into his heart, which instantly constricted to the size of a baby's fist. Yet, gold stripes were shining on the surface of his heart. A moment later, his heart expanded violently to 3 times the size of a regular heart. The left part of his chest was heaved high. After the absorption and the enlargement, the black spider death curse screamed deep inside Li Yao's brain as if it had been burnt by the boiling blood and the surging spiritual energy. It was temporarily suppressed again. However, the pain, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart, still lingered in his chest. Before Li Yao had time to take a rest, an ear-splitting buzz was already echoing inside the escape capsule. The report on the light beam was redundant. Li Yao only needed to look up to know that an enormous meteoroid, more than 30 meters in diameter, emitting vague metallic colors, with sharp edges all around its body, was crashing toward him precisely and brutally. It was because he had been harassed and distracted by the black spider death curse that he had been half a second too slow to calculate the best route. Li Yao gritted his teeth while his hands operated fast. The small-scale movement performance of the escape capsule was fully carried out. The dozens of power rune arrays on board released intense brilliance one after another, deviating the escape capsule from the trajectory of the giant meteoroid. However, serious rubbing was unavoidable. One of the sharp, protruding parts on the meteoroid scraped the surface of the escape capsule savagely and tore open its shell without any trouble. The magical equipment units plugged into the vehicle were mostly destroyed. The scrap spread out like a blossoming flower. The escape capsule immediately started spinning rapidly beyond control, only to be hit by yet another 10 meteoroids. It was riddled with holes and about to break apart. The specifications of the escape capsule had hit rock bottom. 90% of the power rune arrays had collapsed. The space pirates took the opportunity to march forward and surrounded Li Yao. Although he was not connected in the enemy's communication channel, it was not hard for Li Yao to imagine that the space pirates must be laughing to their heart's content at that moment. Li Yao was laughing, too, coldly. You think this escape capsule is my biggest reliance to challenge Storm Prison by myself? You want to die? So be it. Boom. Another meteoroid rushed close and darted into the fuel chamber of the escape capsule. It immediately became a large, bright fireball. The moment before the explosion, a streak of black brightness had dashed out in advance from the escape capsule. With the stones as the steps and space as the stage, a bizarre-shaped crystal suit with a dominating aura revealed itself. Who? Before the crystal cameras of the space pirates captured the details of the crystal suit, a cluster of red flames surged out from the shoulder of the crystal suit and zigzagged around its critical parts, before it moved to his back and extended out dozens of meters. There was no wind in the space, but the red flames seemed to be fluttering flags in a billowing wind. It was waving unpredictably, like a bloody cloak dozens of meters long, and roaring in full spirits, motivated by its master's soaring fighting will. Black suit, red cloak, the boiled blood wind-slashing saber in his right hand, and the purple electric blue hellfire claw that could be condensed into a drill of mystic rays any time in his left hand, Li Yao appeared like a god of killing. The space pirates had never seen a crystal suit with a cloak of flames dozens of meters long before. They were all dazed for a moment and felt that the cloak seemed to be made of endless blood, which wreathed them in untamable horror. Li Yao sneered, with killing intent beaming out of his eyes. The red cloak was a piece of experimental magical equipment based on the ancient techniques of refining 40,000 years ago and the essence of modern refining arts. He had been trying to take the advantage of both the traditional and the modern technology. His original purpose was to craft a piece of magical equipment to cover the mystic skeleton battle suit so that other people wouldn't be able to see the secret materials on it. At first, he had thought of the flag-like magical equipment in the ancient cultivation world, such as the 7-star soul guidance flag and the white bone dark ghost flag. When the flag-like magical equipment was activated, they would immediately emit a lot of mist or venom to cover the user. In the meantime, the flag-like magical equipment was often large enough to cover a crystal suit like a cloak. However, in the modern cultivation world, flag-like magical equipment had become obsolete. The technology entailed in such magical equipment had been transplanted into battle emblems and the camouflage for weapons and vehicles. Flag-like magical equipment with a real entity was not easy to be combined with a crystal suit. Also, for a battle in the universe, it seemed rather hilarious and cumbersome to have a flag attached to the back of a crystal suit. After prolonged studying, by taking into consideration more than 30 kinds of ancient flag-like magical equipment recorded in the classics on the second floor of the Heavenly Refining Tower, together with modern illumination technology, Li Yao had finally crafted such a crimson cloak of light flames after many tests. The cloak did not have an entity. It was purely initiated by the 2 light flame generators under the shoulders of the crystal suit. But a lot of structures of ancient flag-like magical equipment and technology had been applied to the framework of the light flames, which made it a virtual, blood flag. It could either be turned invisible or be extended to dozens of meters away to become an intimidating, super-long cloak completely at Li Yao's will. The biggest function of the cloak was, of course, to cover the critical parts on the mystic skeleton battlesuit that were made of skeleton dragon's body tissue and scraps of ancient magical equipment. With the coverage of the blood-red cloak, other people could only tell that the mystic skeleton battlesuit was an extremely powerful crystal suit at best. They would never be able to clearly see its details. Other than that, the cloak made of light flames boasted a certain mental attack ability. When it was released to its full length, it would be able to rage and flap in the vacuum, even though there was no wind, at Li Yao's command. The soaring fighting will that the cloak demonstrated would be very intimidating to the enemy. However, Li Yao's current cultivation was not good enough. The mental attack was only slightly better than nothing. But Li Yao believed that he would refine the Cloak of Light Flames into an ultimate treasure in mental warfare one day. With his battle saber and his sharp claw roaring, the blood-red cloak wafting up and down, Li Yao's face was now filled with eagerness, as if he had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Die! The space pirates hadn't taken any action yet, but Li Yao had stomped on a meteoroid and launched his attack promptly. When all the space pirates thought that he was going to flee toward the center of the planetary ring, Li Yao went the opposite way and charged at the edge of the planetary ring where he had come from. The few space pirates guarding the edge of the planetary ring did not realize what was going on at all. They felt that some sort of redness blinked in front of their eyes before they saw a crimson cloak, which looked like a rampant dragon soaked in blood. The very next second, a murderous crystal suit dashed to their front. Caught unprepared, the space pirate in the lead hurried to activate his spiritual shield at full power. 3 layers of spiritual shields in red, yellow, and azure respectively formed a zone 3 meters in diameter and enveloped him. Between the spiritual shields, countless octagonal runes were glittering in a gold brightness. The cultivation of this particular space pirate was not very high, but his physique was very good, and his resistance to attacks was impressive. Therefore, the pirate gang had tutored him specially in this regard and equipped him with a crystal suit that boasted remarkable defensive ability. He was meant to be a tank to block the enemy's attack. Li Yao bellowed and raised his battler saber high. Bloody aura spurted out and dyed all the stones within 100 square meters crimson. The slash as ear-splitting as roaring thunder cut through the 3 spiritual shields straightforwardly. Z. 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 The 3 spiritual shields twisted, struggled, cramped, and crumbled. As if chopping through bamboo, the battle saber continued marching forward and eventually ripped the space pirate together with his crystal suit into 2 halves, his blood spreading in the sea of stars. The mystic skeleton battlesuit passed through the middle of the broken bodies, dispersing the mist of blood in between. Then it stood in the middle of space, looking for its next target. The dead space pirate's blood seemed to be attracted by Li Yao's red cloak and circled around Li Yao, highlighting his every bit of savage-killing intent. All the space pirates gasped, especially those near the unlucky guy, whose dead body almost crashed into them. They had all received Fengyu Zhong's heads-up and knew that the enemy they were chasing after could prove to be a tricky man. However, Li Yao had been running away crazily all the time, leaving them the impression that he was merely a cunning man. Also, his unpredictable routes inside the stone belts gave the feeling that he was an oily rat. No one had anticipated that he would be as crazy and brutal when he suddenly burst out. However, the members of Storm Prison had been trained by Fengyu Zhong for a long time. They were all bold desperadoes. Blood and death had triggered the ruthlessness deep inside their bones. Even though some of them were hesitating, their crystal suits had automatically injected strengthening drugs into their spines under the control of their squad leader. The strengthening drug was named Incendiary Strengthening Drug. It was a battle stimulant specially cooked on Spider Den for the space pirates. When Incendiary Strengthening Drug was injected before a battle, the space pirates would have a heartbeat 5 times faster than usual. The hormones inside their bodies would be greatly stirred, too. Not only would their combat ability be doubled, they would also become unwavering and unstoppable. Motivated by the incendiary strengthening drug, the space pirates shouted and yelled and lunged at Li Yao from various directions. Li Yao waved his battle saber. His body turned into a streak of black brightness instantly as he leapt among the stones. The blood-red cloak, dozens of meters long, on his back seemed to turn into a crimson cage that captured all the space pirates after he took a few turns. Blade auras were surging in the sea of stars. The stone belts that were chaotic enough in the beginning now turned into a boiling ocean of blood. Li Yao lunged forward and slayed 7 space pirates in a row like a tiger attacking sheep. The most unfortunate one was drilled through right in the chest by his claw. At first glance, the guy seemed to have been pierced through by a meteoroid. But Li Yao was heavily surrounded by the space pirates. The space pirates had the advantage in numbers after all. Also, their experience in fighting was quite abundant. None of them were easy to deal with. Even the space pirates in the refinement stage were not easy to kill when they were in proper crystal suits and had activated their spiritual shields on full power without caring for the spiritual energy consumption. The space pirates were all brutal men. Not only were they brutal to their enemy, they were brutal to themselves, too. When Li Yao hit them precisely and they knew they were dead for sure, they would clutch his saber with all their strength while they were still breathing, just in order to make him waste more of his spiritual energy. The few leaders of the space pirates were all in the building foundation stage. They were very good at collaboration. 2 of them were launching remote attacks while hiding behind the stones far away, while the rest of them were distracting him at a close distance. It would be extremely difficult to kill them once and for all. Moreover, there was still the meteoroids. The meteoroids in the planetary ring were like an ever-surging river and treated everybody the same. Li Yao had spent a lot of his computational ability in the battle against the space pirates. Therefore, his calculations on the trajectories of the meteoroids was often untimely. As a result, he was hit by multiple meteoroids. Despite the defense of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, Li Yao felt that he was suppressed by the stormy attacks and found it hard to breathe. Swoosh! After he slayed the 11th space pirate, a 3-edged flying sword finally penetrated through his spiritual shield and pierced into the gap of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. His first drop of blood in that day's battle flowed out. The black spider death curse seemed to know that he was in peril. It was restless again and showed signs of another attack. Li Yao took a deep breath. Yet, he felt that somebody had stuffed an icy block into his chest. The circulation of his spiritual energy was hindered. Right at that moment, there was no telling whether or not it was because the incendiary strengthening drug had run its course, but the space pirates were suddenly somehow in a mess. Li Yao was deeply confused. He studied the tiny movements of the space pirates and looked at the boundless sea of stars ahead. Naturally, he saw nothing. However, the special crystal camera on the mystic skeleton battlesuit sensed feeble spiritual waves from thousands of kilometers away. It was likely a ripple that had reached him after covering the thousands of kilometers of distance in between momentarily. It was not hard to imagine how intense the surging tides were thousands of kilometers away. The crystal processor of the mystic skeleton battlesuit was providing details on the abrupt change. Deep in thought, Li Yao suddenly beamed with joy. He almost cried in joy. Something had happened in the rear of the space pirates' fleet. A fierce battle was taking place. At that moment, the only party that could do such a thing was the Great Horn Exo Society. Lei Dalu, the lunatic, was truly a lunatic. Li Yao laughed out aloud and raised his saber. He swept across the space pirates like ear-splitting thunders while lightning erupted on his saber. The lightning-like saber cut both space and his own uneasiness apart. Li Yao's mind was clearer than ever. He seemed to have grasped something in the life-and-death moment among the shining slashes. One slash. The left arm of a space pirate was cut off. For how long have I been unable to enjoy a good killing spree? One slash. A spiritual shield was blown into pieces. A terrible wound deep to the bones suddenly appeared in the chest of a space pirate. In fact, this is what I desire most subconsciously, isn't it? Just like this time, I could have run faster and gotten rid of the space pirates, and they wouldn't have necessarily come back to ask for the Great Horn Exo Society's trouble again. However, I still chose to keep a certain distance from them, neither too far nor too close. Secretly, I was even hoping that they would catch me. One slash. A space pirate as heavy as a bull, who was almost 3 meters tall in his crystal suit, was kicked away and crashed into a meteoroid that was rushing close, turning into a pile of meat. That's because I've been craving for a bloody fight. I grew up in a magical equipment graveyard. I had to exploit my every muscle and every brain cell as much as I could in order to live 1 second longer. When I try my best to calculate everything and defeat an invincible enemy and even death itself, and I get to live another second, and yet another second, the ecstasy is indeed the most exciting entertainment. Addicted? Yes. I'm already addicted to the duel with death. Only when I'm going to die in the next second can I full taste the flavor of life in this second. The feeling of walking beside the abyss is marvelous and incredible. 1 slash. A sniper and his gun were both cut in half, but Li Yao's abdomen was hit brutally, too. Despite the resistance of the mystic skeleton battle suit, a mouthful of blood surged to his throat, only to be swallowed by him. He felt that he had chugged the most delicious wine. His face was healthily red, and he couldn't have looked more comfortable. The day my spiritual root was awakened, and I became a cultivator, I met Brother Guanxiong of the Mountain Sea sect. I asked him why he wanted to become a cultivator. His reply was, for the euphoria of 1 against 1,000. The path of my cultivation is exactly the same. I spill my blood in the sea of stars and slash a brilliant way to the heaven between the life of this second and the death of the next. For a moment, he remembered all the pivotal moments in his past, from when he was hunted by 5 scavenger groups in the magical equipment graveyard when he was 7, to his encounter with the mutated large-eyed ape that was injected with strengthening drugs, to his narrow escape in the thunderous Sound Mountain under the pursuit of the demon Prince Wang Ji, to the desperate fight against Skeleton Dragon, the deadly demon from 40,000 years ago. In the end, he recalled the terrifying scenes of the true fusion and the space swirl in the dim flame belt. The pictures did not intimidate him. Instead, when he reflected on them, he felt that his life was precious, warm, and beautiful. All the pictures suddenly exploded into the surging swirl deep inside his brain and slightly changed the way he unleashed his spiritual energy without him knowing. Originally, his blade was purely sharp, fast, and furious. However, as his attacks continued, Li Yao's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the aura around his saber was gradually endowed with a feeble attraction force, as if a mini true fusion was brewing on the edge of his weapon. His saber was not attacking the enemy, it was more like his enemy was crashing into his saber promptly because of the attraction of the true fusion. The effect of the incendiary strengthening drug was finally over. The biggest side effect of such strengthening drugs was that the user would be in temporary low spirits when the duration was over. Also, after each injection, there must be a gap of half an hour to 40 minutes before the next injection. Otherwise, the strengthening drug would have no effect at all because of the rejection of the body. Right now, the spreading mist of blood and the broken limbs finally cast the surviving space pirates in fear. Devastated shrills were echoing non-stop inside their communication channel. He is not in the high level of the building foundation stage, but in the peak. One of the space pirates was hit in the chest, but he was not killed. His crystal suit spurted a lot of foam and suppressed the wound temporarily. But his fighting will had been battered by Li Yao's attack. After a scream, he turned around and rushed toward the edge of the planetary ring. He was lucky enough to avoid the assault of almost 100 meteoroids. However, when he was about to get out of the planetary ring, he exploded into powder after a sudden cry, as if he had been hit brutally by an invisible meteoroid. An overwhelming killing intent ignored the furious stones and pierced into the gaps of all the space pirates' crystal suits, wreathing their hearts. They felt that their hearts would be ripped apart if they moved slightly. The feeling couldn't have been more familiar to them. It was because of, a tall figure in a crystal suit with weird human faces appeared in the periphery of the planetary ring with a giant assault rocket below his feet. He seemed to be surrounded by gloomy wind, which made his body unpredictable and flickering like ghost fire. The core formation stage cultivator, Fengyu Zhong, had finally arrived. The soaring killing intent stirred up the sea of stars. A pair of vicious eyes seemed to be piercing through the stones and Li Yao's crystal suit into his heart brutally. It was not possible for Fengyu Zhong to hate him more than he did at that moment. He had received an upsetting report when the fuel of his assault rocket ran dry and he was about to arrive at the planetary ring. Like a haunting ghost, the Great Horn Exo Society had reappeared. Blood Rain, which was assigned to cover the retreat, was stalled. Fengyu Zhong immediately felt his head going dizzy. He didn't have the faintest clue how the Great Horn Exo Society had done it. The 3 starships on their side had all been half-wrecked and would have to take a breath every time they cruised for several thousand kilometers. The Exos on those starships had suffered tremendous casualties, too. Any sensible human being would have chosen to stay where they were, treat their wounds, and wait for reinforcements. But right now, they had launched a counterattack as if they were trying to kill themselves. The reports that followed further stunned Fengyu Zhong. Gold Horn was the only starship that caught up to the space pirates. Since its appearance, every sign had indicated that it was determined to die together with Blood Rain. The 400 Exos on Gold Horn were all deployed to the battlefield. Although the defenses of Blood Rain were still intact, they attacked like tides and slowed down Blood Rain miraculously, as if they had been injected with 10 doses of the incendiary strengthening drug. Most elites on Blood Rain had been summoned by Fengyu Zhong to join him before Gold Horn's invasion. They were in an awkward situation on their assault rockets halfway through their journey. Even so, Blood Rain, which boasted enormous firepower, was not something that could be taken over easily by several hundred exhausted and wounded soldiers. But when Blood Rain's full computational ability was utilized to maneuver the air defense cannons to attack the 400 Exos, Gold Horn had accelerated to full speed and launched a savage crash. The heavy weapons on Blood Rain immediately opened fire on Gold Horn. However, for a war in space, unless the arsenal or fuel chamber were hit precisely or it suffered an internal explosion, it was barely possible to completely blow up a starship. Countless starship remnants from the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago were still floating in the Sea of Stars after so many bloody battles. Most of the remnants were still intact and had left a lot of technologies and magical equipment for the latecomers to study. Because of the advanced ancient technology, bombarding a starship with a crystal cannon, however large it was like stabbing a boiled potato with chopsticks. It was possible that the tomato would be pierced through, but making the potato explode was quite a different matter. Besides, Gold Horn had made up its mind to perish together with its enemy. Before the raid, not only had Gold Horn's engine compartment been repaired with the usable units from the other 2 starships, a lot of plate armor had been dismantled from them and installed to the head of Gold Horn, too. Under Lei Dao's command, the air in all the cabins except the engine compartment and several others had been all pumped out so that they became a vacuum, before a huge amount of inert foam was sprayed into the cabins. The inert foam was meant to put out fires or mend the shell of a starship temporarily. They were very stable and barely flammable, much less explosive. They were very sticky, too. As a result, Gold Horn became an iron block full of inert foam. Most of the crew members had charged out in their crystal suits. How could one hope to blow up such a thing? The main guns of Blood Rain were indeed powerful. Their precision was remarkable, too. Gold Horn was now riddled with thousands of holes. If there were still air and crew members inside Gold Horn, a lot of blood would have been spilled. But at that moment, there was nothing but steel and foam inside the starship. Although there were countless holes on Gold Horn, its structure was still relatively complete, and it was almost as heavy as before. The immense mass and the lightning-like speed was destructive enough without resorting to any weapons. Blood Rain tried to dodge. However, as the flagship of Storm Prison, it had been the main target for the 3 starships on the cultivator's side in the battles of the previous 2 days. It had suffered a lot of damage, too, and was in the middle of emergency maintenance. It was also why Fengyu Zhong had ordered Blood Rain to stay at the back to cover the retreat. time was too short. Also, 400 audacious cultivators were trying to breach the starship's defenses without caring about their own lives. Therefore, Blood Rain could not concentrate its computational ability on dodging movement calculations. The magnetic interference system was fully functioning, too, trying to deviate Gold Horn from its course. However, Gold Horn was too heavy. It was hardly possible to entirely change its route. Besides, due to the fierce battles between the exos of the two parties, several pieces of interference magical equipment on the shell of Blood Rain had been destroyed. There was not enough time anyway. Gold Horn crashed into Blood Rain roughly like a crazy bull. In regard to size, Gold Horn was 1/3 smaller than Blood Rain. The difference was obvious. However, considering the scale of the collision, the disparity in their sizes could almost be ignored. Gold Horn and Blood Rain had almost melded into one. The two broken horns on the head of Gold Horn stabbed deeply into Blood Rain's body. Thankfully, due to the crazy measures taken by Gold Horn, its main guns had lost all firepower, and its spiritual energy was running dry. Therefore, no explosions were triggered. The two starships simply collided into one another. The interference system of Blood Rain finally worked and made Gold Horn miss the critical parts. As long as the two starships were divided, with a couple of hours of emergency maintenance, Blood Rain would still be able to cruise normally. However, taking advantage of the chaos when Gold Horn crashed into Blood Rain, dozens of members of the Great Horn Exo Society dashed into Blood Rain. It was indeed terrible news. Of course, a lot of space pirates were still standing by on Blood Rain. There was nothing but doom waiting for the intruders. However, just like the rats that had crawled into a gutter, it would be quite a nuisance to find them one by one. But if they were left alone, they might sabotage the key locations on the starship. Blood Rain would be equally screwed. Fengyu Zhong hated it so much that he felt that he was having a migraine. He had known that Lei Dalu was a crazy man, but he had never expected him to be so crazy. This was the most unreasonable way of fighting. The enemies were determined to die in his starship if they had to. If Fengyu Zhong had 3 days' time, he was certain that he would be able to crush the entire Great Horn Exo Society into dust. There wouldn't be a bone of them left. But he didn't have 3 days. The reinforcements of the cultivators could arrive at any moment. Fengyu Zhong deliberated for a long time. Still, he commanded that the elite exos who were joining him return to defend Blood Rain, and he continued marching close to finish the hunt by himself. The one guilty for all the chaos and the awkward situation he was in was right in front of his eyes, the mysterious enemy inside the planetary ring. Die! Fengyu Zhong's roar seemed to be spreading out even though it was vacuum. The terrifying spiritual energy from his body had swallowed everything in the 100 square meters nearby. All the rushing meteoroids within the range came to a weird halt, as if time near Fengyu Zhong had frozen. Shwa! A spear 3 meters long appeared inside Fengyu Zhong's hand. A vivid bronze human head was attached to the front end of the spear, as if the spear had pierced through a head without bothering to shake it off. Tears and blood were flowing from the bronze head, which was made of liquid metal. It was changing its facial expression all the time. In collaboration with the blood face battlesuit on Fengyu Zhong's body, it launched powerful mental blasts to its surroundings. When Dai was transmitted inside the communication channel, Fengyu Zhong was still at the edge of the planetary ring. By the time the sound died down in the communication channel, Fengyu Zhong had already stomped on the assault rocket below his feet and sprinted into the planetary ring like a crimson viper. The dominating aura of a core formation stage cultivator affected the trajectories of all the meteoroids. They all drew a weird curve when they approached him and passed by. Within a breath, Fengyu Zhong had appeared deep inside the planetary ring. Devil's Cry, the long spear in his hand, thrust forward like an arrow. Pure black helical spiritual energy was unleashed from the body of the spear. All the meteoroids nearby were attracted and gathered into a spear of stones almost 100 meters long, which smashed in Li Yao's direction. Li Yao's heart was beating 3 times faster than usual from the first second Fengyu Zhong appeared. The old, cunning, brutal bandit had indeed been infuriated and decided to act personally. A core formation stage cultivator's fury was not something that could be underestimated. The very next second after Li Yao sensed the appearance of Fengyu Zhong, a spear of stones almost 100 meters had already pierced into his face. The long spear seemed to be emanating the stink of blood, creepy cries, and blood-freezing screams. Snapping from his trance, Li Yao found that the spear was gone. The meteoroids in the space nearby seemed to have turned into 100 extremely painful faces whose miserable memories stabbed into his brain brutally. Li Yao's hands and feet were cold, his eyes rigid. He felt that he had become the 100 cultivators simultaneously tortured by the Temple of Immortals, screaming and crying. What a terrifying mental attack. The very next second, gold brightness was shining inside Li Yao's brain. The brilliance of the tree of memories minced all the picture of pain into pieces. Li Yao had successfully gotten himself out of the mental attack, but the spear of stones was already next to his eyes. He could only bellow, grip his saber, and slash forward in the spirit of the space swirl. Boom! As if 2 raging meteoroids had just collided, the light and heat generated from the clash illuminated the surrounding space like broad daylight. The blast drove away all the meteoroids in the 100 square kilometers nearby. There was a moment when it became an absolute vacuum without any materials. Li Yao threw up a mouthful of blood. For 0.1 seconds, he could not feel his arms at all. His boiled blood wind-slashing saber nearly flew away. He was blown back dozens of kilometers by the blast and continued falling toward the depths of the planetary ring. Countless broken stones were raining upon him, making it hard for him to even distinguish the directions. The full-strength strike of a core formation stage cultivator was truly unbelievable. Li Yao had thought that, now that he had advanced into the high level of the building foundation stage, it was possible for him to enter the peak of the building foundation stage briefly if he could seize the moment when his fighting willing soared. With the assistance of the mystic skeleton battle suit, he was not surely on the losing side when faced with a core formation stage cultivator. But now, he finally understood that building foundation stage cultivators and core formation stage cultivators were vastly different. The cultivators in the high level of the core formation stage were much stronger than what he had imagined. Besides, awesome as his crystal suit might be, a core formation stage cultivator wouldn't select a random crystal suit either. Their crystal suits were equally powerful and endowed with equally special technology. Without any hesitation, Li Yao turned around and ran away even though he had seemed determined to fight until he died a moment ago. The deeper Li Yao went into the planetary ring, the denser and faster the stones became. The giant meteoroids, dozens of meters in diameter, with immense spiritual energy stored inside, were all rushing toward him. Despite the sturdy body of cultivators, it would be a major headache if one of the meteoroids hit them. Li Yao fled among the meteoroids with incredible agility. He brushed past a meteoroid at a close distance. The next moment, he stomped on a meteoroid, altering his own direction and triggering a chain reaction behind the meteoroid to affect the hunter not far away. Following that, he turned off all the power runa rays and clutched onto a meteoroid, which carried him deeper inside the planetary ring, and the hunter was not able to locate him even when scanning with mystic rays. The cloak of light flames dozens of meters long had long been retreated. What was left was a layer of vague scarlet mist that concealed all the critical parts of the crystal suit. The hide-and-seek inside the planetary ring lasted half an hour. Without them knowing, the two parties had almost reached the other side of the planetary ring. On the hunter's side, all the space pirates had been left far behind, except for Fengyu Zhong. The old dog who had a keen nose had remembered Li Yao's scent clearly. Whatever tricks Li Yao resorted to, he was not able to escape from Fengyu Zhong's tracking. The distance between them became shorter and shorter. Li Yao was about to enter Fengyu Zhong's attack range. If it went on like that, Li Yao would be completely locked onto by Fengyu Zhong within 5 minutes, no matter how he hit himself. Li Yao seemed to have realized it, too. The cloak of light flames dozens of meters long reappeared and covered all the meteoroids nearby as he blinked backward like a phantom and slashed out, the aura of his blade extending to more than 20 meters away. Under the pursuit of a core formation stage cultivator, he had fought back with his full strength. Fengyu Zhong grinned hideously. He accelerated to his maximum speed. The blood-face battlesuit dashed at Li Yao like a crimson viper. At the moment the blades collided, Li Yao's body suddenly turned fuzzy because of the dazzling brilliance on Devil's Cry. In the meantime, a plain-looking meteoroid behind Fengyu Zhong suddenly exploded, from which a second mystic skeleton battlesuit jumped out of nowhere with its battle saber roaring. The mystic skeleton battlesuit with the cloak of light flame stretching dozens of meters that attacked first had merely been a phantom triggered by magical equipment. Ha ha ha. Fengyu Zhong, who should have been caught unprepared, was actually sneering, indicating that he had seen through Li Yao's trap a long time ago. Devil's Cry had been pushed far away, but hundreds of light flames suddenly dashed out of the end of the spear where they revolved and interweaved into a new tip. His weapon was a double-tipped spear. The two ends were equally destructive. It was even possible that what seemed to be the back end of the spear was the real tip of the weapon. Fengyu Zhong had seen through Li Yao's plan long ago. However, he had pretended he hadn't in order to lure his enemy to reveal himself. The long spear, which seemed to be piercing forward, suddenly bounced back like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Boom! The long spear crashed into the battle saber and broke all of Li Yao's defense without being hindered at all. Li Yao seemed to have been penetrated through by a rushing stone. A beam of highly condensed light broke into his chest and burst out of his back. He only had time to stomp on a meteoroid to kick it at Fengyu Zhong. Then, he activated his power rune arrays to full power as he fell toward Iron Plateau at a high speed. After only one clash, Li Yao had experienced a brutal failure and suffered heavy wounds. He was truly running like a rabbit now. Hee hee. You think that I dare not trespass into the so-called forbidden area for cultivators? Fengyu Zhong quickly understood what was on Li Yao's mind. His enemy was trying to avoid his hunting by escaping to Iron Plateau. You are not going to have it your way. Fengyu Zhong scorned. His crystal processor had calculated that, if he accelerated to his maximum speed without bothering about anything else, he would be able to block and kill his enemy before he entered the atmosphere of Iron Plateau. In the blink of an eye, Fengyu Zhong had accelerated to more than 3 times the speed of sound. But suddenly, he felt greatly alarmed, as if he had ignored something vital. For some reason, the picture of red lightning being hit by Behemoth 19 and exploding suddenly popped up in Fengyu Zhong's brain. Not good. The enemy is an explosions expert. For a moment, the core formation stage cultivator was drenched in sweat. He had charged at Li Yao's direction at the highest speed for 0.3 seconds. But in the next 0.1 seconds, he came to an abrupt halt by brute force, at the cost of torn muscles, fractured bones, and even an internal injury. Then, he fled in the opposite direction desperately without looking back, as if he had just run into a ghost. Fengyu Zhong had only just run away in a flurry when almost 100 giant light balls quickly expanded in the place where Li Yao and him had just fought and along the way of Li Yao's escape. 100 crystal bombs that had been hidden in the meteoroids were detonated at the same time. The phantom just now was merely a disguise for Li Yao's trap. His full-strength strike and wounded escape were bait to attract Fengyu Zhong. The crystal bombs were the real traps. The explosion of the crystal bombs was not terrifying per se. As a core formation stage cultivator, Fengyu Zhong would only find that his search might be somewhat affected by the explosion, but he definitely wouldn't suffer any injuries. However, this was not a normal stone belt but the planetary ring of Iron Plateau. He was in the middle of a piece of great defensive magical equipment that bordered on the stellar level. Even though the great magical equipment had lost 99% of its power after 5,000 years, the remaining 1% was still too much for a human body made of flesh and blood. Schwa. Woken up by the explosion of the 100 crystal bombs, the dozens of space steels floating inside the planetary ring suddenly shone. Spiritual energy spurted out and assembled all the stones nearby into dozens of terrifying stone swirls. The ostensibly peaceful ocean, despite the undercurrents, had now torn off the last bit of its disguise. Crazy tides and waves were surging, revealing the most horrendous appearance of the defensive magical equipment. With a pale face, Fengyu Zhong did not dare to check his crystal camera until he was almost 1,000 meters away, only to discover that the area where he had been moments earlier had become enshrouded in black cosmic dust. Dazzling electric arcs, dozens of kilometers long, were flashing inside the black dust, as if a thunderstorm on a cosmic scale was raging in the place. The black dust was a result of countless meteoroids crashing and crumbling each other. If I had chased after him, or if I had hesitated for half a second, I would have fallen into the cluster of black dust. Fengyu Zhong's eyelids were twitching. At this moment, he finally realized something. The mysterious enemy he was hunting was a pure lunatic, one that was 100 times crazier than Lei Dalu. The mysterious enemy was at the peak of the building foundation stage at best. But the guy had lured him all the way there, not just to distract his attention from the Great Horn Exo Society, but to try to kill him. Yes. The mysterious enemy who was no higher than the peak of the building foundation stage was not merely taking advantage of the terrifying territory of the planetary ring to run away. He was hoping to take down a core formation stage cultivator with that. Who is he? Who is this lunatic? The core formation stage cultivator, whose face color had remained unchanged when he was hunted by 7 core formation stage cultivators and hundreds of building foundation stage cultivators, the brutal bandit who was most infamous for his ruthlessness, finally felt that coldness was surging out of his spine beyond his control. The planetary ring in front of him was still enveloped in black dust that his crystal camera could not see through. The chaotic spiritual energy contained inside the black dust rendered other probe methods useless, too. Fengyu Zhong had completely lost Li Yao. He stayed where he was for a long time, hesitating over whether or not to continue the hunt or to give up, until a shocking report came in through the communication channel. General Feng. The advisor sounded a little bit nervous. The detection crystal cameras we deployed at the edge of the Iron Plateau space zone have discovered 2 cultivators' starships. They are approaching at a high speed. What? Fengyu Zhong suddenly trembled and was almost hit by a meteoroid. How come they are so fast? Then, it suddenly occurred to him that the reinforcements of the cultivators were not fast. The real reason was that he had wasted too much time on this mysterious enemy. According to his original plan, he should have blown up the Great Horn Exo Society half a day ago. Then, he would have bypassed the Iron Plateau space zone and lurked in the stone belts deeper within the area. After the shells of their starships were repaired, his fleet would return to the secret base of space pirates via space jumps. However, when his plan was 99% complete, the mysterious enemy appeared and ruined everything. Fengyu Zhong gnashed his teeth. What's the situation of Blood Rain now? It's a mess. The advisor cried, General Feng, you also know that, when the enemies are inside a starship and start a street battle, our advantage in numbers and capability is no longer important. The bunch of lunatics are running everywhere on Blood Rain like rats that have been set on fire. An assault team of around 10 persons almost breached into the cockpit. Affected by them, we cannot even separate the 2 starships, much less repairing the shell and the power system of Blood Rain. General Feng. The only solution right now is to ask the other 3 starships on our side to stop the 2 recently arrived starships. The 2 starships are not large ones. They are not the main warships of major sects, either. It shouldn't be hard to deal with them. One day. I've calculated that we will eliminate the Great Horn Exo Society within 1 day. 1 day. Fengyu Zhong's face was dry and yellow. He said gloomily, "Are you sure that the second wave of reinforcements won't arrive during the day?" The advisor stammered, "About that," Fengyu Zhong continued speaking coldly. "The Great Horn Exo Society's distress signal has been sent for several days. Now that the first batch of reinforcements has arrived, the second, the third, and more must be on their way, too. Who knows when they will show up in the Iron Plateau space zone and from which direction? Let me ask you, are you confident that we can eliminate all the enemies from Great Horn that have sneaked into Blood Rain in 3 hours at whatever cost?" The advisor was dazed for a moment. He calculated for a moment and replied, 3 hours? If we don't care about the cost, at the risk of serious internal damages, the odds of success are 50%. 50%. Fengyu Zhong's face was cloudy. A moment later, as if somebody had cut off part of his heart, he said, one word after another, with a hideous expression, "Abandon Blood Rain. You and the other key personnel will return to your respective secondary mothership according to Plan D. Also, be prepared to detonate Blood Rain when all the key personnel have evacuated." What? The advisor was shocked. He wanted to say more, only to discover that Fengyu Zhong had cut off the communication. Fengyu Zhong glared taciturnly in the direction Li Yao had vanished. His lips trembled, but he didn't say anything and turned into a streak of brightness, disappearing among the meteoroids. A month of blood and darkness had finally passed. Over the 1 month, the Flying Star sector was like a wide, peaceful river that had fallen off a cliff and turned into a narrow, zigzagging torrent. Assassinations, plots, traps, and explosions. More than half of the world of cultivators had been involved in the abrupt changes. Not only had the space pirates demonstrated their immense power in the Sea of Stars, the immortal cultivators and the Temple of Immortals behind the space pirates had shocked all the cultivators even if they were not struck personally. For most of the time during the month, the cultivators' performance had been less than satisfactory. Their biggest weakness had been revealed. Cultivators who were scattered in the Sea of Stars and based on starships and star fortresses were too far away from each other. The transportation lines and the supply lines were too long. The fragile sailing routes between space zones and world fragments were like fat lambs. The wolves lurking in darkness could choose to attack the weakest of them any time they wanted. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator could only yell in anger when they ran here and there exhaustedly and in vain when they were faced with the boundless cosmos and a supply line that could easily be millions of kilometers long. When the month was about to come to an end, and when countless experts and top-tier organizations, including the 6 major sects in Heavenly Saint City, were greatly frustrated, a brilliant battle report came from the Iron Plateau space zone in a corner of the sector. The Great Horn Exo Society, the Swooping Eagle sect, and the Flowing Flower sect, 3 second-rate organizations in the Flying Star sector, had fought an unbelievable battle with their courage and craziness. In the beginning, their 3 starships were ambushed by the long-prepared Storm Prison. They should have been demolished at that time. But in the end, Storm Prison paid a price of 2 starships, even including Blood Rain, the flagship of the fleet. Although Fengyu Zhong had gotten away, forcing him to abandon his flagship was like cutting off one of his arms. The entire spider den fell silent, while cultivators and ordinary citizens of the Flying Star sector were dancing in joy upon hearing the wonderful news. The terrible cloud over their heads for the last month had cleared. Of course, such a victory was at a great cost, too. Of the 400 exos who had joined the suicidal attack in the end, less than 1/5 of them had survived, while the rest had all perished in the Sea of Stars. Blood Rain's final self-detonation had dragged Gold Horn into the swirl of destruction, too. Both of the 2 starships were almost torn into pieces simultaneously. The Swooping Eagle sect and the Flowing Flower sect both had their bases and headquarters. Their losses were heavy but acceptable. However, for the Great Horn Exo Society, Lei Dalu had narrowly escaped death because he had failed to break into blood rain after suffering severe wounds when he led the charge at the beginning of the battle. Other than him, Bai Kaisen, the advisor, and the other non-combat staff, as well as other heavily wounded members, stayed in the starships of the Swooping Eagles sect and the Flowing Flowers sect and therefore survived the battle. After the battle, the Great Horn Exo Society had only the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled left. Even its mothership had been blown up. It was half a step away from its destruction. But a name related to the Great Horn Exo Society was spreading among the cultivators of higher levels quickly and secretly. It was said that the man had been an ordinary mechanic in the Great Horn Exo Society. It was said that the man distinguished himself in the Skyhill Sword Seminar and might well have become the darkest horse after Huangpu Shi. However, he was kidnapped by the space pirates when he was about to reach the peak. It was said that the man was much more than a simple refiner. He had stirred up the battle all by himself and sabotaged Fengyu Zhong's success when it was close at hand. Fengyu Zhong had suffered heavy wounds and excruciating pain. It was said that the man had asked Huangpu Xiaoya to deliver a precious message and to inform the cultivators of the existence of the Temple of Immortals. It was said that, after the battle, cultivators had sent multiple starships to search the edge of the Iron Plateau space zone and even risked approaching the planetary ring of Iron Plateau, only to find no traces of him whatsoever, as if he had been buried inside the planetary ring and become space dust. Lei Dalu, Bai Kaisen, Huangpu Xiaoya. Many cultivators of the Flying Star sector were asking the same question. Liao, are you still alive? Where are you exactly? In the headquarters of the Great Flourishment sect in the East Continent Space Zone, a heated debate had lasted 3 hours and reached the most intense moment. The debate was unavoidable. To cope with the menace of the space pirates and the Temple of Immortals, all the cultivation sects had taken actions to prepare themselves for the war to come. One of the measures they were taking was to bring out the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and the best cultivation arts that they had been kept secret in their respective sects for hundreds of years in order to better train the young disciples of their sections. They were hoping to bring up the best warriors as soon as possible. Of course, there was only a limited number of people who could have such privileges. It was not hard to understand that whoever got chosen and became the core disciples of the sect would have a promising future. The Great Flourishment sect had prepared 100 third-degree positions, 30 second-degree positions, and 3 first-degree positions. Disciples of each degree would be invested with different amounts of resources and tutored personally by experts of different levels such as elders or even the sect leader. For the 3 first-degree positions, they were all the absolutely important future stars of the Great Flourishment sect and would be mentored by the previous leader of the Great Flourishment sect, a cultivator in the peak of the core formation stage bordering on the nascent soul stage. Therefore, the competition for the 3 first-degree positions had been extremely intense since the beginning. Every candidate was questioned from various angles, including experience, talents, personality, and credits. Their every aspect was scrutinized and judged. Only after tedious arguments, negotiations, and compromises could one person be determined. However, when a name appeared on the light beam, the elders, deacons, and executive board members who were all mean and sharp-tongued a moment ago coughed and failed to express any disapproval. The leader of the Great Flourishment sect looked around and declared, Zhuo Xiaohu is to become the 3rd core disciple that will receive special education. Is there a problem? No. Zhuo Xiaohu was the well-deserved number 1 of the younger generation of the Great Flourishment sect in terms of credits, talents, and capability. He was at an overwhelming advantage against the other 2 core disciples. There was a long silence. Then, one of the elders hesitatingly said, but Zhuo Xiaohu only signed a 10-year contract with our sect. The leader smiled. If he has the opportunity to be the core disciple, he will get the real secret cultivation arts of our sect as well as abundant resources. There won't be any trouble asking him to sign another contract of 30 to 50 years, will th. Before he had completed his sentence, the gate of the meeting room was pushed open softly. A young man with a pair of sunglasses so large that they were almost hilarious and in a fur coat appeared in front of the elders, who were all staring at him with a weird expression. The young man whistled and slid across an envelope, which span and stopped in front of the leader. The leader frowned. He found a continuously changing, paper-like light beam inside the envelope and gasped after glancing at it. Zhou Xiaohu, you want to cancel the contract and quit the Great Flourishment sect? Zhou Xiaohu took off his sunglasses. Two ultra-clear eyes revealed themselves, as their owner blew at the glasses and wiped them. He replied, yes. When I joined the Great Flourishment sect, we had made it clear that I would only stay in the Great Flourishment sect for 10 years. During the 10 years, you helped me train myself, and I helped you fight your battles. It was a fair deal. The leader squinted and said, but it's only been 7 years. Besides, we've decided that you will be promoted to a core disciple. You will receive the wholehearted enlightenment of the cultivators who are close to the nascent soul stage, and you will enjoy resources 100 times more abundant than before. It's very likely that you will become a core formation stage cultivator before 50. All that is required of you is to serve the Great Flourishment for another 30 to 50 years. Your payment during the time will be given according to the highest standard. Zhou Xiaohu vaguely smiled, his two shallow dimples appearing. Other than his bizarre clothing, he was indeed a handsome and attractive young man. Leader, I remember there is a clause in our contract which states that, whenever the Great Horn Exo Society is in danger or in need, I am free to go as long as I pay a fine. Schwa. Zhou Xiaohu threw a silver card over. It fell in front of the leader gently, as he continued speaking. The fine is all inside, with every coin calculated. You can examine it with your crystal processor. The leader's face color changed. Zhou Xiaohu, you'd better think about it more carefully. The Great Flourishment is one of the strongest sects in the Flying Star sector other than those in Heavenly Saint City. You've made great accomplishments by slaying demon beasts, space pirates, and demonic cultivators since you joined the Great Flourishment sect. Right now, everyone in the East Continent Space Zone knows the name of Bright-Colored Tiger. Countless young men consider you their role model. The leaders of two sects have come to propose marriages for you. You should be well aware of what a great place the Great Flourishment sect is and how friendly people here are now that you've spent 7 years with us. Stay here. Stay in the Great Flourishment sect, and your future will be nothing but bright. You will have access to the most powerful cultivation arts. Countless hot-blooded men will cross the sea of stars under your lead. One day, you may gain the shares of the Great Flourishment sect as everyone else does here and become one of the real controllers of our sect. I know that you are from the Tiger Camp of the Great Horn Exo Society, and you were one of the orphans rescued by Lei Dalu. But there are more ways to return the favor if you insist. I promise you that, as long as you stay in the Great Flourishment sect, we will try our best to help rebuild the Great Horn Exo Society. How about it? Zhou Xiaohu listened quietly the whole time. It was not until the leader finished his speech that he put on his sunglasses again and walked outside. When he reached the door, he said softly, I'm sorry, leader. I know that everyone in the Great Flourishment sect has treated me well. I like everything in the East Continent Space Zone, too, especially the girls here. I also believe that you meant what you said. Someday, when the timing is appropriate, you will definitely help rebuild the Great Horn Exo Society. However, I can't wait for the someday to come. In fact, I can't even wait for 1 second right now. I'm going home. Leader, elders, farewell. Inside the No. 1 range of Wild Goose Academy in the Longbao Space Zone. Although Flying Star University and Heavenly Saints Institute were in the lead in the rank of all the colleges of the Flying Star sector, the two supreme colleges were both comprehensive colleges with various majors. There were also many specialized academies in the countless space zones of the Flying Star sector. Even though their overall capability was no match for the two supreme colleges, they boasted abundant expertise in their specialized fields after hundreds of years of experience. Wild Goose Academy was a specialized college that was most famous for its expertise in guns and the gun cultivators it had raised. The rank of the academy in regard to shooting was only secondary to the two supreme colleges and always among the top 5 in the Flying Star sector. The number 1 range was seething with noises and spiritual energy. Countless bullets were roaring as many students were practicing their shooting skills. Is he the white-haired gun king? An innocent girl in the uniform of another college curiously eyed the janitor who was crouching in a corner. The janitor was mainly responsible for the examination of the guns inside the field and to provide gears and ammunition for the trainers. Occasionally, he was in charge of guiding the green hands. However, there were not many green hands in a place such as Wild Goose Academy. Most of the trainers carried their own guns, too, and did not need his adjustment. As for the delivery of gears and ammunition, the crystal processor and artificial arms could take care of the job automatically. Therefore, the janitor spent most of his time crouching in a corner, wearing an oily, dirty, large coat, with a bottle of the worst alcohol in his hand. He was always untidy and half drunk. His hands would shake all the time when he was sober, and they shook even more violently when he enjoyed enough alcohol. Often, he was not able to hold anything except the bottle of his alcohol at that time. Yes. He is Lu Dian, white-haired gun king, the legendary top expert of Wild Goose Academy. However, that was 2 years ago. Beside the innocent girl, a young man in flamboyant clothes and with a greasy face laughed and commented, 3 years ago, when the guy was just admitted into Wild Goose Academy, he was on a rampage and crushed everyone standing in his way. Even the experts who had trained in the academy for almost 10 years were no match for him. Look, on the rank of the number 1 range, the record of 1-minute quick shooting with obstacles is 8,345 points. It was created by him. The girl exclaimed, in a 1-minute quick shooting with obstacles, one must distinguish 100 real targets from 100 fake ones against the interference of spiritual energy and magnetic fields. It is the most difficult subject of quick shooting. My personal record is only 3,322 points. How did he manage to get more than 8,000 points? But his hair is not white. It is dry and yellow. Like a bird nest. The man sneered, his hair would only turn white rapidly when his spiritual energy surged out during his wholehearted shooting. But that's all history now. You see what he is right now. His hands were wrecked in the explosion due to an accident in his training 2 years ago. He has been depressed ever since and has become a drunk cat who knows nothing but drinking. The genius who could shoot more than 8,000 points is not even able to assemble the simplest of guns now. He is totally useless. What a pity. The girl looked at Lu Dian sympathetically, only to discover that the white-haired gun king was gazing at his crystal processor while drinking. There was no telling what he was reading, but he was apparently in deep sorrow. Tears flowed out of his dirty eyes. He was drinking faster and faster. It seemed that he was not drinking but trying to cool down his burning heart with the cold alcohol. Somehow, his grief touched the girl. She was curious and thought to herself, I wonder what news the genius of the past read just now. It must be distressing and devastating. The man had finished adjusting his storm bolter. He selected the 1-minute quick shooting with obstacles subject in his shooting spot and looked back, only to find his companion staring at Lu Dian, the useless crap. He couldn't have been more furious. For a moment, his memory of the brutal failure 2 years ago when he was savaged, crumbled, and eventually ignored by Lu Dian occurred to him again and crashed his heart. The man walked forward and clutched his companion. He smiled as he said, "White-haired Gun King, do you still remember me? 2 years ago, we had a match. You scored more than 2,000 points higher than me at that time. What a loser I was. Ha ha ha. But in the past 2 years, I did not drink and waste my life away. Instead, I've trained myself crazily and dedicated myself to the world of guns and bullets. How about another competition, White-haired Gun King?" "Oh, I'm sorry. I almost forget that the legend of Wild Goose Academy, the renowned White-haired Gun King, has sealed his gun for a long time. Mediocre gunners such as myself are not qualified to challenge you at all, are they?" Ha ha ha. Lu Jian showed no reaction. He burped as he wallowed in his sadness. The man sniffed and glanced at him in despise. He pulled his companion back and smiled. "Don't bother with that useless crap. Come on. Let me show you how to adjust the gesture of holding your gun. I guarantee that your 1-minute quick shooting with obstacles will be improved by at least 1,000 points. Look, you need to." Before he finished his sentence, he suddenly discovered that the storm bolter in his hand was gone. A stinky smell suddenly flooded into his nostrils before he realized what was going on. Lu Jian, who was completely drunk, appeared beside him at God knows when, with the man's storm bolter in his hand. However, the gun was still shaking violently like his hands. "Go!" Lu Jian burped in satisfaction. Schwa. 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 It was possible that he touched the trigger by accident. He shot out the bullets that were meant to be carefully locked onto the target and shot out throughout 1 minute within only 10 seconds without bothering to aim at all. The man was dumbfounded. He was about to curse, when Lu Jian threw his storm bolter back to him, smacked his lips, and staggered to the gate of the field. A moment later, the result was displayed. That casual 1-minute quick shooting with obstacles run turned out to be 16,553 points. This result was almost double of the record Lu Jian had created himself in the number 1 range. It was even better than the performance of many gun tutors in Wild Goose Academy. The crystal processor saved the result and displayed it on the rankings of the number 1 range. In the meantime, passionate music was played, informing everyone that a record had been broken. Inside the number 1 range, gasps and exclamations were echoing non-stop. More than 16,000 points. Are you kidding me? Has an elite tutor come here to mess around with us? It is double of Lu Dian's record. How incredible is that? Who made it? The man who challenged Lu Jian just now was more shocked than anyone else. He looked at the storm bolter in his hand that was still burningly hot and noticed that it was adjusted to the suppression mode, in which the firepower was fiercest, the shooting speed was the highest, but the precision was the worst, and the backlash was the strongest. In the suppression mode, his shooting is still so accurate. White-haired Gun King, Lu Jian, the man felt that his legs were like jelly, and he almost collapsed to the ground. The innocent girl who had come with him was greatly interested. She ran to Lu Jian and asked curiously, "Senior brother Lu. Nice to meet you. I'm from the firearm department of Microstar University. I've heard your name a long time ago. I'm aware that you are an awesome gunfighter and that you had an accident in which your hands were seriously damaged more than 1 year ago. But right now, it seems that you are as good as the old days. Why have you been concealing your capability?" Lu Dian's hands were still shivering. He drank his alcohol one mouthful after another non-stop. Now and then, he would pick up an oily peanut from his dirty pocket and toss into his mouth. He glanced at the girl and said, "I came to Wild Goose Academy because I wanted to find a place with infinite guns and bullets, where I could practice shooting quietly. But after I accidentally defeated everyone here, they started calling me Gun God. Many people came to my door to challenge me every day. There were many forces and families that tried to recruit me, and when they failed, they even threatened me. All the harassment was annoying. The girl was somewhat stunned. However, only by communicating with each other can we improve our capability. Lu Jian answered calmly, a match between a tiger and a tiger is communication. A match between a tiger and a cat is only a waste of time. It would only stagnate your capability. The girl was dazed for a long time. So, you've been pretending that you were a useless man in order to avoid such nuisances? But, it is said that you are drunk, and your hands shake all day long. You can barely hold a gun. Besides, no one has ever seen you practicing shooting. Lu Jian tapped his temples with his tremoring fingers and said, as the janitor here, I see so many targets and so many flying bullets every day. Then, I practice shooting in my head. I meditate and imagine that countless myselves were standing in the shooting ranges. In the end, it was me who was holding the guns and opening fire, revising and rectifying. In such a way, although I seem to be lying here drunk, I was in fact training in more than 10 shooting spots at the same time. It's very efficient. The girl was startled, not having the slightest idea what kind of training method it was. Seeing that Lu Jian was about to walk out of the gate, she couldn't help but shout, Lu Jian, everybody calls you white-haired gun king. But your hair didn't turn white just now. Why? Lu Jian replied, it was just a game. No need to get serious. The girl was speechless. Seeing that Lu Jian was about to disappear, she shouted, Lu Jian, where are you going? Do you have time for dinner? My name is, that will be unnecessary. A cold voice came from outside and interrupted her, I'm in a hurry to go home now. Inside the Thousand Spring Space Zone, there was a space town named Exhilaration. The spiritual energy of the Thousand Spring Space Zone was not very abundant. Therefore, there were not many cultivation sects in the area, and it was mostly ordinary people who lived there. Deep inside the town, on a plain-looking street, there was a small restaurant with a signboard saying Great Happiness Beef Noodles on the top of the door and a fat, smiling bull head beside it. It was not mealtime yet. A plump girl in her 20s, who had freckles on the two sides of her nose, was washing cabbages in the back of the restaurant. She seemed to be venting her anger onto the crisp vegetables and almost washed them into powder. A young man in plain clothes, who had nothing worth mentioning about him except for his exceptionally long fingers, was standing in front of her silently with a suitcase in his hand. He seemed to be all set to go, if he could figure out how to bid the girl farewell. Leave. Leave. Leave now. I've got many vegetables to wash and plenty of beef to chop. Stop being an eyesore here. The freckled girl suddenly burst into fury and threw one of the cabbages into the basin hard. Water splashed out into the young man's red eyes. The young man was quiet for a long time, before he opened his mouth and said softly, I'm sorry. Zhuo Xiaohu is back. Lu Jian is back. They are my best friends. The Great Horn Exo Society is my home. I must go back, too. The freckled girl wiped her eyes with the back of her hands. Her eyes must have been wet because of the water on her hands. She shouted, Xiao Gao, I've listened to you talking about the stories of your past since the first day you worked in this restaurant. How happy your days in the Tiger Killer camp were, how fast Zhuo Xiaohu's saber was, what an amazing gunfighter Lu Jian was. I know that they are your good brothers. But, you and they are different. They are cultivators who can soar into the sky or dive down a cliff freely. What about you? You are just an ordinary person. You are so weak that you cannot even defeat me. The only thing you can ever do well is cook beef noodles. Why are you joining them? What can you do even if you go back? Xiao Gao failed to respond promptly. It was not until a moment later that he replied, maybe I'm just an ordinary person who can only make beef noodles and omelets. But I figure that the Great Horn Exo Society can always use some chefs, and not all chefs are cultivators. Zhuo Xiaohu and Lu Jian are my brothers. They once said that the beef noodles and chicken wings I made were the most delicious food of the Flying Star sector. They always found themselves full of spirits and their training efficiency greatly improved after they ate them. A meal of mine was more motivating for them than heavenly materials and earthly treasures were. Maybe this is the contribution I can make for the Great Horn Exo Society. The freckled girl finally couldn't hold it any longer and started crying. They were all lying. The food you make is awful. The worst in the world. Just stay here, alright? In another few years, when my father retires, he will definitely give the restaurant to you. Xiao Gao took a deep breath. Then he suddenly threw away his suitcase, strode toward the freckled girl, and hugged her. The freckled girl was startled. She struggled out of natural instinct, only to find that the usually soft Xiao Gao was as tough as iron that day. The freckled girl panicked and yelled, "Xiao Gao, what do you want?" Xiao Gao said, "Firstly, I believe in my brothers. If they say that the beef noodles I make are the most delicious noodles of the Flying Star sector, my noodles are definitely so. Secondly, I am not weak. The 3 gangsters who harassed our restaurant last time never showed up again because I broke all their bones and kicked them away. I was merely being gentle to you." While talking, Xiao Gao pushed the girl to a wall and kissed her hard. "Ah! No! No! Xiao Gao, you..." The freckled girl felt that her head was dizzy, and she lost all her strength. Blushing, she struggled for a moment. She was about to give up and admit her failure when Xiao Gao suddenly released her. "What's wrong with you?" The freckled girl was so irritated that she tossed the water together with the vegetables at Xiao Gao. Xiao Gao was immediately soaked in water. He was wearing a bailer on his head, his face covered by a slice of a cabbage. 3 years. Xiao Gao extended 3 fingers and said, "In 3 years, if I'm still alive, I will marry you." The freckled girl became more than angry. "Who says that I'm going to marry you? I'm going to marry my next-door neighbor, Nyo, tomorrow." Xiao Gao picked up his suitcase and walked toward the door without looking back, as he replied, "Nyo is not interested in you. He likes Bai Guizhi who sells salt fish at the end of the street and thinks that your ass is too big." "What? But I like big asses. More exactly, I like your big ass very, very much." "Excuse me?" Half a month later, inside a nursing home in the Thousand Sail Space Zone, the home camp of all Exos. Lei Dalu was lying on the bed exhaustedly. He had lost so much weight that he was like a different person now. Dozens of tubes pierced into his body, through which countless kinds of strengthening drugs were being injected to repair the nerves and veins in the deepest parts. Although he couldn't look more terrible, Lei Dalu was still glaring at the people in front of him, his eyes as sharp as blades. More precisely, he was glaring at the 179 young men in front of him. The 179 young men stood inside and outside the nursing home like 179 young pine trees rooted there. Although their clothes were different, their cultivation levels greatly varied, and some of them were simply ordinary people, they all gave other people the same impression. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. If there is a chance, they can even kill one. All the young men carried the fearlessness of the tiger killer camp. Lei Dalu was furious, if his eyes were telling the truth. Zhuo Xiaohu, Lu Jian, and Xiao Gao, on the other hand, were all winking at him, with "What can you do with us?" written on their faces. Lei Dalu said coldly, "What are you doing here? I thought I told you long ago that the Great Horn Exo Society was too small a temple to enshrine so many crazy devils and that you should get lost as far away as possible and fly as high as possible. Why have you come back?" Zhuo Xiaohu smiled and replied, "Uncle Captain, we've flown far and long. We experienced a splendid world and encountered many experts. But after a while, we all agree that the Great Horn Exo Society is slightly better than anywhere else. Therefore, we kicked each other's asses to this place to ask you whether or not you are short of hands and if you are willing to hire us. Lei Dalu gnashed his teeth and cursed, no and no. Right now, the Great Horn Exo Society does not even have one starship. I don't even have a bag of crystals. Even the fees that the nursing home charges have to be paid by someone else. I cannot afford you animals. Just go back to where you came from. Lu Jian said calmly, we are not leaving, unless you beat us away. However, I'm told that you are seriously wounded, and you are at the weakest right now. I don't think that you are capable of beating almost 200 of us. Right now, you have two options. You can either accept us now, or you can accept us after we beat you up and force you to do so. Lei Dalu was speechless. Zhuo Xiaohu was beaming with joy as he said, Uncle Captain, do you know the biggest wish of the orphans in the tiger killer camp such as myself? Our biggest wish is to beat you up. You're a wretched old man who pushed and savaged us too hard when you asked us to train ourselves. I still having nightmares to this day. I've been training myself so hard just so that I can surpass and defeat you one day. Although you are a half-dead patient at this moment, and it seems not a justified victory if we join our hands to beat you up, do you think we will be bothered by that? Therefore, stop glaring at us like that. Old man, you have to admit that you are too old, and it's time to retire. We are here for the Great Horn Exo Society. Lei Dalu seemed to be shivering in anger. He turned his red eyes to Xiao Gao, who had been making his living by selling noodles, and asked solemnly, Xiao Gao, why did you come here? Why are you horsing around with them? Xiao Gao looked at Lei Dalu in the eyes and answered calmly, I want to come back to the Great Horn Exo Society, too. At least, I should help it survive the toughest years to come. However, I'm just an ordinary person, and I'm capable of nothing except making beef noodles, which I can make in 34 different ways. I can never defeat you. If you make up your mind to kick me away, I can only go away. Captain, I only want to ask you one question, and I hope that you can answer it truthfully. Can I be of any use to the Great Horn Exo Society right now? Does the Great Horn Exo Society need me? If I am of no use and the Great Horn Exo Society does not need me, I will leave right now. Everyone fixed their eyes on Xiao Gao. Zhuo Xiaohu shouted loudly, Xiao Gao, who dares to say that you are useless to the Great Horn Exo Society? I remember that, whenever I was tortured and exhausted because of Uncle Captain's crazy training, I would always be energetic again after eating the chicken wings you made. I felt that I could do another day and night's training. Indeed. Lu Jian said seriously, I found all the food I had during my years of traveling flavorless compared with Xiao Gao's chicken wings and beef noodles. Even heavenly materials and earthly treasures were no match for them. I often felt discouraging due to the lack of nice food. One of the major reasons for my return is to taste your secret super awesome luxurious training food package. But, Xiao Gao's voice was shaking. I'm just an ordinary person, and I can only make the most primitive food. I have no idea how to cook the delicious food made of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Zhuo Xiaohu consoled him. Just mince the heavenly materials and earthly treasures into pieces. I can eat them raw. Lu Jian observed, that's highly unnecessary. You can simply bring me an intact one and accrue it. Captain. All the orphans originating from the tiger killer camp stared at Lei Dalu quietly. Lei Dalu finally couldn't bear it any longer. The tough man, whose face color had remained unchanged even when he was faced with Fengyu Zhong, a core formation stage cultivator, and countless space pirates, finally collapsed. Tears were flowing on his dry face, as he said, Xiao Gao, Lu Jian, Zhuo Xiaohu, and everyone else. I need you. Now is the time when the Great Horn Exo Society needs you most. Every one of you, whatever your cultivation is and regardless of whether you are a cultivator or an ordinary person, is of use to the Great Horn Exo Society. Welcome to the Great Horn Exo Society. Welcome home. Hooray! We are home now. Everybody is together again. Long live Great Horn. Long live the Tiger Killer Camp. Excited exclamations were echoing inside and outside the ward. Lei Dalu was laughing, too, with tears in his eyes. All right. Now that we have so many hands, the next mission for Great Horn can be started immediately. Zhuo Xiaohu was surprised. We've got a new mission so shortly? But we don't even have a starship right now. Who hired us? Lei Dalu replied, it's not a contracted mission, but one of our own. We need to go to a place and look for a certain someone. Lu Jian raised his eyebrow. What place? Which someone? Lei Dalu's smile was gone. His eyes narrowed, his face grave. The forbidden area for cultivators. Someone whom you can trust as your brother for your entire life. Deep down in a ragged space town where spiritual energy had almost run dry, near a raucous vegetable market that was filled with broken sewers, a bald man was sipping and enjoying a bowl of bean curd jelly in a small booth that sold breakfast. The booth was very close to the booths that sold chicken and fish, and therefore, was corrupted by the fishy stink. The smell was quite unpleasant. The breakfast hour had long passed. The bean curd jelly was mostly sold out. Whatever was left in the big bucket was cold with too much salt and soy sauce. It was definitely not anything close to tasteful. But the bald man was enjoying it as if it were the most delicious food in the world. He focused his attention on the bowl and completely dwelled in it. The bald man looked plain. He was wearing gray, like most of the ordinary people in the market. However, his eyes were long, narrow, and almost extended to his temples. His pupils were the size of needle tips, and if one were to draw close and observe carefully, one would vaguely see that two bloody lotuses seemed to be floating inside the man's eyes. Fengyu Zhong was sitting across him with a completely different appearance. His face was wrinkled, the hair on his temples spotted. He was wearing rubber shoes and a leather apron. He was acting like a fish dealer and gave every feeling that he was one who seemed to be outspoken and yet would take advantage of the customers at the earliest chance when they didn't notice. As if sitting on a carpet made of pins, Fengyu Zhong was moving uneasily and finally spoke hesitantly. Lotus King. Why are you not eating anything? One won't have the strength to work until their stomach is full. The Lotus King chewed the floating scum and swallowed it, before he continued. The food here is indeed bad. But for the seekers of the greatest Tao, everything in the mortal world is but fleeting cloud and dust. Bean curd jelly is dust. Lobsters and abalones are dust, too. Is it necessary to be picky about food when they are all dust? Just take it. Fengyu Zhong swallowed. The brutal bandit who had committed countless murders did not dare defy the Lotus King at all and simply ate the cold, awful bean curd jelly. The Lotus King played with his spoon and said, the failure at the end of the battle was not your fault. You carried out the plan perfectly on the tactical level. The problem was that factors out of the picture suddenly meddled in our affairs, which was a mistake in the strategical level. I should take full responsibility for the failure. You don't need to blame yourself. In fact, I owe you an apology. Because of my miscalculation, you lost 2 starships, and your prestige on Spider Den has plunged. Lotus King. Fengyu Zhong did not expect the Lotus King to be so benevolent. He was lost for words for a moment. The 2 immortal cultivators from the Temple of Immortals were discussing world-shaking events near an ordinary vegetable market. But the other customers beside them, the boss of the breakfast booth, and the passers-by seemed to be hypnotized or in a dream. They were talking and laughing as if they'd heard nothing wrong. The 2 red lotuses inside the Lotus King's eyes were bouncing like fire, as he continued speaking. What bothers me is not the loss of 2 starships, but the fact that you are still troubled by your only son's murder, and you let your sentiments affect your judgment. When we were preparing, I had thought that you had already cut off all your mortal feelings and that your fury was all faked. As it turned out, that was not the case. Fengyu Zhong's face was lackluster when he thought of his only son. He replied hoarsely, "Lotus King, it's true that I failed to cut off all the mortal feelings. The decision I made was half rational and half driven by my fury. I lost my mind and, forget it." The Lotus King sighed. Everybody knows that immortality will be achieved the moment they cut off all their mortal feelings. But mortal feelings are not that easy to cut off, and the ultimate Tao can only be pursued with hard work. We are human beings essentially. Human beings are animals. Animals are prone to the vexation of natural instincts, which are controlled by our cells, our genes, and all the hormones inside our body. They constitute a solid cage that we cannot free ourselves from easily. What is the path of immortality? The path of immortality is to fight against the natural instincts and shatter the cage. Love of entertainment is a natural instinct, and so is the bond between father and son. Only by cutting off the natural instincts completely can we evolve from hairless monkeys into a more advanced life form so as to survive longer in the dark forest and even become the king of it. The natural instinct for enjoyment is easy to cut off. But those regarding blood relationships are like parasites. One might find it impossible to cut them off after 1,000 or even 10,000 slashes. Even I cannot say for sure that I've successfully cut off all my mortal feelings. Therefore, although you were blinded by mortal feelings, I don't think that I'm qualified to blame you for that. However, the mortal feeling of father and son is to be cut off eventually. You will not be able to view the true path of immortality until you cut off such a natural instinct. Fengyu Zhong was dazed for a moment. He said, "But I only have one son who is already dead. How am I going to cut off such a mortal feeling?" The Lotus King smiled. "You can always have more sons." Fengyu Zhong was startled. He pondered for a moment and was awed by the infinite coldness and cruelty within those 6 words. He was speechless for a long time, before he managed to change the topic. About Li Yao. The intelligence system of the Temple of Immortals was very sophisticated. Now that Li Yao's name was spreading among the cultivators, it was only reasonable that the Temple of Immortals had picked up on it. The Lotus King replied, "Leave the guy alone. You have more important work to do, which is to expand your forces on Spider Den and become the real tyrant of space pirates." Fengyu Zhong was stunned. "But right now, my manpower and reputation have hit rock bottom." The Lotus King explained, "Weakness is strength in disguise. Take Li Yao for example. As a building foundation stage cultivator, wasn't he weak as hell compared to you? But he caused you a great fiasco and a huge loss of subordinates. Even yourself were almost trapped by him. You behaved better when you were chased by almost 10 core formation stage cultivators before. Why? Because you thought that he was weak. If he were a core formation stage, or even a nascent soul stage, cultivator, would you have been fooled?" Fengyu Zhong was deep in thought. The Lotus King continued. "Right now, the entire Spider Den is aware that Storm Prison has just endured a storm. You've also released the fake news that you are seriously wounded. Those who have second thoughts should be making plans now, and those who have been lurking in the darkness will show up shortly. Your wife is the daughter of the leader of Black Spider Tower. Other people may hesitate to act if she's still on your side. So, the 2 of you can act like she's betrayed you and make everyone think that you are all by yourself now. When your opponents have shown all their trump cards, we will counterattack and finish them once and for all. This is the move we are going to make. You can take your time to settle the details when you're back. Draw up a proposal with the estimated budget in 3 days. Whatever manpower, money, or magical equipment you need, you will have them. In short, make it big and worry about nothing. I'm very confident in you. Fengyu Zhong took a deep breath and replied, all right. With Lotus King's promise, I'm definitely going to take down Spider Denver. However, you can never be too careful about that guy, Li Yao. It's not just because of my personal hatred. The guy is truly cruel, crazy, and cunning. He is even more dangerous than the most brutal bandit. The organization must not regard him as an ordinary building foundation stage cultivator. I suggest that we mark him as an enemy in the core formation stage level and ask the experts of Black Spider Den to assassinate him as a priority. The Lotus King smiled vaguely. You don't need to worry about that. Do you know why I asked you to choose the Iron Plateau Space Zone as your battlefield? Fengyu Zhong was dazed for a moment. The Iron Plateau Space Zone was a forbidden area for cultivators, where all kinds of perils were looming. Even he had almost fallen into the traps. He had thought that the Lotus King was merely trying to take advantage of the territory there. But now that the Lotus King had brought it up again, could it be? Fengyu Zhong beamed with joy. He exclaimed in surprise and excitement, do we have men on Iron Plateau? The Lotus King smiled but gave no replies. He sipped the remaining bean curd jelly and smacked his lips. Landing on Iron Plateau? He is asking to be killed. At the periphery of the constellation, an encounter had just ended. A starship of space pirates discovered a broken Ox-level carrier in a remote route. Judging from the appearance, it seemed to have been brought there by a severe space storm and had barely any impetus left. The shell of the starship was torn apart, the crystal cannons on the surface were askew. It was unable to move at all, like an animal that was mired in a swamp. The overjoyed space pirates immediately jumped forward and docked to the starship while threatening it with the fearsome crystal cannons. A lot of space pirates boarded on the unfamiliar starship. They were surprised that the carrier was empty without a single human being. Right then, the cabin door was locked. Deadly gas was released non-stop and killed all the intruders instantly. In the meantime, the shell of the carrier glittered. The peaceful appearance of a carrier was torn apart, revealing almost 100 dense cannons that made the starship look like a hideous steel hedgehog. The rising dragon of the 9 stars flag rose up on the light beam projected by the head of the starship. Sparkle had revealed itself. Since the two parties were next to each other and docked by magnetic field, there was no way to avoid the bombardment at all. After 20 minutes of barraging, the starship of the space pirates had completely lost all combat ability. The remaining space pirates fled in their crystal suits. But the current route was too remote and far away. Without the support of a starship, their crystal suits did not have enough fuel to support themselves to fly to the next supply point. They would become space dust halfway through their trip. It did not take long before the space pirates realized the situation. 10 minutes later, all the space pirates who had surrendered were shot dead. The cultivators from the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau of the Heaven's Origin sector who had fought the demon race for 500 years did not know what mercy was at all. The first hunting in disguise has succeeded. But it took us too much time. We suppressed a starship of the lowest level in over 20 minutes. The distribution of our cannons is not accurate enough. We need to redesign the positions of the fire points. The space pirates that were attracted into our starship were not many, either. The scheme to lure the enemy needs to be further revised. Inside the empty sparkle, 4 clusters of liquid metal shivered and occasionally formed human faces. The 4 kings of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution in the old days, for spectral cultivators today, had grown accustomed to the training of their souls. They could simulate the shape of humans once in a while now. An even larger cluster of liquid metal rolled inside and bulged into a silver human figure. But it was only half a meter tall and looked like an uncolored statue. It was Professor Mo Xian, the previous dean of the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution and the founder of Project Mystic Skeleton. Li Yao has been found. 10 minutes later, the 5 spectral cultivators from the Heaven's Origin sector finished analyzing the information that Li Yao had transmitted to them. Sparkle fell into a brief silence. Mo Xian said, according to Li Yao's message, and the information we collected from the spiritual nexus recently, we have 2 options right now. Firstly, we can stand by and watch because it's none of our business. We can continue hiding in the periphery of the Sea of Stars and let the cultivators and immortal cultivators of the Flying Star sector fight each other. We won't do anything about it even if the Flying Star sector might be occupied by the immortal cultivators. Secondly, we can get us involved and fight against the immortal cultivators together with the cultivators of the Flying Star sector in some way. The 4 kings slightly shivered. The liquid metal was shrinking and expanding. As they began talking enthusiastically, it appears that the Temple of Immortals is a very large organization that has been hiding its capability in the shadow for 1,000 years. Now that it has decided to act, it definitely has backup plans. This is not the end of everything yet. We have nothing but a tiny sparkle. The odds of success when fighting against such a giant are not very high. We might be destroyed if we are reckless for a moment. The Heaven's Origin sector is still waiting for us. We cannot afford to die in this place. But Li Yao has already become a sworn enemy of the Temple of Immortals. If the immortal cultivators really take over the Flying Star sector, they will absolutely try everything they can to dig us out. Then we should run. To a different world. Which world? We were already unbelievably lucky to have jumped into a world with abundant resources. Who knows whether or not we can find a similar world in our next jump? Even if we find a new world, who can be certain that it will be a peaceful one? For all we know, it might be even more chaotic than the Flying Star sector. Fight. We should stay and fight. These so-called immortal cultivators are in fact demonic cultivators, who are our sworn enemies. Don't forget that the demon race that savages the Heaven's Origin sector nowadays was on the same boat as the demonic cultivators before. Mo Xian listened to everyone's opinions quietly. In the end, he remarked, everybody has made good points. Allow me to make a conclusion. Firstly, the Flying Star sector is a world with bountiful resources and spiritual energy. Besides, the remnants of all kinds of starships can be found in this place, which makes it the best place for us to build up ourselves at this moment. It's highly unlikely that we find a similar world again after another super-long space jump. It's more likely that we will be lost in the four-dimensional space and torn into pieces. Therefore, before we find our way home, we can only stay in the Flying Star sector. Secondly, we cannot count on the remnants to strengthen ourselves forever. As Sparkle grows stronger and more advanced, cutting-edge technology and magical equipment will have to be applied to it one day. Such things are not available in the ancient battlefield at the periphery of the Sea of Stars. We can only expect to find them in the central part of the Flying Star sector. The central part of the Flying Star sector is definitely the place that cultivators and immortal cultivators are going to fight over. It means that we will have to get in touch with one of the two sides someday if we keep building up ourselves. We will communicate with them, learn their techniques, receive their assistance, and even form an alliance with them. The only question remains, which of the two sides are we going to get in touch with? Cultivators or immortal cultivators? I think the answer to the question is obvious. I said just now that we had two options. But in fact, we have only one. If the Flying Star sector really turns into a great swirl of war, we will definitely be involved. The only thing we can choose is how to be involved. Do we accept whatever happens to us, or strike our way forward? Yes. The Heaven's Origin sector is waiting for us. But how do you envision our return? Are we coming home alone, with nothing but Sparkle, or with countless allies and thousands of starships? I believe that, if the cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector resist the immortal cultivators together with the cultivators of the Flying Star sector today, the cultivators of the Flying Star sector will stand side by side with the cultivators of the Heaven's Origin sector and demolish the Blood Demon sector tomorrow. The four kings were silent for a moment. Then, they each extended a small metal sprout from the center of the metal balls and shook. It was a gesture of consent among them. All right. It's decided then. We will cruise slowly toward the Iron Plateau space zone now while we explore more ancient battlegrounds on the way in order to further modify Sparkle so that it will boast a higher combat ability within the atmosphere. In the meantime, we can disguise ourselves as a business starship and continue hunting space pirates in order to accumulate more battle experience. According to the messages from various sources, Li Yao has probably been forced to land on Iron Plateau. When the moment comes, we might have to break into Iron Plateau to rescue him. Let's just hope that he is not dead by then. I'm going to die. Li Yao shouted and leaned backwards, his arms waving. He stomped on the ground and dashed back weirdly like a leaf that was being swept away by furious wind. The moment he jumped back, a cluster of black, stinky air hit where he had been standing brutally. Countless iron ores were mixed in with the stinky air and blew hundreds of holes in the ground from which blue smoke was popping up. Hoo! A gargantuan worm that looked like an earthworm, only billions of times larger, was roaring scarily. It was more than 10 meters long and 1 meter in diameter. The front end of its body was a bloody mouthpart where countless sharp, circular teeth were spinning rapidly. Li Yao turned back and slashed his saber. The aura of his blade spurted out, only to leave a shallow trace on the skin of the bizarre worm, which was emitting a metallic glow, as if the worm was made of super alloys. Li Yao's attack further infuriated the bizarre worm. The front end of its body blossomed, expanding its mouthpart to more than 3 meters in diameter. A cluster of even more vicious, venomous gas was being condensed rapidly inside its body. When the cluster of black gas was compressed to the bare minimum, Li Yao snapped his fingers. Four floating 6-barreled machine guns appeared weirdly deep inside the bizarre worm's throat and opened fire. In an instant, more than 10 burning lines of bullets barraged and triggered the high-pressure gas inside the bizarre worm's body. The surface of the bizarre worm was as tough as steel, but the interior of its body was extremely soft and stored a huge amount of water. It was blown into smithereens immediately. The worm was split in two, and yet it was not killed, still struggling crazily, driven by natural instincts, stirring the environment nearby into chaos. Li Yao fled with his face hidden in his palms. He did not return until half an hour later, by which time the bizarre worm had turned completely rigid. Then, he dissected the worm prudently and collected the materials that he needed. My bullets are running out. Li Yao sighed and eyed his surroundings helplessly. He finally understood why the residents of the Flying Star sector would rather live on cold, shallow starships than return to the planets. Iron Plateau was not a place for human beings at all. There was nothing but a desert the color of rust all the way to the horizon. Weirdly shaped plants could be found occasionally, but they were all withered and half dead. The environment there was similar to that of the Grand Desolate Plateau in the Heaven's Origin sector. However, the Grand Desolate Plateau was a boundless plateau that could be reconstructed manually after all. But on the surface of Iron Plateau, huge mountains, hundreds and even thousands of meters high, were standing next to each other. The mountains defied the tectonic laws. They were separate from each other and simply protruded from the ground. Multicolored and bumpy, they were similar to the commonly seen meteoroids in the space. In some places, mountains were replaced by giant pits, hundreds of meters in diameter. Many such pits were enveloped by black fog all the time. If one were to look at them from afar, they were the darkest abysses. The altitude gap between the mountains and the abysses was extremely large, which made the climate on Iron Plateau disjointed and without any patterns. It was not unusual for a furious thunderstorm to be succeeded by scorching weather just a moment later. Such an environment was definitely not natural. Li Yao speculated that an enormous meteor shower had assaulted Iron Plateau thousands of years ago. The bigger meteorites had landed on the surface of Iron Plateau and turned into the uncanny peaks of stones. The meteorites that were smaller, on the other hand, were directly vaporized due to the intense impact, the blast of which swept across everything, leaving the bottomless craters on the ground. The meteorites looked very odd and unnatural. Li Yao had seen many interconnected spiritual stripes on many meteorite mountains that constituted what seemed to be rune arrays. Li Yao had never seen such circuits before. But he was sure that it was a model that could absorb and utilize spiritual energy. The meteorites must have been made by certain intellectual creatures on purpose. They were some sort of magical equipment. The meteorites seemed to boast a strange power that had completely reshaped the environment of Iron Plateau. Not only was the land desolate, the demon beasts there had undergone unbelievable mutations, too. The giant sandworm that had assaulted Li Yao a while ago was a frequently seen low-level demon beast that was often used by high-level demon beasts as vehicles. But on Iron Plateau, it had mutated in a terrifying way. Its skin was thick and weapon-proof, and it could absorb metals and pulverize them into ores inside its body. During a battle, it could spurt out the ores with high-pressure air like a storm of bullets. However, this giant worm was one of the most docile demon beasts that Li Yao had seen during his 1-month stay on Iron Plateau. What kind of place is this? It is even rougher than the dark desolate domain in the depths of the Grand Desolate Plateau. Looking at the ragged mystic skeleton battlesuit on his body, the boiled blood wind-slashing saber, which was riddled with cracks, and the crystals inside his cosmos ring, which were about to run dry, Li Yao cursed loudly. An hour later, Li Yao appeared at the foot of a majestic meteorite mountain. The meteorites from space were apparently of different origins. Some of them contain abundant spiritual energy and resources that were necessary for living creatures. This majestic meteorite mountain was a good example. Although it was surrounded by a bleak desert, a lot of green plants were thriving on the mountain, making it seem like an oasis in the desert. However, the oasis was not as peaceful as it appeared to be. Li Yao lunged forward and climbed up to the middle of the mountain. There was an inconspicuous crevice covered by bushes and grass. The bushes beside the crevice, noticing that a stranger was drawing near, suddenly wriggled as if they were animals. A cluster of bright gray thorns danced like hundreds of vipers. Their front ends blossomed and spewed dirty sap as they hissed like snakes. Li Yao held his saber tightly and put on a dangerous look. He yelled, "Do you want to die?" The thorns shook for a moment. There was no telling whether they understood what Li Yao said or they perceived the killing intent from him, but they did not dare get closer to him anymore. Li Yao raised his hand and tossed a slice of worm meat to the thorns. It was immediately bound up by dozens of thorns and melted by their corrosive sap. Very soon, it became a delicious meal for the thorns. Li Yao took the opportunity to dash past the thorns into the crevice behind them. There was quite a spacious cave behind the crevice. Li Yao had paved the ground with ash and sand. Therefore, the cave was quite clean and dry. The cave was not the largest one on this meteorite mountain, nor did it boast the most abundant spiritual energy. There were several other caves with better conditions. But Li Yao had chosen this cave because of the thorns growing outside the cave. They were greedy carnivores that would not let any intruder past. Also, whenever they were alarmed, they would always make rattling noises, which made them the best watched dogs at present. Deep inside the cave, where the thorns could not reach, Li Yao took off his mystic skeleton battlesuit and lay down, stretching out in relief. Then, he suddenly jerked up and, unwilling to admit his failure, tried to break his limits with the soul-igniting law. Boom! A glittering rune array seemed to have been formed inside the cave. Mysterious rays of light were flowing around Li Yao's body. Refinement Stage Level 1. Level 4. Level 7. Refinement Stage Level 9. Level 11. Level 13. Peak of the Refinement Stage. When he reached the peak of the Refinement Stage, the spiritual gas surrounding Li Yao had reached the maximum. The whole cave was soaked in an ocean of gold brightness. Even the most ordinary rock was glittering like the most precious diamond. However, just when the spiritual gas was about to be compressed and liquefied as he approached the building foundation stage, 9 black streaks suddenly popped around Li Yao's heart. They bit each other's tails and locked up his heart like a vicious shackle. Li Yao grunted in pain. Cold sweat was pouring off his forehead, but he could not condense his spiritual gas anyhow. A moment later, Li Yao let go of his spiritual gas helplessly and maintained his spiritual energy in the 3rd level of the refinement stage with the soul converging technique. Black Spider Death Curse, what a creepy one. Li Yao tore open his mustard seed battle suit and observed his stomach. 9 black stripes that interweaved into a weird chain of 9 snakes were looming on his left chest. It was deep into his skin and flesh and tied up his heart. Scratching the tattoo softly, Li Yao felt that it was directly connected to his heart. A gentle touch was enough to make his heart race. It was not hard to guess what would happen if it was removed by force. Li Yao had complicated feelings as he looked at the tattoo, wondering whether or not he should regret joining the battle a month ago. It was true that, when he had learned that Storm Prison was ambushing the Great Horn Exo Society, an untamable, crazy notion had occurred to him, which was to take down the core formation stage cultivator Fengyu Zhong. The reason was simple. Li Yao had never believed that any secret was safe forever. Although few clues had been left to link him to Fengyu Ming's death, there were still too many coincidences. Before, he had not been known for his capabilities yet, and other people might not have associated him with the event. But as he appeared out of nowhere in the Skyhill Sword Seminar, and when he rose to fame in Heavenly Saint City in the future, his capabilities would become known by the world sooner or later. By then, with Fengyu Zhong's wisdom and Black Spider Tower's intelligence network, some traces would definitely be found. Li Yao had never been a passive man. Neither was he willing to bear the thought that a core formation stage cultivator would be making plans against him in secret someday in the future. It was to kill or to be killed. It seemed to be a better option to slay the father before he found out the truth about his son's death than to wait for Fengyu Zhong to figure everything out. Li Yao had not been aware of the existence of the planetary ring before, he only knew that the Iron Plateau space zone was full of stone belts. Therefore, his plan had been to hide inside the stone belts while planting all the crystal bombs he carried during his escape. Then, the environment inside the stone belts would be completely disrupted, and Fengyu Zhong would be stalled. He was wagering on the hope that the reinforcements of cultivators would arrive in time and surround Fengyu Zhong. If so, Fengyu Zhong would certainly have died. The chance was slim. But how could a building foundation stage cultivator kill a core formation stage cultivator without taking his chances? When he discovered that the planetary ring around Iron Plateau was a piece of powerful defensive magical equipment, he had changed his plan and decided to activate the defensive magical equipment with the crystal bombs as triggers. In order to fully convince Fengyu Zhong, he had even fought Fengyu Zhong the hard way once and suffered heavy wounds because of it. He had taken every detail into consideration. It had never occurred to him that Fengyu Zhong's nose would be so sharp. There were no loopholes at all, but he had still sensed danger and run away beforehand. Li Yao had also failed to anticipate that the blast released by the planetary ring when it was triggered to be as strong. His original plan was to hide in the interior side of the planetary ring while he waited for the reinforcements. As it turned out, the blast was like a surging tide and easily blew him into the gravitational pull of Iron Plateau. The Mystic Skeleton battlesuit had been seriously damaged, too, and lost most of its impetus. He was not able to alter his route and could only perform an emergency landing on Iron Plateau. After he fell onto the planet that was even harsher than the Grand Desolate Plateau, the trickiest issue Li Yao was faced with was not the brutal demon beasts, but the black spider death curse, which Su Jiuzhen had cast upon him on his death with the power of his soul. If the weird curse targeted his brain and tried to kill him, Li Yao could resist it by relying on Yezi's soul power and eliminate it directly. Yet, the black spider death curse seemed to be alive and was very adaptive to the environment. It was even able to select the most suitable method of attack. After the previous outbreak when it was almost banished by him, the curse seemed to know that it was not strong enough to kill him and had been lurking near his heart where it had stabilized into a weird shackle. The shackle was intangible in peacetime, and it did not affect him during a battle. But every time when he was about to rise into the building foundation stage by liquefying his spiritual gas with the soul-igniting law, the vicious power of the curse would be triggered at the critical moment and pierce into his heart. He was locked in the refinement stage by 9 invisible chains. Over the past month, however hard he tried and burnt his soul, he had not been able to break this limit. Li Yao was not depressed at yet another failure. He smacked his lips and leaned against the wall of the cave, meditating. The stubbornness inside his eyes was as bright as before, not in the least diminished. It might not be a bad thing now that I'm confined in the refinement stage by the black spider death curse. From the time when his spiritual root awakened, a mark that he became a cultivator, to the time when he advanced into the high level of the building foundation stage and boasted combat ability at the peak of the building foundation stage occasionally, it had taken less than 5 years. 5 years, from an ordinary person to a cultivator in the high level of the building foundation stage. Such a speed of advancement was appalling in the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, the Star Ocean Imperium, and even the ancient cultivation world. Advancing too fast was not necessarily a good thing. Breaking into the next level hastily without consolidating one's current knowledge might prove to be a hindrance in the future training. Since he had stepped into the high level of the building foundation stage, Li Yao had always been a bit lost as to how to further proceed in his path of cultivation. The training of his hands with purple ring sword ants and the building of his body with the 1000 tempering 100 refining technique were just improvements in specific areas. As to his overall cultivation, he hadn't made any progress recently and felt like that he was trapped in a maze. The advancement from the beginning level of the building foundation stage to the middle level was based on the spiritual seed of Iron God Yen Ba, a nascent soul stage cultivator. The breakthrough from the middle level of the building foundation stage to the high level was because of the adventure inside the True Fusion and the Space Swirl. How was he going to progress further? The black spider death curse and the shackle it imposed on him might prove to be of great help. Li Yao's soul-igniting law was known as soaring into heaven in one leap. The main trick of the method was to imagine oneself as a proud king of eagles that had been caged inside a valley from a young age and never tasted the feeling of flying freely. It could only watch countless ordinary birds swooping past itself. Just like that. Anger, patience, struggle, concealment. Then, one day, the shackle was broken, and the King of Sky ascended to its throne. It was the core of soaring into heaven in one leap. Wasn't Li Yao an eagle king who was locked up in a deep valley? It was exactly the scenario inside his soul-igniting law. Maybe, this is going to be my turning point. It took me only 4 years to advance into the high level of the building foundation stage from an ordinary person. The speed was too high for me to lay a solid foundation. If I train myself with the regular methods according to traditions, I might have to spend another 4 years building myself up and consolidating my knowledge. Then, it would take me 20 years to solidify my spiritual energy in order to enter the core formation stage. To be honest, it was already incredible to form the core in one's 40s. For other cultivators, they can only make such an achievement if they are extremely lucky and everything goes their way. But I cannot wait that long. 5 years. In 5 years, I'm going to succeed in forming the core so that I will be qualified to fight for the planetary level magical equipment, which will be the biggest guarantee for the final war when I return to the Heaven's Origin sector. The fight against Fengyu Zhong had taught Li Yao a good lesson about his weakness. Plots, calculations, and schemes were absolutely useless when faced with overwhelming strength. If one wants to get rich quick, one must take risks. It is not an easy task to form the core in 5 years. The Black Spider death curse may have shackled me to the refinement stage for now, but isn't it a great opportunity for me to form the core? As long as I attack the Black Spider death curse with soaring into heaven in one leap continuously and shatter it one day, I will definitely be able to experience the ultimate feeling of the eagle who soars in the sky. Even if I cannot form the core, I will at least be able to stand firmly at the peak of the building foundation stage and see clearly how I am going to break into the core formation stage. Now that his belief was firm again and he knew what he was aiming for, Li Yao felt that he was no longer lost, although he was wandering on a perilous, unknown planet all by himself. He retrieved the objects inside his cosmos rings and accessed them while he pondered what he was going to do next. Firstly, the mystic skeleton battle suit. During the fierce battle with Fengyu Zhong, the breastplate of the crystal suit had been pierced by Fengyu Zhong's spear, which left a terrifying hole there. The 2 pieces of plate armor had completely lost all functionality. Then, he was blown brutally by the blast from the outbreak of the planetary ring. Thankfully, Li Yao had not been facing the planetary ring, or the blast might have charged into his body through the hole on his chest and minced him into pieces. Although his life had been saved, the power rune arrays and the crystal reactor on the back of the mystic skeleton battlesuit had all been seriously damaged and were on the brink of destruction. It would not resume its combat ability without major maintenance. The mystic skeleton battlesuit was no longer as awesome as it had been in the planetary ring. Shocking traces of claw marks could be found on the surface of the lackluster armor, as if the crystal suit had been savaged brutally by a deadly beast. Li Yao felt his heart pounding the moment he saw the traces. They were the result of horrifying demon beasts lurking inside the atmosphere of Iron Plateau when he was falling through it. The atmosphere of Iron Plateau was like a layer of thin, gray mist. Such demon beasts had been hiding inside the gray mist and blending themselves in with it. Their speed was also too high for Li Yao to see what they looked like clearly. Moreover, more than 10 of them had appeared at the same time and hunted the prey collaboratively. They were quite difficult to deal with. To escape from the demon beasts, Li Yao had exploited the last bit of potential of his mystic skeleton battlesuit at the risk of breaking down in the sky. He was lucky enough to have gotten rid of the predators. The crystal reactor has to be replaced. More than half of the crystal processor has been blown up, too. I have to find a place to fully maintain the crystal suit and give it a rebirth. Li Yao scratched his head. Where could he repair his crystal suit on such a desolate, uninhabited planet? There were no spiritual towers in space near Iron Plateau space zone, which meant that the area had no network. The atmosphere of Iron Plateau seemed a bit odd, too. It was extremely difficult to receive the messages of the outside world, not to mention sending signals out. This planet was like a lone island in the boundless sea of stars that was completely isolated from the rest of the universe. Li Yao could only rely to himself to repair the mystic skeleton battlesuit so that he could rush out of Iron Plateau with no fear of the flying demon beasts living inside the atmosphere. But even if he rushed out of Iron Plateau, he might not be able to find a starship to board on because there were very few sailing routes in the Iron Plateau space zone, which had always known to be a forbidden area for cultivators. Crystal suits were perfect for short-distance battles in space, but a long journey from one space zone to another one? That would be a joke. It meant that he would also need a starship that could at least cruise across space zones. He couldn't help but wonder whether or not there had ever been such a thing on Iron Plateau. Li Yao sighed and focused his attention on examining the other items. The good news was that he was not short of food and clean water. The large quality of supplies he had looted from Fengyu Ming had never been used however hard his life was, even if he had to buy leek pies in a vegetable market. Now, his frugalness had given him a great return. The food was sufficient for him to survive for quite a few years. A moment ago, he had gone out to hunt the giant worm not because he lacked food, but because he needed the super alloys that the giant worm condensed inside its body. The giant worms were like natural furnaces. They could swallow all kinds of minerals and transform them into hard super alloys, which looked like pearls, after a series of complicated chemical reactions inside their bodies. When they were attacking, the super alloys would be spurted as bullets. When Li Yao discovered the habit, he had risked hunting several such giant worms and gathered a lot of alloys, hoping that the materials would be of use to his maintenance work later. Although he had excessive food and clean water, the tremendous crystals that Fengyu Ming had kept inside his cosmos ring had run out a long time ago. Half of them were used for his personal training, and the other half were refined into crystal bombs. There weren't any left. After the previous consumptions, especially the spendthrift uses in the planetary ring at the end of the battle, his storage of crystal bombs was running low, too. There were only a few of them left now. As for his weapons, the boiled blood wind-slashing saber had suffered the most damage because of the head-on clash with Fengyu Zhong's Devil's Cry. Both the surface and the interior of the blade were riddled with small cracks. If it was not examined and repaired in time, the saber would crumble after another few clashes. There was a tiny dent on his purple electric blue fire claw, too. The light flames right now were much feebler when it was condensed into a drill of mystic rays. This must be what is called no ammo and no food, muttered Li Yao with a self-mocking smile. 2 streaks of brightness, one black and the other red, flew out of his cosmos ring and circled him. The black one wagged its tail while it was flying in a cocky manner, as if it were saying, "Hey, do you know who the most reliable one is now? Little Black, stop horsing around." Li Yao's mood finally got better when he saw Black Wing. The mysterious flying sword that his foster father had passed on to him had not been of much use after he left the Heaven's origin sector. He had merely installed it to the back of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. When necessary, it could provide additional momentum to improve the speed and agility of the Mystic Skeleton battle suit. However, the flying sword seemed to be very unsatisfied about Li Yao's arrangement. When he landed on Iron Plateau, his flying sword had been coming out once in a while by itself and hit Li Yao. Yes. It had been hitting Li Yao's head with the handle of the sword. Li Yao was more than pissed. As for the red streak, it was a Neltharion, a piece of magical equipment used to train its users to steer a starship. Neltharion had proved to be extremely useful in such a strange environment like Iron Plateau because it was the perfect probe magical equipment. As long as Li Yao attached part of his soul to Neltharion, he could observe the surroundings from the perspective of Neltharion. Also, the magical equipment boasted certain stealth ability and was very hard to find when it snuck into the air without anybody knowing. "You are my only company now." Gripping Black Wing and waving the sword, Li Yao suddenly recalled the life of struggles in the magical equipment graveyard together with Little Black 5 years ago. He remembered how ambitious and audacious he had been, even though he had been an unknown middle school student, and how he had been willing to walk on the seemingly hard and dangerous path. He was immediately cheered up again. "I've passed through so much wind and storm. The demon prince failed to kill me, and the unparalleled deadly demon from 40,000 years ago was drilled right through by me. How can a small iron plateau trap me? Come on. I'm going to fix the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, find a starship, and get out of Iron Plateau." Right at this moment, the alarm magical equipment deployed in the depths of the cave emitted feeble redness. "Somebody is here." Li Yao was refreshed. He put all the objects back to his cosmos rings but let Black Wing and Neltharion follow him. Then he dashed out of the cave. When he reached the entrance of the cave, Li Yao tossed another slice of worm meat to the corrosive thorns guarding the cave. While the thorns were enjoying the new meal, Li Yao rushed to the peak of the meteorite mountain. Li Yao crouched inside a cluster of grass and lay low before he extended his telepathic thoughts to Neltharion. "Neltharion, strike forward." After entering a trance, Li Yao's vision completely changed, as if Neltharion became his new eyes. Swoosh! Neltharion darted out, leaving red traces behind. Li Yao did not dare to fly Neltharion too high. Iron Plateau was a place hundreds of times more dangerous than the Grand Desolate Plateau. It would be committing suicide to fly too high here because many demon beasts boasted keen anti-stealth abilities. Therefore, Li Yao flew Neltharion toward the southeast, at such a low altitude that it almost kissed the ground, until it reached the foot of another meteorite mountain. Then, Li Yao hit it in the crown of a giant tree and kept it still. Neltharion turned around and peeped at the southwest. Even if someone in the southwest discovered that they were being observed, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to Li Yao. One could never be too cautious in a foreign land. Many vehicles were driving over intimidatingly from the southwest. The sand they raised was like a raging yellow dragon. Every 3 days, almost 20 vehicles would show up and go hunting in the desert. It was almost the most important reason Li Yao had chosen to hide himself in this meteorite mountain. He was trying to observe the natives of Iron Plateau at a close distance. Although he did not dare draw too close to the vehicles, as he feared that they might have anti-stealth methods, he had still gathered a lot of information after so many days. Many files he read stated that the few habitable planets of the Flying Star sector were occupied by demon beasts and primitive barbarians. From what he had seen, the place was indeed frequented by demon beasts, but the so-called barbarians were not necessarily savages. The natives of Iron Plateau were not as civilized as the residents in space, but they knew how to drive tanks, and they employed a lot of magical equipment when they were hunting demon beasts. Besides, they were clear about when to attack and when to retreat. The collaboration of the team members was flawless. They were definitely not barbarians but citizens of a highly developed civilization. They should be what Huangpu Xiaoya addressed as Qi trainers. Li Yao was aware that Qi trainer was an alternative name for cultivators in the ancient cultivation world 40,000 years ago. Many traditional cultivators preferred to be called Qi trainers. The question remained, what kind of people were the Qi trainers on Iron Plateau? However, the wind on the desert was too furious. Whenever they appeared, they would raise a small sandstorm. Everything was obscured by the dust, and Li Yao was not able to watch them clearly. Li Yao did not dare drive Neltharion too close to the vehicles, because he feared that the anti-stealth methods the Qi trainers had might destroy his treasure. Li Yao stopped looking at the strangers and focused on studying the messages sent back by Neltharion. They were the parameters of the airwaves that Neltharion detected. By analyzing the change of the parameters, Li Yao could evaluate the intensity of a battle and the combat ability of the Qi trainers. It was like inferring the size of a stone that was tossed into the center of a pond from the ripples at the edge of the pond. These guys are merely in the refinement stage. Li Yao analyzed the data carefully. Then he retrieved the report of the previous investigations and studied them together. So far, he had observed 6 battles. However, Neltharion had never sensed the liquefaction of spiritual gas in the air, not even once. From the beginning to end, they had never showed any signs of having any building foundation stage cultivators, not even when they were in emergencies. They are simply a bunch of refinement stage cultivators. Although they are all battle type, they are nothing to be scared of. After ascertaining his conclusion, Li Yao smiled and was fully relieved. Chapter 549 First Interaction. He planned to get in touch with the Qi trainers despite the risk involved. Repairing the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit not only required very advanced furnaces but also a fully equipped maintenance workshop as well as almost 100 indispensable strengthened alloys and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In the barren, desolate wilderness, even Yezi would not have been able to fix the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit with stones and twigs if he came back to life. Besides, Li Yao needed a starship to help him leave the Iron Plateau space zone, and it was not like he could pick one up in the wasteland. Since the hunting team of the Qi trainers had so many vehicles and used magical equipment frequently during battles, it was safe to assume that they must have facilities to create and maintain the magical equipment in their bases. If he reached the Chi Trainer's town, there was a very good chance he would be able to mend the mystic skeleton battlesuit and even find a starship. Of course, Li Yao wouldn't be so reckless as to walk out and greet them like an old friend. All the files of the Flying Star sector affirmed that the barbarians living on the planets feasted upon raw meat and blood and loathed the residents in the space. Some starships had been forced to land on the planets due to space storms, only to never be heard from again. There was no telling whether they ended up in demon beast stomachs or were captured by the barbarians. Huangpu Xiaoya had also said that Chi trainers were not particularly fond of the cultivators from the outside world. Therefore, Li Yao had been lurking for an entire month in order to determine the capability of the hunting team of the Chi trainers. Although most of my capability has been locked by the Black Spider Death Curse, I can easily reach the peak of the refinement stage. Moreover, my battle awareness is still in the high level of the building foundation stage. Therefore, I'm definitely invincible among refinement stage cultivators. Realistically speaking, it's not like the 20 Chi trainers are all at the peak of the refinement stage, is it? Most of them should be in the middle level and high level of the refinement stage. Their leader might be the only one at the peak of the refinement stage. Let's say that I'm unlucky enough and that a once-in-a-billion-years event happens to me. If the 20 Chi trainers are all at the peak of the refinement stage, I can always run away from them if I can't beat them, can't I? The odds of such a coincidence were so low that they could always be ignored. Li Yao thought through the whole plan again and realized that he would have to get in touch with Chi trainers anyway in his current situation. Right now, the Chi trainers in front of them were not strong enough. The pace of the communication would be within his control. He could decide whether to negotiate or to attack and whether to fight or to flee. If he did not get in touch with them right now, it would be quite awkward if he ran into Chi trainers that were equal to building foundation stage cultivators. Thinking about that, Li Yao carried Black Wing on his back and dashed out like a bolt of lightning. He did not rush to the Chi trainers directly, but took a large turn around the meteorite mountain and left messy traces around the cave where he had been hiding. Then, he neatly deployed the last few crystal bombs in a valley that he had chosen a long time ago. When he was fully prepared, he walked toward the Chi trainers neither too fast nor too slowly. The Chi trainers seemed very interested in the giant worms that could absorb metal ores in the desert. They had been chasing the giant worms for more than half a day and eventually slayed 6 of them. Li Yao was hoping to borrow the maintenance equipment of the Chi trainers, so he was unwilling to get on bad terms with the natives of Iron Plateau. Thus, he did not hide himself and reached them openly. While he came close, he was able to observe the strangers more carefully, only to be startled by what he saw. The Chi trainers were using True Chi 1 magical equipment. True Chi was condensed by cultivators through absorbing the natural spiritual gas. Then, the True Chi could be launched to drive the complicated mechanical devices and deal great damage. As the magical equipment in the exploration phase at the early stage of the modern cultivation civilization, the True Chi magical equipment was heavy, clumsy, and sophisticated in structure. They were all silly, thick, and stupid steel beasts. Also, the transformation efficiency when the True Chi was turned into energy and damage was too low with too much loss, not to mention the wasted gas, black smoke, and ear-splitting noises. Therefore, True Chi magical equipment was soon replaced by the next-generation magical equipment, which was smaller, neater, and had a higher efficiency rate of spiritual energy. Right now, the Chi trainers in front of him were driving single tanks that had 2 giant wheels, one at the front and the other at the rear, which were embedded with sharp thorns. The 2 wheels were more than 1 meter in diameter. The power rune arrays carved on them were askew and disordered. They were like the drawings of a newborn baby. Rolls of bronze tubes extended from the core of True Chi in the middle of the tank to the front and the rear, covering the entire tank. All the tubes were connected by rivets, but the joints were loose. Dense black smoke was surging out from the gaps of the tubes, as if almost 20 chimneys were stuck in the tanks. Fulminations resembling the noise of a waterfall made Li Yao feel that his ears were numb. Such a steel beast was more than 7 meters long and 3 meters high. It could only accommodate 3 knights at best. Compared to the shuttles commonly seen among cultivators, it was truly ineffective. But the daunting aura of antiquity couldn't have been better demonstrated. All the tanks were of a similar style to the single tank. In short, they were steel structures driven by smoking true qi, connected by rough rivets, armed with turrets using true qi as cannonballs, with zero suspension components, so that those on board would feel every bit of the bump and blast and exert all their strength. Who? Every tank of the Qi trainers was like a hungry animal, sending out ear-splitting roars. The Qi trainers discovered Li Yao very soon. The tube of one of the single tanks suddenly spurted 2 clusters of large and intense black smoke, before it accelerated and rushed toward Li Yao at a high speed. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and gazed at the single tank, ready to fight. The single tank was painted a crude red in the shape of burning fire, which seemed to be made of the blood of demon beasts. There was only one knight on it. The knight was in his 20s, but he was more than 2 meters tall, mighty and muscular. His shoulders were twice as wide as Li Yao's. He was wearing a fearsome helmet crafted out of the skull of a demon beast, and leather armor and a pair of trousers refined out of the hide of a black demon beast. There were protective pads on his shoulders and wrists. The pads were embedded with bone spurs more than 1 inch long, which were emanating a dominating aura. 2 giant rivets protruded out of the knight's chin. They were carved with 2 round runes, suggesting that they were some sort of magical equipment. Li Yao was somewhat relieved. Despite the eccentric clothes, they did not look very different from the residents in space, except that they were taller and more muscular. Among the space residents, due to the cosmic radiation, tall, brawny men more than 2 meters tall were not very uncommon. Even Li Yao could turn into such a giant with the secret arts to trigger the primordial powers in his cells and expand his muscles, which he inherited from the spiritual seed of Iron God Yen Ba, a body fundamentalist. Li Yao had been worried that the Qi trainers might be a different species with red hair, blue eyebrow, and green teeth. It would have been difficult to communicate with them if so. Hardly had he taken a breath in relief when he was stunned by the 2 flags flying at the rear of the tank of the Qi trainer. Those Qi trainers seemed to be rather ostentatious. Several flags were stabbed at the rear of each tank and were all rattling in the wind. Before, Li Yao had not been able to see them clearly via Neltharion due to the long distance. It was not until this moment that he discovered that what was drawn on the 2 flags was an angrily roaring face resembling the sun, which was spraying flames of fury to the surroundings. That Isayuro, the battle emblem of the Burning Sun Alliance. Li Yao was shocked. The Burning Sun Alliance was one of the 6 major sects in Heavenly Saints City and one of the strongest cultivation sects of the Flying Star sector. How come their battle emblem had shown up on the flags of Qi trainers? While he was pondering, the iron horse of the Qi trainer had sprinted at Li Yao, preparing to crush him directly. Li Yao sniffed. He lowered his body and was ready to slash the hostile tank into 2 halves. The knight roared in fury. The black smoke emitted from his tank soared into the sky together with his killing intent, as if a brutal tornado was brewing. However, Li Yao remained as solid as a stone in the center of a tornado, except that the coldness in his eyes was becoming brighter and brighter. He was not scared at all, because he had even slain a real tornado before. Eventually, the Iron Knight was awed by Li Yao's serenity and intimidating aura. He came to a sudden halt when he was some 10 meters away from Li Yao. Unpleasant noises echoed inside his tank, as if it were discontent that its master did not charge into the enemy directly. "Who are you exactly?" The Iron Knight was waving a large saber, which was more than 3 meters long and made of 3 blocks joined by rivets. The edge of the saber did not look sharp either. Li Yao was highly suspicious that the blades were meant to bash the enemy instead of slashing the enemy. Although the Iron Knight's voice was extremely hoarse and unclear, it was the same language as the residents in space. He was speaking the standard language passed on from the ancient cultivators and normalized by the Star Ocean Imperium. At this time, the rest of the Qi trainers yelled and surrounded him. Li Yao was not in his crystal suit, but he was wearing his mustard seed battle suit, which was neat, tidy, and streamlined, not at all similar to the crude black leather clothes of the Qi trainers. The eyes of the Iron Knight in the lead were beaming like beacons as he stared at Li Yao's mustard seed battle suit. Suddenly, he bellowed, "You are not an Iron Plateau citizen, you are from the space." Li Yao opened his hands and showed that he meant no harm to them, before he said calmly, "It's true that I came from space, but I did not come here on purpose. I was forced to land on Iron Plateau due to an accident. I want to leave Iron Plateau as soon as possible, too. Therefore, I would like to make a deal with you. I need a maintenance workshop with furnaces. It doesn't matter whether the furnaces are advanced or not, as I will modify them myself. Other than that, I need some heavenly materials and earthly treasures and super alloys. If you don't have alloys, common metals will do. I can purify and merge them myself. If you have starships that can sail across space zones, I'm hoping that I can borrow one, too. Stop glaring at me so much. Since this is a deal, I will not use your stuff without offering anything in return. Truth be told, I'm a refiner with reasonably good skills. If you can provide the resources and facilities that I need, I can help you repair and refine magical equipment in return. The weapons and tanks that you are using right now are still at a very low phase in regard to the utilization of spiritual energy. I can help you craft a batch of stronger, more advanced magical equipment. As for the category and number of the magical equipment, we can always sit down and negotiate. I know that you dislike visitors from space. Honestly speaking, I'm not very used to the environment of Iron Plateau, either. You want me to get my ass out of here, and I want to get my ass out of here, too. Therefore, we all share the same purpose here. Why don't we help each other and work this thing through? How does that sound? Li Yao mixed a stream of spiritual energy in his voice. It was not very loudly, but all the Qi trainers heard him clearly. Whispers immediately spread among the Qi trainers. The muscular man in the lead, whose chin was embedded with 2 rivets, eyed Li Yao suspiciously and asked all of a sudden, "You know how to refine magical equipment? So, you must be a cultivator." Li Yao thought for a moment and nodded his head. "Yes, I am." His reply made the Qi trainers burst into fury as if they were cats whose tails had been stomped on. Cultivator. A cultivator. The traitors are shameless enough to return to Iron Plateau. The muscular man waved his saber and shouted, "Did you cowards not run fast as if there's oil beneath your feet? Why are you bold enough to come back to Iron Plateau? We don't buy your spiel. Deal? Damn it. The Burning Sun tribe will not make any deals with traitors. Slay him. Slay the traitor. We will not negotiate with traitors. Never." Li Yao was dumbfounded. He knew that the relationship between Qi trainers and cultivators was not good from Huangpu Xiaoya's story, but he had never expected that Qi trainers would hate cultivators so much. What did they mean by traitors and cowards? The muscular man slapped the iron horse under his bottom with his saber, raising a large cluster of sparks, while he bellowed, "Let's go and capture the cultivator, everyone. Everyone in our tribe will see clearly how evil and ugly the cowards who defected in the old days are." The Qi trainers all yelled and roared. Intense black smoke was popping up from the back of their tanks, mixed with vague crimson exhaust flames. The battle was about to begin at any moment. Who dares to make a move? Li Yao was angry. He bulged his eyes and yelled as his killing intent swept across everyone on the spot. Although his combat ability was confined to the peak of the refinement stage, his battle awareness and killing intent were still in the high level of the building foundation stage. The Qi trainers were all intimidated by his shout. Li Yao frowned. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he was not willing to fight the Qi trainers. After all, he would need the maintenance workshop of the Qi trainers and had to ask for their help to gather certain rarely seen metals and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was not difficult to beat them, but it would be troublesome to make a deal with them after a huge fight. I am not a man who likes to play weak. It's not my style to conceal my capability, either. Daunting aura surrounded Li Yao, as he continued speaking. I don't want to see meaningless blood shed on this land. I have reached the peak of the refinement stage. You are definitely no match for me. Let me repeat myself. I'm more desperate to get the hell off the planet than you. I have no other purpose, I merely want to make a deal with you. However many resources I get from you guys, I will craft magical equipment twice as valuable for you. If you are not open to negotiations, then let's just go our separate ways. There's no need to quarrel. Li Yao was aware that those under the banner of the Burning Sun Alliance were not the only Qi trainers on Iron Plateau. He had observed Qi trainers at a close distance and collected enough information for his next step. It was completely doable to find another tribe that was friendlier to foreigners. Peak of the refinement stage? Li Yao's proud declaration somehow awed the Qi trainers, who were all asking each other, what is the peak of the refinement stage exactly? How strong must he be to have reached the peak of the refinement stage? He must be lying. How can anyone advance into the peak of the refinement stage? How formidable must the peak of the refinement stage be? Such people must be powerful enough to blow up a planet or a divinity with one punch. Li Yao took a long breath and tried to hold back his amusement. It appeared that he had overestimated the Qi trainers. The cultivation level of this Burning Sun tribe should not be very high because they had never heard of the peak of the refinement stage before. The muscular man in the lead was surprised, too. A moment later, he suddenly burst into fury and waved his saber. Nonsense. Peak of the refinement stage? Never heard it. Never saw it. He must be lying. Let's go and capture him. What a bunch of short-sighted frogs. Li Yao sniffed and activated, soaring into heaven in one leap, his soul igniting law, to the maximum. Spiritual gas suddenly surged out of his body. In the middle of the bright gold waves, a giant yellow falcon dashed out of his body and flew to the sky with a heaven-splitting shriek. He had entered the peak of the refinement stage. Like I said, I don't like to keep a low profile. This is the legendary level of the peak of the refinement stage. If you are only willing to talk after a good fight, just bring it on. Soaked in bright golden flames, Li Yao warmed up his fingers. He had seen that manners and politeness meant little to the Qi trainers who lived in the desolate land. Maybe, he should teach them a lesson by crushing over them with overwhelming capability before he talked about negotiations. The image of the yellow falcon gradually spread out over Li Yao's head. The unparalleled aura of the peak of the refinement stage rendered everyone speechless. Even the noises of the tanks seemed to have been suppressed. Looking at the light flames dancing around Li Yao, the Qi trainers were stunned, with weird expressions on their faces. After a moment, the muscular man stammered, Is this the peak of the refinement stage? Li Yao smiled casually. Indeed, it is. Now, can we talk nicely? The muscular man blinked and looked at his companions in bewilderment, as if he could not believe his eyes. A moment later, all the Qi trainers burst into the loudest laughter. They laughed so hard that their faces were all red, and they found it hard to sit straight. One of the Qi trainers almost fell off from his iron horse, with tears dripping off his cheeks. Li Yao was lost. He felt that a cold wind had just blown past him. The muscular man looked at Li Yao in the same way one would look at a retard, as he scorned, the refinement stage is boundless and endless. I, Yan Chihua, have reached the 57th level of the refinement stage, and I'm not sure that I've seen the peak of the refinement stage yet. You're a shrimp, only at the 14th level of the refinement stage, and you are boasting that you are at the peak of the refinement stage? This is the biggest joke of the year. If by peak of the refinement stage you meant the 14th level of the refinement stage, I have too many people of such a level in my team. Yes. We are all at the peak of the refinement stage. Behind Yan Chihua, the muscular man, several Chi trainers of the Burning Sun tribe screamed. Crazy airwaves spread out instantly, showing that they had reached the peak of the refinement stage in such a short amount of time. Moreover, the airwaves they triggered were much more unsteady and disobedient than what Li Yao knew to be the peak of the refinement stage. Level 19 of the refinement stage. Level 21 of the refinement stage. The two Chi trainers laughed confidently. Li Yao was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. What the heck? It was commonly known that the refinement stage was classified into 14 levels, namely 13 preliminary levels and the ultimate level, which was better known to be the peak of the refinement stage. This was the common sense passed on by the ancient cultivators. Common sense. The reason for the classification was that cultivators in the refinement stage were still new to the absorption and utilization of spiritual energy. They could only master the spiritual energy in the gaseous form, which was spiritual gas. When a cultivator arrived at the peak of the refinement stage, the spiritual gas that they could make use of would reach the limit. It would be useless to absorb more spiritual gas even if they tried. If anything, the excessive spiritual gas might cause harm to their body and mind. When the volume of spiritual gas reached its limit, the purpose of training would be shifted from absorbing more spiritual gas to the compression of the existent spiritual gas so that it could be transformed into the liquid form, or spiritual liquid. In the same volume, the damage contained inside the spiritual liquid was more than 10 times higher than that contained in the spiritual gas. A shallow example would be to compare training to the establishment of an army. The refinement stage cultivators were like generals who continued transforming peasants into privates. But the more the better did not apply to soldiers in an army. When the number of them reached the ceiling, new soldiers would not improve the combat ability of the army, but only make it more difficult for the general to command. They would consume too many supplies, not to mention that there might not be enough military camps to accommodate the unnecessary soldiers. If faced with tough enemy, loads of untrained green hands would definitely be the greatest disaster on a battlefield. Therefore, when the number of soldiers passed a certain threshold, the combat ability of the army could only be improved through the harshest training and competitions so that the soldiers would become seasoned warriors. The experienced generals all knew that 10,000 untrained soldiers were definitely no match for 1,000, or even 500, warriors who were obedient and well-trained. This was also the essential difference between the refinement stage and the building foundation stage. These Chi trainers, on the other hand, apparently had been absorbing spiritual gas without any restriction. They seemed to have stored endless spiritual gas inside their bodies and embarked on a whole different path of cultivation. No wonder you are called Chi trainers. Li Yao shouted loudly in his mind. Have you never considered advancing to building foundation at all and simply run down the path of collecting Chi, spiritual gas, without even seeing what is around you? Shrimp. Yan Chihua, the muscular man who had rivets on his face, roared, "Let me show you the real invincibility of the refinement stage. Die." As Yan Chihua exerted his strength, his leather clothes made of the hide of demon beasts broke apart, revealing his bulging muscles that were as red as fire. His thick veins protruded out of his skin, as if a flood was surging in them. After a while of yelling and shouting, the spiritual gas around him quickly expanded and swept over the land like invisible flames. Very soon, it reached almost 50 meters away. The 50 square meters were wreathed in scorching air, as if it were a crater where a volcano eruption was about to occur. This is the formidableness of the 57th level of the refinement stage. When I break into the 100th and the 1000th level of the refinement stage, I will slay the so-called core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators from space should they come to our place. The giant saber in Yan Chihua's hand was glittering. The joints made of rivets spurted a huge amount of sweltering steam, making the savage saber unprecedentedly domineering. The aura of the blade rushed close and crashed into Li Yao's nose, only to shatter into pieces. Li Yao was truly speechless. He did not have the faintest clue what the guys were doing. The peak of the refinement stage was known to be peak because additional spiritual gas released by a cultivator when he surpassed the peak was useless. The maximum density of spiritual gas in a given space was fixed. The more spiritual gas a cultivator released, the larger the area it would occupy. This particular area was called one's spiritual domain. Take this brother Yan Chihua for example. He was unleashing the spiritual gas of the 57th level of the refinement stage, and his spiritual domain was around 50 meters in diameter. The real problem was that the perception and manipulability of a refinement stage cultivator were limited. They could only sense and control the spiritual gas within around 20 square meters. It meant that the maximum size of the spiritual domain for a refinement stage cultivator was 20 square meters. Even if a nascent soul stage cultivator was to suppress their capability to the refinement stage, their spiritual domain would still be less than 20 square meters. It was the law of Tao and nature. Only the spiritual gas within one spiritual domain was under the command of the cultivator. The spiritual gas out of the range of the spiritual domain could do nothing except to show off and scare other people away. Therefore, Li Yao had no idea what the Qi trainers were trying to do by summoning so much spiritual gas that far exceeded their spiritual domain. Or, was it their fighting style that whoever brought out the most spiritual gas would be the strongest? Li Yao tilted his head, his eyes wide open. He couldn't have been more curious as to what Yan Chihua was going to do with the wandering spiritual gas out of the range of his spiritual domain. A broadcast rune array seemed to have been installed inside Yan Chihua's chest, as he was screaming louder and louder without any rest, producing a sound not dissimilar to a pig about to be butchered. The rest of the knights from the Burning Sun tribe echoed with him. Roars were rumbling non-stop, as if it were a slaughterhouse. Li Yao felt that his head was dizzy and wondered whether or not it was a special form of sound attack. As the Qi trainers bellowed and their fighting will soared, the spiritual gas inside their spiritual domain started vibrating crazily. The vibration quickly rippled out and caused the spiritual gas outside the spiritual domain to vibrate together. Since they were not far away from each other, most of their spiritual domains actually overlapped. The spiritual gas inside such spiritual domains gradually melded together. Li Yao felt something was off. He discovered, to his surprise, that the vibrating spiritual gas of the Qi trainers was gradually adjusted to the same frequency and stimulated mutually. In the end, the overall volume of the spiritual gas was greatly enhanced. It was a resonation. Are you kidding me? Resonation of spiritual gas? Making use of the spiritual gas outside the spiritual domain by way of resonation? Li Yao quickly thought through the mechanism behind the attack. But there was no time. All the spiritual gas within the 300 square meters was resonating. Not only were the eyes of the Qi trainers blood red and their body size greatly expanded as if they went berserk, the stability of Li Yao's own spiritual domain was affected, too. Before combat began, his fighting will had been completely suppressed, and he felt palpitations and shortness of breath. Are you serious? These guys can wield the combat ability of building foundation stage cultivators simply by the resonation of their spiritual gas? What kind of technique is this? Li Yao's face color finally changed. Yan Chihua raised his battle saber, which was now enveloped in surging spiritual gas, as if it had become a gargantuan bat, and smashed down at Li Yao's head. Li Yao cried and fled with his head hidden in his hands, but he was still affected by the aura of the blade. He felt that the peak of the refinement stage was completely unable to resist the strike of the 57th level of the refinement stage. Before the falcon of spiritual gas shrieked, its feathers had already been plucked out and it had turned into a chicken. "Little Black, let's run." Knowing that it was not good, Li Yao whistled. Blackwing dashed out in a streak of blackness, only to hover and shiver around him as if it were saying, "Am I the most reliable one at critical moments?" "Yes. Yes. Yes. You are the best." Hardly had Li Yao finished his sentence when Yan Qihua launched his second attack. The guy seemed uninterested in killing Li Yao, because he was attacking with the back of his saber. However, with such unbelievable strength, the edge of the saber and its back did not really have much of a difference. Li Yao shrank his neck, his hair dancing crazily in the air. Blackwing realized that it was not time for fun. It circled around Li Yao and brought him to the sky. "Fly higher!" Li Yao shouted. According to his observations, the vehicles of the Qi trainers had been flying close to the ground or even running on the ground. They did not boast much flight ability in the sky. A large cluster of black brightness spurted out of the grip of Blackwing, which turned into almost 10 helical air currents and drove them into the sky. But he was not even 100 meters away yet when he heard swooshing noises behind him, only to find that the true Qi cannons on the tanks had opened fire. The so-called true Qi cannon was actually just a thick, hollow tube with dense, tiny holes in the rear. The spiritual gas that the Qi trainers unleashed instantly was extremely powerful. When a huge amount of spiritual gas entered the tube through the tiny holes, immense pressure would be caused. At the front end of the tube was a neatly located crystal bomb. As long as the tube boasted enough airtightness, the pressure, having nowhere to go to, would be transformed into impetus and launch the crystal bombs. In a moment, dozens of crystal bombs had been launched toward Li Yao. Crude design, redundant components, and shabby rune arrays. The utilization rate of crystals is too low. Li Yao was not satisfied by the crystal bombs manufactured by the Qi trainers after glancing at them. However, it did not change the fact that their crystal bombs were much larger in size. Li Yao's own crystal bombs were usually the size of fists, if not the size of fingers. But the smallest of the Qi trainers' crystal bombs was as big as his head, with sharp spurs on the shell, which made them look like big caltrops. They were shining coldly and awe-inspiringly. Boom! Boom! The caltrops exploded one after another in the air. The shell was ripped open, and the pieces with sharp spurs blossomed and occupied the entire area. Although Li Yao had activated his spiritual shield, he was still penetrated through by almost 10 pieces of shrapnel, which stabbed into his body brutally. Swoosh! Then, large nets weaved with thorns were launched to the sky. The nets seemed to be influenced by a certain uncanny technique, too. They twisted and opened automatically in the sky even though there was no wind. A few of them even connected each other, ready to swallow Li Yao like a bloody mouth. Change the direction. Lower the altitude. Li Yao shouted. He hadn't expected the Qi trainers to have such air defense ability. It would be committing suicide to continue flying in the sky right now. Blackwing shrieked. The tip of the sword was aimed at the ground, and it was not until the sword was half a meter from the ground that it switched its angle and zigzagged forward. Go after him. Capture him. The Iron Knights chased after him while launching crystal bombs with the true Qi cannons. Although Blackwing was faster than the tanks of the Burning Sun tribe, it had to dodge the crystal bombs. The bombs were not very powerful, but they would raise intense black smoke after they exploded. The spiritual waves they unleashed caused major interference to Blackwing's normal flight. One party running and the other chasing, they soon reached the valley that Li Yao had prepared earlier. The valley seemed to have been slashed by a battle saber. Steep cliffs were on the two sides of the valley, and its bottom was too deep to measure. Occasionally, the rocks on the two sides of the valley collided, thereby forming natural bridges in the sky. From the bottom, they looked like stone gates. The territory of this place was extremely complicated. Black Wing darted among the bizarre-shaped stones agilely as if it were a black mouse that had grown wings. The tanks of the Chi trainers, on the other hand, were less swift. Now and then, one of the tanks would hit the rock, infuriating the rider on them. Yan Chihua's motor skills were apparently the best among the Chi trainers. He remained close behind the prey. While chasing, he even burst into laughter. "You want to race with me? I'm a man born for racing. I'm the best racer on Iron Plateau. Is that so? Then do excuse me." After passing through a stone gate, Li Yao mumbled something to himself and triggered an iron chip carved with runes in his pocket. Boom! The rocks on two sides of the valley collapsed like a flood. The stone gate was completely destroyed. The smoke raised by the explosion filled more than half of the valley. Yan Chihua's furious curses could be heard inside the smoke. Li Yao took a long breath in relief. He then dashed out of the valley, accelerating to the highest speed on Black Wing, and ran to the northwest without even looking back. He did not even stop by the cave where he had been hiding. It was not until dawn the next day that he took a moment of rest. It turned out to be a wise decision. With the help of Neltharion, Li Yao discovered that more than 50 teams of the Burning Sun tribe, with almost 1,000 soldiers, were searching the desert. 1,000 people. Li Yao was secretly alarmed. If all 1,000 Chi trainers had surpassed the peak of the refinement stage and were in the 20th to the 40th level of it, they could prove to be formidable armed forces when they entered the berserk state with the weird technique of resonation with the spiritual gas. No wonder Iron Plateau became a forbidden area for cultivators. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator would have a headache if they were faced with 1,000 berserk Chi trainers. Li Yao combed his messy hair. A large cluster of dust fell off his head. He coughed, but his eyes shined as he thought of something. "I've been trying to find a way to break the shackle of the Black Spider death curse and return to the high level of the building foundation stage or an even higher one. But right now, I won't be able to do that with the capability of one at the peak of the refinement stage. What if I surpass the so-called peak, just like those Chi trainers had done, and advance into the 25th level, 50th level, and even the 100th level of the refinement stage? I will definitely be able to destroy the Black Spider death curse completely when I'm in the 100th level of the refinement stage." The idea was like a morning star in the night sky, which illuminated Li Yao's entire brain. It seemed to be a crazy plan, but not completely undoable on second thought. Firstly, from the battle against Yan Chihua yesterday, Li Yao sensed that, although the guy's spiritual gas was more furious than usual, it was essentially the same as the spiritual gas of refinement stage cultivators, except that it was much larger in quantity. Secondly, judging from the tiny wrinkles on Yan Chihua's face, he should be no older than 35 years old despite his rough appearance. Also, the rest of the Knights of the Burning Sun tribe who were around the 20th level of the refinement stage looked rather young and in their 20s, too. A young boy who might not have reached adulthood yet had already almost reached the 20th level of the refinement stage. It meant that the training after the 14th level of the refinement stage was not too difficult. Or, there were certain secret arts on Iron Plateau that could make somebody advance into higher levels of the refinement stage quickly. Since he had already been in the high level of the building foundation stage before, his understanding about spiritual energy and his construction of spiritual energy models were far more sophisticated than common refinement stage cultivators. If he grasped the tricks of advancement, he should be able to rush upwards at an unbelievable speed. Before, Li Yao had been in a hurry to leave Iron Plateau at the earliest chance, but now that he had discovered the Chi trainer's secret, he changed his mind and was not so desperate to get away anymore. He had a vague feeling that whether or not he could make another major breakthrough in his cultivation would depend on his experience on Iron Plateau. However, it was not an easy task when Li Yao pondered it more carefully. The Chi trainers had a strong bias against space residents, especially cultivators. Whatever conditions he offered, it was unlikely that they would teach him the mysteries of the further collection of spiritual gas, much less the technique of spiritual gas resonation. The Qi trainer's body, especially their veins and nerves, must have been strengthened in a unique way. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to bear so much spiritual gas raging inside their body, which would cause mental derangement or even the explosion of their body. Such strengthening was different from the strengthening of a body fundamentalist. Even the body fundamentalists had to strictly abide by the law of cultivation. When they reached the peak of the refinement stage, they had to attempt to liquefy their spiritual gas and set off on the path of building foundation. Li Yao assumed that the Qi trainers had another technique that could broaden their veins and nerves and increase their capacity for spiritual gas. When such a technique and the method of spiritual gas resonation were combined, the formidable Qi trainers were made. I must find a way to learn the two techniques. Plan A has failed. I'm going to initiate Plan B now. Li Yao smiled. He rubbed his face vigorously for 5 minutes until he suddenly tore off an extremely thin membrane from his face. As the membrane was taken off and the muscles on his face wriggled, his appearance changed weirdly, and his true face was revealed. Crack! Crack! As he resumed his original appearance, a series of cracking noises echoed inside his body. He was much taller than a moment ago, and his shoulders were 2 fists wider. Cold brightness was radiating from his streamlined muscles, making him look like a leopard whose fur was shining because it had just rolled over in a pond. This was actually his true appearance. Before he reached out to the Qi trainers, he had put on an entirely different appearance with the camouflage magical equipment inside Fengyu Ming's Cosmos Ring. He had made 2 plans. If the communication with the Qi trainers did not go well, he would still be able to collect more files about them with the close-distance picture captured by Neltharion and carry out Plan B. I have no other choice now. It's time to resort to my acting skills again. Li Yao commanded Neltharion to enter the stealth mode and observed the surroundings at an altitude of 200 to 300 meters as he did not dare fly it too high. Over the last half-month, he had been observing the environment in such a way. He could clearly see that, other than the east side, large beams of smoke often rose up from the horizons of the other 3 directions. Some of them were patterned and appeared at a fixed time every day. The smoke must be man-made, which meant that there was a settlement, or even a town, of Qi trainers below it. Li Yao did not want to deal with the Qi trainers of the Burning Sun tribe anymore. Since those people had just found an intruder, they would be on high alert at this moment and wouldn't trust another stranger of unknown backgrounds easily. But Li Yao estimated that the message of his previous visit might have not spread too far yet because there was no spiritual nexus on Iron Plateau. Besides, the message might be misinterpreted during the dissemination. Therefore, the other tribes of Qi trainers were unlikely to be so alert. Li Yao took off his mustard seed battle suit and his underwear, until he was completed naked. He then said sorry to Black Wing and stuffed it as well as the rest of the magical equipment he carried into his Cosmos Ring even though it was struggling hard. In the end, he swallowed the Cosmos Ring into his stomach. As a half-body practitioner, he had a highly precise control over every inch of muscle on his body. The movement of his stomach and his throat was fully under his control. When necessary, he could push his Cosmos Ring out in less than half a second. From now on, I need to totally forget that I am a cultivator. I am a native of Iron Plateau, born and raised in this place. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao remembered the ultimate and mysterious level of a body fundamentalist that Iron God Yen Ba passed on to him. Think about the ancestors of human beings, the ancient deadly animals that once dominated the sky and the earth, and trigger the genes they left deep in our cells to break the seal and unleash the formidable primordial strength. Who? Li Yao bellowed as if he had become a giant ape. After a series of fulminations from his bones, he was even taller than before, his muscles had expanded like balloons, and his skin was emitting the bronze color of metals. The 1,000 tempering 100 refining technique from 40,000 years ago and the secret arts of the body fundamentalists to explore the primordial strength had built up his new body together. Li Yao projected a mirror with his mini crystal processor and observed his new appearance. He had been living an animalistic life for 1 month after he was forced to land on Iron Plateau. His unshaven hair and beard were longer than ever right now. Shocking scars were left on his muscular body, which was now bronze-colored. They were all souvenirs of the fierce battles in the last month. If he were in space, the scars could be treated in the med bay of any hospital. However, there were no hospitals in this place. At least the scars looked like badges and were not an eyesore to look at. At first look, his appearance was basically the same as those of Yan Qihua and his fellows. Very good. Li Yao scratched his chin and smiled in satisfaction. I'll spend the next 5 days studying the way that the Qi trainers talk while moving westwards. I should also make myself wilder and more uncivilized on my way. At the remotest place on the horizon of the west, almost 20 beams of smoke popped up from morning to night every day, indicating that it was a large town of Qi trainers. Li Yao planned to try his luck there. After making sure with Neltharion that he had really gotten rid of the hunting of the Burning Sun tribe, Li Yao made his way to the west on foot. In fact, he was unlikely to be discovered if he were to ride on Black Wing since the desert was unpopulated. However, Li Yao wanted to eliminate the traces of civilization on him during the following few days. To achieve that purpose, not only did he keep Black Wing inside his Cosmos Ring, he tried to avoid using other modern magical equipment, too. When he met a demon beast, he would fight them with the crudest stones and bone blades as well as his fists. After 2 days, his body had accumulated countless injuries and bruises, which could be quite ghastly for other people. But for Li Yao, who had been training with the 1,000 tempering 100 refining technique that was designed for the trainer to be savaged, the more seriously he was wounded, the better the results of his training would be. Since he was already used to the pain resulting from the gnawing of the purple ring sword ants, his endurance of pain was 10 times higher than that of common cultivators. Therefore, he treated the wounds as if they were nothing. 2 days later, Li Yao was wearing a red and green beast hide on his waist, with a giant bone hammer on his shoulder. The hammer was made from the skull of a tiger-type demon beast. He did not resort to the arts of refining and simply bound the skull of the demon beast to one of its shanks with its veins. Ho! When I break into the 100th level of the refinement stage, I will slay the so-called core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators from space should they come to our place. He looked at the mirror and practiced his acting skills. This won't do. However I pretend to be hideous and brutal, I am still not half as silly and big-head as Yan Qihua was. I feel that I'm missing something. For days later, Li Yao was wearing 2 bone pads on his shoulders, with a bone hammer in one hand and the front leg of a mantis-type demon beast as his saber in the other hand. He had almost twice as many wounds on his body now. The path of the strong is to fight their way forward. When I advance into the 10,000th level of the refinement stage, I'm going to blow up the sun. Go to hell. He jumped and danced in front of the mirror and bashed his own chest like a giant gorilla. No. This doesn't work. My acting is too superficial and exaggerated. If I don't open my mouth, I seem like one of them, but if I open my mouth, they will immediately see through me. I'm still unlike Yan Qihua and his lot. What do I do? It's not like that I can keep quiet. But wait a 6 days later, Li Yao looked at the mirror in silence. His messy hair dangled down and covered most of his face. From the gap of his hair, a pair of animal-like, coldly blinking eyes were occasionally revealed. Schwa. Drawing a dangerous curve with the battle saber made of the front leg of a mantis-type demon beast, Li Yao grimaced and roared, his sharp teeth glaring. I seem to have overdone it. His brand new appearance had been gradually shaped and altered through meditating upon the spiritual seed of Iron God Yen Ba and speculating on the savageness of the ancient deadly beasts day and night. But he looked like a human-skinned beast right now. Residents of Iron Plateau were not primitive barbarians, they had their own highly developed civilization. He seemed to be going too far in his acting career. But on second thought, it might not be a bad idea. Pretending to be a wildling who had roamed in the desert for years was apparently much better than pretending to be a chi trainer, as that lie would be seen through with a few questions asked. There were many dangerous plants in the desert that could destroy the vocal cord of a human being, making them unable to talk. The venom of many demon beasts could also sabotage the nerves of human beings and rid them of their language ability. It was reasonable that a homeless guy who had struggled for 20 years in a desert alone could not talk. Of course, there were still many suspicious points about this faked identity. However, it was still much better than impersonating a chi trainer. After all, he didn't know the first thing about the chi trainer's conventions, and everybody would know that there was something wrong with him if they asked him a few questions. As to exactly what to do next, he actually had no idea. Li Yao planned to go in the direction where the pillar of smoke were relatively narrow and sparse. He believed that such smoke would be a smaller settlement of the chi trainers and that there wouldn't be too many experts. When he arrived at the settlement, he could observe the reactions the chi trainers had about his faked identity. He could also collect more information about the big town where countless beams of smoke were floating. After he gathered enough evidence that the chi trainers in the big town were not as cranky as those from the Burning Sun tribe, he would be able to make his next plan. Sorting everything out in his mind, Li Yao turned off the crystal processor and put it back into his Cosmos ring. This was the last time he would use his Cosmos ring. Tonight, he found a crevice on a meteorite mountain to crash in like an animal would, except that he released Neltharion to a tree on the top of the mountain to monitor the surroundings. Then, he closed his eyes and perceived the wild strength of the ancient deadly beasts billions of years ago while he was inhaling and exhaling. Tomorrow, he was going to enter a small village around 40 kilometers in the southwest. According to the scouting of Neltharion in the day, the village was not large in scale and had a population of a few hundred at best. It was unlikely that they were all chi trainers. He should be safe to go there. When he was half asleep, he was suddenly woken up by an ear-splitting noise. Neltharion had discovered that a true chi tank was rushing close from the other side of the meteorite mountain. Hunters from the Burning Sun tribe? Li Yao shuddered, the hairs all over his body standing on end. He crouched quietly inside the crevice. The front leg of the mantis-type demon beast had been polished so many times that it was almost glittering. Its surface was dyed with the venom extracted from the roots of the corrosive thorns, which was emitting vague stink. Li Yao gripped his saber and carefully watched from the perspective of Neltharion, only to discover that the tank was from the opposite direction of the Burning Sun tribe and had been made in a completely different style. This true chi tank was even rougher and clumsier. A ring of bones and shells of demon beasts was embedded to the body of the tank, and a giant horn, which seemed to have been chopped off from a rhino-type demon beast, protruded out of its front. The paint of the tank was not the red of the Burning Sun tribe but a dim black. If the true chi tank of the Burning Sun tribe could be compared to a burning leopard, the one in front of Li Yao's eyes was a furious black bear. Behind the tank, 2 exhaust pipes more than 3 meters long rose up to the sky, spurting steam non-stop crazily. The exits of the exhaust pipes seemed to have been installed with noise magical equipment because they were producing thunder-like fulminations. It was only a single tank, but it sounded that an old train was passing by. The 2 exhaust pipes were also flagpoles, on which 2 enormous flags were spluttering in the wind. On the flag was a hideous bear head, which was biting a blood-stained saber. Battle emblem of the Furious Bear Union. Li Yao mumbled to himself. Just like the Burning Sun Alliance, the Furious Bears Union was one of the 6 major sects of Heavenly Saint City. It was even slightly stronger than the Burning Sun Alliance. Previously, on the carrier of the Temple of Immortals, Huangpu Shi had asked their subordinates to pretend to be the exos from the Furious Bears Union who had come to rescue Li Yao, only to be seen through instantly. The flag of the Burning Sun tribe is identical to the battle emblem of the Burning Sun Association, and the battle emblem of the Furious Bear Union has appeared on this True Chi tank right now. This is getting more and more interesting. Li Yao observed more carefully and found that the one who was riding on the iron beast more than 6 meters long and spurring it forward with his spiritual gas was only a teenager. The teenager was a bit slender, but there was ruthlessness on his face. He was wearing a hat made of mottled bear fur and 2 pads made of bear claws, the talons of which were still shining, on his shoulders. A saber was held to the left side of the tank, and a hammer even longer than himself was dangling down from the right side of the tank, emitting rattling noises and raising sparks as it hit the ground during the rush. There were no other Chi trainers behind the teenager. He was riding through the perilous desert late at night all by himself. Something seemed to be chasing after the teenager in the desert behind him. A dragon of sand was rising up from the ground, and then it collapsed and became a valley several meters deep, as if something was tunneling below the ground. Chi. Riding the True Chi tank, the teenager took a large turn in the smoke and suddenly accelerated and sprinted toward where he had come from, directly at the object that was pursuing him. Boom! A black shadow suddenly dashed out of the sand in front of the teenager. Its 2 pincers were more than 1 meter long, and its tail was even thicker than Li Yao's waist, with a glittering venomous needle at the tip. Emperor Sand Scorpion. Li Yao's face color changed. It was one of the most brutal demon beasts he had met on Iron Plateau. It had a steel-like armor covering its body that was almost weapon-proof. The venomous sting on the tail could be spurted out. As long as it touched one's skin, one would be entirely paralyzed in less than 3 seconds. The opening and closing of the pincers displayed their enormous strength and could block Li Yao's vibration saber easily. Such a demon beast could also sneak below the ground in the stealth mode at an amazing high speed. Its only weakness was that, the moment it spurted its venomous needles, the joints of its shell would slightly open and reveal its fatal core. It was a valuable lesson Li Yao had learned after paying the serious damage to his mystic skeleton battlesuit as the tuition fee. Yet, the teenager had crashed face to face into an Emperor Sand Scorpion, which even Li Yao did not dare to mess around with. After an ear-splitting boom, the horn in the front of the tank pierced into the shell of the Emperor Sand Scorpion deeply and instantly knocked it over. At the moment of the collision, the teenager had jumped high with his saber and hammer in his hands and landed on the abdomen of the Emperor Sand Scorpion softly, his spiritual gas surging out. He then held his saber behind him, waved the hammer with both of his hands, and smashed down at the Emperor Sand Scorpion's abdomen brutally. Are you kidding me? A teenager above the 10th level of the refinement stage? What kind of monster is this? Li Yao was so startled that his eyes almost bulged out. The teenager's fluent movements ended with sparks and noises. The shell on the abdomen of the Emperor Sand Scorpion was as solid as its other body parts, like countless overlapping shields that had been melded together. It was not something that a hammer could break. In the blink of an eye, the Emperor Sand Scorpion had already knocked the teenager to the ground. The fierce battle raised a sandstorm, which wreathed both the human and the beast. In less than 3 minutes, the teenager's long hammer was tossed far away from the sandstorm, followed by himself. He was sent flying like a kite that had lost the string. But before he landed, he had already picked up his saber. He glared at his opponent with a pair of ruthless eyes. The teenager was soaked in blood. There were wounds all over his body. Not any part of his flesh was intact. The wound on his left shoulder was deep to the bone, indicating that the attack could have chopped off his left arm. Such heavy injuries were unendurable even for many adult cultivators in the space, but the teenager's face remained unchanged, except that his thick eyebrow had almost dropped off. Li Yao was secretly surprised. He slithered toward the teenager like a viper sneaking among the crevices. I am Wu Mayan of the Furious Bears tribe, the adopted son of Xiong Wuji, and a true warrior of Iron Plateau. I am not one of the cowards in space. Bring it on, you pest." The young man waved his saber, but his voice seemed to be trembling, as if he had been wronged before and was about to burst into tears at any moment. Li Yao pondered his words carefully. Was the Furious Bears tribe really related to the Furious Bears Union? His speed was neither slowed down because of his contemplation nor did he accelerate because of the dangerous situation that the teenager was in. He kept the same speed because the Emperor Sand Scorpion was extremely wary. Even the slightest traces might be discovered. Once it snuck underground and lurked, Li Yao was not confident that he could even save himself, let alone the teenager. The teenager's blood zigzagged down the saber and had dyed it almost entirely red. He roared and rushed into the sandstorm again, only to be blown back in less than 20 seconds with a crisp sound resulting from his broken saber. The Emperor Sand Scorpion dashed out of the sandstorm and lunged at the teenager. Right when it raised its tail high and launched one of its venomous needles, Li Yao sprinted from the darkness like a lightning. He threw the mantis leg in his left hand toward the venomous needle, deviating it from its trajectory toward the heart of the teenager. At the same time, he bashed the hammer on the head of the Emperor Sand Scorpion into pieces. The remaining handle of the hammer was the shank of a tiger, which was sharp and looked like a hollow dagger. Shwa! The dagger pierced precisely through the only gap on the shell of the Emperor Sand Scorpion and into the venom gland in the center of its body. Chi! A spring of dark green venom soared up from the gap and sprayed into the air with a stinky smell. Li Yao kicked the teenager away and dodged the incoming venom himself. The venom hit the ground with screeching noises, leaving deep, shocking holes on the solid rocks. The Emperor Sand Scorpion in so much pain that it was bashing its tail and writhing on the ground, and yet it failed to remove the hollow shank from back. The venom gland was like its heart, and the venom was the essence of its life. After 3 minutes of spraying, it gradually slowed down. The Emperor Sand Scorpion collapsed helplessly and died. Li Yao jumped forward and removed the shank, half of which had been stained with the venom. It was a good material for refining and shouldn't be wasted. The teenager sat on the ground and breathed heavily for 3 minutes, before he finally returned to himself from the shock of near death. He was looking at Li Yao with appreciation and admiration, if not with a bit confusion, because he did not understand how Li Yao put down the big guy with just half of a bone blade. Li Yao scratched his nose while he thought of more than 10 possible plans to elicit information from the stranger. He then jumped off the back of the Emperor Sand Scorpion. While he was in midair, he was suddenly greatly alarmed. After an ear-splitting explosion, another Emperor Sand Scorpion that was in scarlet and smaller in size dashed out from the sand below him. Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. Damn! A pair of Emperor Sand Scorpions, one male and the other female, were in the company of each other. Emperor Sand Scorpions were solitary demon beasts. They would never go hunting together unless it was their mating season. It was quite unfortunate of him to have run into 2 Emperor Sand Scorpions. Female Emperor Sand Scorpions were smaller, but they were faster, and their venom was deadlier. Are you kidding me? Did I use up all my luck during the battle in space? Why do such things keep happening to me? Seeing that the Emperor Sand Scorpion was wielding its coldly blinking pincers at him, and there being no time to change his direction at this moment, Li Yao could do nothing except to roar and accelerate toward the enemy, waving whatever was left of his bone blade. Uncle, hang in there. You can't die. In a trance, Li Yao felt that he was a small boat on a raging ocean, one whose shell was broken and whose cabin was half filled with water. The events of the previous few hours had become confused memories. From the intermittent pictures, he recalled that, soaked in blood, he had kicked apart half of the Emperor Sand Scorpion's pincer with brute force and gritted his teeth to take one of its venomous stings while he took the opportunity to pierce the broken pincer into the gap of its shell, thus finishing the pest. He couldn't remember what happened later very clearly. He seemed to have been dragged into a cave by the teenager named Wu Mayan from the Furious Bears tribe. Wu Mayan had collected a lot of plants, rubbed their sap, and smeared it on his wounds. He had also brought out copious amounts of a fragrant drug and poured it into his mouth. But his wounds were still burning like fire. They were red and swollen, as if a deadly chylopod had crawled on his body. Li Yao felt amused. When he had faced off with Fengyu Zhong, a core formation stage cultivator, everything had remained under his control. Yet, he had been humiliated by two little bugs. "I've been poisoned. The venomous sting at the tail of the Emperor Sand Scorpion can cause nerve damage. If I were a common cultivator, it might have taken half a month before I could get out of bed. Even for me, it will take me an entire day to fully mend all the neural network if I dedicate all my spiritual energy to the job. But the most important thing is that I survived. Whatever is coming for me, just bring it on. I'm already the most unfortunate person in the world. I don't believe that I can be any unluckier." Li Yao thought to himself in discontent, anger flowing on his face. Wu Mian saw it and exclaimed in wild joy, "Uncle, you're awake? How wonderful! You must hang in there. I set off distress firework. Somebody is going to rescue us in a moment. My foster father is Xiong Wuji, the leader of the Furious Bears tribe and the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. My mother is the greatest doctor of the Furious Bears tribe. She'll definitely cure you when we're back in Furious Bears City." Li Yao was utterly dumbfounded. Lu, leader of the Furious Bears tribe, the best warrior of the 6 tribes on Iron Plateau? You've got to be kidding me. The title sounds rather impressive. The man must be unbelievably strong, at least much stronger than that Yen Chihua. Furious Bears City? Is it the enormous town of Chi trainers where beams of smoke have been popping up all day long? Li Yao felt his head going dizzy, and he almost passed out. He had planned to stop by the villages at the periphery of the desert first and see the Chi trainers' reactions to him. He was not ready to deal with an opponent that was known to be the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, when he had only just gotten started. The best warrior. The man must be higher than the 80th level of the refinement stage, if not the 100th level. If he were to notice anything wrong about him, he could easily kill him with just a sneeze. But since the poison from the scorpion had not been cleared yet, he had barely any physical strength right now, and he couldn't even run away at the moment. Li Yao cursed Wu Mian with the most profane language in his mind. "Why did you come out late at night to hunt demon beasts alone instead of staying in Furious Bears City like a nice kid would?" But it could not be helped right now. He could only force himself to enter the deep sleep state and try to fix his damaged nerves as quickly as possible by summoning the primordial force inside his cells. Later, he was awakened several times. The first time, he was woken up by a series of rumbling noises that seemed to indicate that 10,000 iron beasts were gathering on the desert for a concert. Then, Wu Mian danced with great joy and shouted, "Father Xiong! Father Xiong! We are here!" Li Yao sensed that a man with daunting aura crammed into the cave. The cave was rather spacious, but this particular Father Xiong was like a giant whose head could reach the sky. He gave Li Yao tremendous pressure even when he was still 10 meters away. Li Yao panicked. He was not ready to confront the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau yet. Therefore, he simply forced himself to enter the deep sleep state again and continued healing his wounds in order to avoid talking to Father Xiong. The second time, he was woken up by bumping. At that moment, they were moving through the desert, accompanied by the morning star. What Li Yao was placed on was a big crawling true chi machine with 6 feet that looked like a spider but billions of times larger. The 6 long legs were all crafted with steel, packed with coldly shining rivets on them. The torso of the machine was 2 round expansive cabins that could accommodate dozens of people at the same time. On the 2 sides of the torso were more than 20 turrets that were all heavy true chi cannons more than half a meter in diameter. 20 brawny men, whose muscles were glimmering because of sweat, were standing on the 2 sides of the cabin. In front of each of them, a hollow iron tube riddled with holes was placed. The iron tubes were surrounded by two dents in the shape of hands where they could put their hands. The engine compartment was the destination of all the iron tubes. The brawny men were like crew members who were rowing a boat. Listening to the drumming of a leader in the front, they echoed he, ha, in a fixed pattern. While they shouted, the spiritual gas inside their body surged out through their hands and into the hollow iron tubes. It appeared that the brawny men were all above the 10th level of the refinement stage. The spiritual gas that the 20 chi trainers unleashed was transmitted to the engine compartment in the rear through the hollow iron tubes. It was then redistributed, enhanced, and sent to the 6 long legs of the machine to drive the steel spider forward at a speed that was no lower than that of the true chi tanks. Occasionally, the spider would jump up high and cover a distance of almost 100 meters, passing the rough valleys and hills easily by spurting the air out below it. Such true chi machines were totally different from the modern magical equipment that was based on crystals and crystal processors. They were crude and primitive, but they brought an air of resolution and stubbornness with them. 10,000 years ago, at the end of the Great Dark Age, when the relics of the ancient cultivators had just been excavated, such true chi war beasts were the first to be manufactured. The humans at that time had fought against the demon beasts with them as well as the blades accelerated by spiritual gas, so that humanity could rise again. Li Yao had thought that he could only see true chi machines in a museum. He had never expected that he would be lucky enough to lie in one. For a fan of magical equipment, it could almost be called a nice surprise. However, despite the high speed of the steel spider, it was not installed with any suspension or deceleration facilities, and its structure could not have been any simpler. Every bump and quake had been precisely fed back to Li Yao's bottom, which was almost shattered into pieces. The chi trainers on the steel spider, on the other hand, were like seasoned sailors who had witnessed too many storms. Intense as the bumps might have been, they remained absolutely still, as if they were dozens of rivets that had been stabbed into the ground. While Li Yao felt that his world was swirling, he vaguely overheard a quarrel at the front of the cabin. One of the voices was sharp and high-pitched. It seemed to belong to Wu Mian, who was declaring, "I did not run away secretly. I was out on a hunting trip. I have surpassed the 11th level of the refinement stage. I'm not a child, nor one of the pussies from space. I need to prove to everyone that I am an out-and-out warrior of Iron Plateau. I want to join the battle against the apocalypse. I want to fight the apocalypse side by side with Father Zhong." The other voice was deep, hoarse, and sounded like a bellowing bear. "You claim that you are not a child, and yet you made other people seriously wounded for you." Wu Mian was totally rendered speechless. He was silent for a long time, before he asked, somewhat guiltily, "Father Zhong, is this uncle all right?" He was quite awesome. Although he was merely in the 13th or 14th level of the refinement stage, he put down 2 Emperor Sand Scorpions bare-handed with nothing but a few bones. Father Zhong replied, "He suffered heavy wounds and was poisoned by the venom of the scorpions. If it were a regular person, they would have died long ago. But he is strong. Really strong. His body is slowly recovering right now. You can tell from the countless old scars on his body that he is not someone to die easily." Li Yao was secretly relieved. Judging from the man's tone, he had not found any issues with him yet and was not hostile at all, at least for now. He entered the deep sleep state again and devoted himself to the recovery of his body. When he woke up for the 3rd time, they had arrived at the entrance of a splendid city. The entire city was surrounded by walls dozens of meters high. They were made up of green rocks and extended to the middle of the dense fog, making it impossible to tell how long they were. Li Yao roughly estimated that each side of the walls could be dozens of kilometers long. Illuminated by the morning sunlight, the city wall was emitting a metallic glow. There was a giant defense rune array every 10 meters or so. Countless cracks of different layers had been left on the defense arrays, clear signs that the defense rune arrays had been broken, mended, re-broken, and re-mended many times. Gory battles must have taken place over and over at the city walls. When they drew closer, Li Yao discovered lots of askew calligraphy among the cracks, which seemed to have been carved with swords and sabers. All of the words were more than 1 meter in diameter and apparently written by different hands. Some of them were deeper, and some were mottled and unclear because of the erosion of wind and rain, suggesting that they might have existed for hundreds of years. Li Yao glanced at them and remembered 2 lines of proud declarations quickly. The first line was, "Reach the 100th level of the refinement stage if you are a man. Damn the building foundation. Damn the core formation. Damn the nascent soul." The second line looked rather ancient. It had been corroded into 2 shallow traces by the passage of time. If we cannot defend human civilization, at the very least, we can defend our savageness. Li Yao was chewing on the 2 lines when the city gate, which was more than 50 meters high and had an enormous bear claw painted in the middle, was gradually pulled open together with ear-splitting noises. This was the big town of the Qi trainers that Li Yao had seen earlier, Furious Bear's City. Li Yao half lay inside the torso of the steel spider. He pretended to be drowsy, but he was actually peeping at the outside through the gaps on the windows and observing Furious Bear's City. The scale of the city was absolutely beyond his imagination. In the Star Glory Federation, a city of such a scale would be called a metropolis with a population of hundreds of thousands. Li Yao looked at the horizon and discovered that the city skyline was actually made of countless coruscating skyscrapers. Those skyscrapers were all elegantly shaped and built with translucent crystals. They were neat and tidy and brought a strong feeling of perfectness. Compared to the Qi trainers' primitive and straightforward style, they were like architecture that should appear hundreds of years later. It was not until Li Yao observed it more carefully that he noticed that the skyscrapers' shells of crystals had all been broken. Several skyscrapers had been blown into 2 halves down the middle. Some had even collapsed into messy mountains of garbage. It seemed that this place was debris of a metropolis. On the debris, a lot of simple, shabby buildings had been constructed in the same style as when human civilization had just been reborn at the end of the Great Dark Age. They were impractical, thick, dark, and clumsy. A lot of rebar was exposed to the air without any decoration, constituting a continuous forest of iron. The southwest side of the city seemed to be the factory zone. Countless high towers stood in the area. They were all riddled with holes from which thousands of streams of black smoke were being spurted. The black smoke was the exhaust from when the spiritual gas was utilized. It formed hundreds of pillars piercing into the sky like the paths to the heaven. Li Yao sensed a feeble spiritual wave of the fire class from there. He immediately realized that it could be the place where the magical equipment was manufactured in the Furious Bear's City. However, there was no telling how advanced their maintenance workshops were and if they were good enough for him to repair the mystic skeleton battlesuit. Li Yao pondered everything that he had observed carefully and was deep in thought. The style of the buildings in the debris was very similar to that of the cities of the Star Ocean Imperium during its prime years. But the buildings had been destroyed by a major disaster. Many years later, survivors of the disaster had returned and established a whole new city based on the debris. That had to be why the buildings at present were in 2 completely different styles, one old and the other modern. He was going to observe the city in greater detail, but 2 brawny men in robes made of bear hide lifted him into a fully sealed True Qi tank, which drove toward the center of Furious Bear's City in a hurry. Half an hour later, Li Yao was carried into a bleached building. A vague aroma of herbs was floating in the air. It should have been the hospital of Furious Bear's City. Mom! Yenner! Li Yao heard the voices of Wu Mayan and a middle-aged woman, but the middle-aged woman's voice sounded extremely odd and unbefitting. Mom! You must save this uncle. He rescued me from 2 Emperor Sand Scorpions. Wu Mayan was almost crying. He seemed to be embarrassed that Li Yao was seriously wounded because of him. Li Yao secretly glanced around. The room was big, but it was packed with almost 20 people. Wu Mian and a plump, middle-aged woman were standing on the left. The woman was wearing brown linen clothes. She was neat, tidy, and gave every feeling of comfort. However, she did not seem to be part of the environment. On her right side stood almost 20 fully armed muscular men wearing black robes made of bear hide and armed with heavy weapons. The men's muscles were all bulging, and they were all wearing anxious faces. Even the shortest of them was more than 2 meters tall. They were walking to and fro in the room like a bunch of bears. Now and then, they yelled impatiently. "Sister Lan, how is he?" "Aunt Sha, he is not dying, is he?" Although the guy is not very capable, he was brutal enough to have slain 2 Emperor Sand Scorpions all by himself. A tough man indeed. He should die a hero's death in the battle against the apocalypse if he is to be killed. It will be a shame if he dies now. Sister Lan, you must rescue him. At least keep him breathing. We will carry him to the battlefield of the apocalypse, the most glorious destination for every warrior of Iron Plateau. When all the other men were shouting and yelling, the shortest man in the lead was silent, as if he were a statue. Li Yao's attention was all focused on him. The eyes of the man were deep. His lead gray beard and scruffy hair were linked. His appearance was identical to everyone else's, except that there was a scar in the shape of a cross in the middle of his chest, as if somebody had torn open his abdomen and sewn him together in a hurry. The room was rather big, but he seemed to be very cautious, as if fearing that, if he stretched out his arms, the entire building would be demolished by his daunting aura. The man gave Li Yao a terrifying feeling. It was he who was the first to rush into the cave, which was immediately occupied. He was even more horrifying than the other raging men combined. He was most likely Xiong Wuji, whom Wu Mian referred to as the leader of the Furious Bears tribe and the best warrior of the 6 tribes on Iron Plateau. The middle-aged woman was apparently used to the raucousness of the Qi trainers. She assured them calmly and walked toward Li Yao. Li Yao's heart was pounding as he knew that the middle-aged woman was the doctor of the Furious Bears tribe. There was no choice except to resort to his acting skills now. Swoosh! Li Yao jumped up from the bed and crouched in a corner of the bed, while he glared at the woman with a pair of alarmed eyes, his killing intent soaring, as if he was ready to lunge out at any moment. The human-shaped bears all exclaimed, "Don't attack." The middle-aged woman was as tranquil as before. She opened his hands. 2 clusters of mild green brightness were released from her palms and floated toward Li Yao like 2 small lanterns. Her voice fell into Li Yao's heart like soft feathers. "Don't be scared. You are in Furious Bears City of the Furious Bears tribe. There are no demon beasts in this place. We are all your compatriots and your friends. My name is Sha Yulan. I am a doctor. The teenager you saved last night is my only son. I cannot thank you enough, and I will definitely not harm you. The wounds on your body are terrible. I don't know what you've been through, but you are absolutely safe now that you've arrived in Furious Bears City. Just let me examine you, will you?" Li Yao seemed a bit agitated. He glanced around and uttered animalistic roars deep down his throat. "Is he a wildling on the desert?" asked one of the Qi trainers in a low voice. Sha Yulan replied softly, "I don't think so. He seems to be able to understand what I'm talking about. My friend, if you understand me, let me perform a full examination on you. I am just a doctor, and I'm no threat for you." Li Yao thought of something and realized why he felt that Sha Yulan was not part of the environment. It was because the way Sha Yulan talked, namely her accent, pitch and stress, was totally different from the rest of the Iron Plateau natives. It was more like the space residents' tone. Thousands of thoughts filled Li Yao's mind. In the moment of his hesitation, the 2 clusters of gentle light flowed into his body. They circulated around his limbs, veins, nerves, and internal organs like two warm streams. Wherever they reached, the dry cells were injected with new energy, and the speed of the recovery of his neural network was 3 times faster. Countless questions were still lingering on Li Yao's mind, but he gradually relaxed despite his wariness and allowed Sha Yulan to do the rest of the examination. "Thank you for your trust, my friend. I will cure you shortly." Sha Yulan's voice was soft, yet there was a sense of unquestionableness in it. Li Yao felt that he could trust her for some reason. A spiritual stripe was painted on each of Sha Yulan's fingertips. Spurred by her spiritual energy, 10 bright green threads flowed out of her fingers and navigated along Li Yao's muscles and veins as the doctor examined his body carefully. Suddenly, her fingertip shivered. Li Yao looked at where she was looking, only to find that she was staring at the tattoo of the black spider death curse on his chest. His heart was immediately racing again, and he felt that his lips were dry. He did not cover up the black spider death curse because he was scared that somebody might see the camouflage and grow suspicious of him. He had assumed that nobody on Iron Plateau would be able to tell what it was. However, Sha Yulan's eyes stopped by the tattoo for a long time. She slightly frowned. There was no telling what she was thinking about. Who is she exactly? Does she really come from space and happen to know of the black spider death curse? It was not until 5 seconds later, when Li Yao was soaked in sweat, that Sha Yulan retreated her eyes and said slowly, "My friend, do you feel that your head is dizzy, that you cannot remember your past clearly, and that you don't even know what you are?" Li Yao was dazed and nodded his head somewhat confusedly. "Due to the poison of the Emperor Sand Scorpion, your brain has been seriously damaged, although your body is strong enough to be recovering. Some of your memories were lost. Even your language ability might be away for a while." Sha Yulan seemed to be explaining to Li Yao as well as the rest of the Qi trainers. Li Yao was overjoyed. He couldn't believe that he had fooled them with such shabby acting skills. Wu Mian exclaimed, "Mom, you mean that the uncle's brain is wounded? Is it treatable?" Sha Yulan replied, "The wounds on the body can be cured within several days. But the human brain is too sophisticated. I will try the best I can, but how many memories can be recovered, when his memories can be recovered, and if his memories can be recovered, will all depend on himself." Hearing that, the Qi trainers started shouting and yelling again. Sha Yulan frowned. She walked to Xiong Wuji and whispered to him for a while. Xiong Wuji's eyes suddenly shone. He bellowed, "What's all the fuss about? The patient needs peace. Get out of here now. The apocalypse is coming. Go to your posts and prepare for the battle." Xiong Wuji was apparently very respected. The obstreperous human-shaped bears acted like they had run into a tamer when they heard him, and they all left the ward nicely. "Your wounds are heavy, too. Go back and take a rest now. How are you going to participate in the battle of the apocalypse if you are unhealthy?" "Your father and I are here for him," said Sha Yulan to her son. Wu Mian knew that he had done something wrong, and he did not dare disobey his mother's words. Therefore, he nodded and waved. "Uncle, you must hang in there. I'll bring you delicious food for lunch. I guarantee that you will be as strong as you can ever be, and you will distinguish yourself in the battle against the apocalypse." After Wu Mian left, Xiong Wuji locked the door of the ward from the inside. Li Yao had just calmed down, but Xiong Wuji's action made his heart beat fast again. Sha Yulan retreated behind Xiong Wuji and asked calmly, "All right. There are no irrelevant people here anymore. Let's talk frankly now. Who are you exactly?" Li Yao cursed silently, not knowing whether he should play dumb or tell the truth. Although Xiong Wuji was standing casually 5 meters away, the intimidating aura he released was growing exponentially, as if an invisible bear had hugged him. Sha Yulan said, "Whoever you are, you saved my son, who is also the adopted son of Xiong Wuji, leader of the Furious Bears tribe. We cannot thank you enough, and we mean you no harm. I wasn't lying to you on purpose, either. I have never seen the tattoo on your chest before, but I can sense a unique feeling of evilness from it that is the distinguishing characteristic of the Black Spider Death Curse. I'm aware that only those who have killed the best assassins of Black Spider Tower are likely to be harassed by the Black Spider Death Curse. If you are really a native of Iron Plateau, then I can't help but wonder why a member of Spider's Thorn has landed on Iron Plateau for no good reason and was killed by you. Li Yao failed to come up with any response. It was not entirely because of his bad acting skills. He had never expected that somebody on Iron Plateau could recognize the Black Spider Death Curse. My friend. Xiong Wuji opened his mouth slowly, his voice low and deep like a bear that was rubbing against a tree. You risked your own life to save my adopted son. I owe you a great favor. You are from the space, Dr. Xia is from the space, and my adopted son Wu Mayan is also from the space. You can see that the Furious Bears tribe is different from certain other tribes. Who are you, why are you here, and what do you want? Li Yao blinked, his mind in a mess. He didn't know that this Xia Yulan was truly from the space, and it did not seem to be a secret in the Furious Bears tribe. Xia Yulan gestured for Xiong Wuji to retreat farther. She then carried a chair and sat down, before she spoke softly. Judging from the wounds on your body, you've suffered a lot on Iron Plateau. I can totally imagine what kind of life a space resident must have been living after he was forced onto Iron Plateau. It is perfectly normal that you are very alert. How about I tell my story first, and then you tell yours? Before Li Yao could reply, Xia Yulan had already started. I'm from a family that specialized in the medicine, born the horizontal wind space zone. My father was a well-known doctor in the space zone. Once, a patient who suffered from the Black Spider Death Curse and was on the brink of death came to my father. Although my father failed to save him, the Black Spider Death Curse left a very deep impression in me. That's why I saw through your tattoo easily a moment ago. My husband was a manager of a small sect in the horizontal wind space zone and was in charge of the logistics. When our son Wu Mayan was 6 months old, the three of us went on a trip to visit my parents, but we encountered space pirates halfway through. Most of the starships in our fleet were captured. My husband managed to break away from the siege as a skilled pilot, but in our haste, and driven by a cosmic storm, we drifted to the Iron Plateau space zone. When we arrived here, we had run out of food and ammunitions, and there was barely any fuel left. The telepathic thought transmitter on board was broken, too. We could not reach out to the outside world via the spiritual nexus as there was no such thing here. Therefore, we could only risk landing on Iron Plateau. But we didn't expect for the defense network of Iron Plateau in its atmosphere to be so powerful. Our starship was seriously damaged again when we were breaking through the planetary ring. My husband burnt his life and soul without thinking about anything else in order to steer the broken starship. Although we landed successfully in the end, my husband passed away unfortunately because of overexhaustion. Xia Yulan sighed. Wu Mayan, who was only 6 months old back then, and I were lost in the desert and about to be slain by the demon beasts when Chi trainers of the Furious Bears tribe appeared and rescued us. Li Yao's lips moved, but he did not dare to open his mouth. He was meaning to ask why the Chi trainers did not ask for her trouble since she was also a cultivator. Xiong Wuji seemed to have seen through what was on his mind. He sniffed and remarked, "What do you think we Chi trainers are? Scumbags who bully women and children?" Xia Yulan managed to make a smile. I'd read a few confidential files about Iron Plateau before and was aware that, although the natives of Iron Plateau were not primitive barbarians, their impression about the residents in the space, especially cultivators, was not very good. However, for my son, I couldn't care less about that and thought that they could torture me however they wanted as long as they kept my son alive. As it turned out, when those silly bears discovered that there were only the two of us, they did not know how to deal with me at all even though they had noticed that I was a cultivator. At that time, Wu Mian was still being breastfed. He was just a small meatball. I was merely a non-battle type cultivator who could not even catch a chicken. They could neither beat nor condemn us, and we would be dead for sure if they drove us to the desert. Therefore, they established a small house in the corner of Furious Bear's city where my son and I could stay. It seemed like they were even scared that we might die. Then, the wife of a chi trainer had trouble during her labor. Both her child and herself were about to be killed. Nobody knew what to do. I happened to drop by and saved the two of them. Later, more people gradually came to seek treatment from me. It was mostly women and kids in the beginning. The job I did most often was the midwife. However, healthy as the men here may be, it was natural that they broke a bone or two when they were fighting demon beasts outside. Some of their traditional methods were effective, but many wounds could only be treated with the more modern medical knowledge. After I saved a few seriously wounded chi trainers, my name gradually spread afar. They started calling me Dark Shah. Not only was I known within the Furious Bears tribe, the chi trainers of the Silver Moon tribe and those of the Greedy Wolves tribe would come to ask for my help if they had no solutions themselves, too. In the last 12 years, I've saved more Iron Plateau natives than I can count. The serious wound on Xiong Wuji's chest couldn't have been healed without me. With my contribution, the adults of the Furious Bears tribe mostly have the decency not to speak ill of the space residents when I'm around. But sometimes, little kids say the nastiest things, and don't even realize it, when they are horsing around. Sha Yulan paused for a moment and then continued speaking, somewhat reluctantly. Yesterday afternoon, my son was playing with a few other kids. He's a proud and aggressive one, and he beat his 3 companions down heavily. One of them was pissed off and said something that was not very nice. My son did not give a reply there. He secluded himself for half a day when he was back. No one expected that he would run out secretly late at night to hunt demon beasts by himself in order to prove that he was as valiant as any Iron Plateau native even though blood of the space flows in his veins. Thankfully, you showed up in time, or it would have been a terrible disaster. Xiong Wuji said, last night, I received a message from the Burning Sun tribe stating that a cultivator had landed on Iron Plateau and encountered them. The cultivator was even trying to make a deal with them, but he didn't know that the Burning Sun tribe was the tribe that hated cultivators most among the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau. In the end, the cultivator fled desperately and even humiliated the son of the leader of the Burning Sun tribe. If my guess is correct, the cultivator was you, right? The Furious Bears tribe and the Burning Sun tribe are different. Why don't you tell us what the deal was that you tried to make? Li Yao was interested. He observed the two of them and discovered that they were as calm as before and showed no signs of lying. Besides, if Xiong Wuji was really the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, there was no need for him to lie at all. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao kept most details to himself and simply said that he was a member of an exo-society who had fiercely battled against space pirates in the Iron Plateau space zone and that he had been forced to land on the planet eventually. Xiong Wuji nodded. According to our observation, it's true that a fierce battle took place in space a month ago. There were also signs that the defense system of the planet was triggered. Li Yao concealed most of the details, but he elaborated on his performance in the Skyhill Sword Seminar to prove that he was reasonably good at the art of refining and could help the Furious Bears tribe craft a huge amount of magical equipment. Xiong Wuji listened attentively. He suddenly interjected when Li Yao was talking about the Skyhill Sword Seminar. You are a refiner? Then, can you repair starships? Li Yao's eyes suddenly shone. He replied, my specialty is the refinement and maintenance of melee magical equipment, namely swords and sabers. As for starships, I've conducted a few maintenance tasks before, but I'm not adept at it. It will depend on the model of the starship, the extent of damage, and the number of backup components. He was better at destroying a starship than repairing one. Xiong Wuji nodded in acknowledgement and hinted for him to continue. When Li Yao finished his speech, Xiong Wuji concluded, "So, the deal you talked about was that you get resources and maintenance facilities from us and we get a lot of magical equipment crafted by you." "Correct." Fire of hope was ignited in Li Yao's heart, as he nodded and said, "Chief Xiong, I can tell that you are much more rational than the guy from the Burning Sun tribe. The deal I've proposed is a win-win for us. If you don't believe me, I can refine a few swords and sabers right now. You can test their quality yourself. I believe you, Euro, but the deal cannot be made right now." Xiong Wuji shook his head. "Right now, I don't have enough resources and facilities to make a deal with you." Li Yao was dazed. "Why?" Xiong Wuji narrowed his eyes, in which two terrifying flames were burning, while he said coldly, "Because an apocalypse is coming. All the resources must be used to forge the large war machines, and all the personnel must be summoned to join the battle of the apocalypse. Your crystal suit should be a piece of very precise magical equipment. To mend it would require a lot of resources and time. However, right now, I don't have enough resources and time to trade with you. If both of us are still alive after the apocalypse, let's make a deal then." This was the second time that Li Yao heard the phrase, "Battle of the Apocalypse." Seeing the grave expression on the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau, Li Yao was grasped by anxiety, too. He asked, "Didn't the apocalypse take place 5,000 years ago? What exactly happened at that time? Why are the Iron Plateau natives and space residents so against each other? What is the Battle of the Apocalypse?" Sha Yulan glanced at Xiong Wuji and, seeing no objection on his face, explained after pondering for a while. The apocalypse was the greatest change of the Flying Star sector in the last 5,000 years. I had never been told the full story before I was forced to land on Iron Plateau, but I've managed to have a general idea of what happened after investigating and analyzing the information for more than 10 years. Li Yao was beaming with curiosity. He observed, "Since I was born and raised in a remote town in the Sea of Stars, I'd never heard of this apocalypse before, and I definitely have no grudge with the Chi trainers. But for some reason, the Chi trainers of the Burning Sun tribe seem to regard me as their mortal enemy. They started fighting me after only a few words. It was completely unreasonable. I should at least know what I am killed for if I have to be killed. What exactly happened 5,000 years ago? What is the so-called apocalypse? A meteor shower?" Xiong Wuji sniffed and replied, "An apocalypse is the greatest catastrophe for a sector. It is so much more complicated than a simple meteor shower." He waved his hands, gesturing for Sha Yulan to continue, while he sat aside with a solemn face, deep in thought. "I haven't seen a cultivator from space for more than 10 years. Considering that you saved my son's life, and that this is not a big secret on Iron Plateau, it doesn't matter if I tell you about it. All those Chi trainers, including those of the Burning Sun tribe, although rude and reckless, have good reasons to hate cultivators." Sha Yulan cleared her throat. Chi trainers and cultivators, from their own perspective, both think that justice was on their side. I'll try to tell the story without bias. Brother Li Yao, you should know that the Flying Star sector used to be an important region for the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. A lot of space fleets were stationed here, and countless military bases were established. The development level of this area was quite high. When the Armageddon Rebellion took place, Blood God, Supreme Commander of the Expedition Army of the Imperium, revolted and became a demonic cultivator who called himself the Mad Armageddon. A civil war thus began. Hundreds of years of battles shattered the Flying Star sector and almost demolished it. Even so, a lot of relics in the area could still be made use of, and many damaged star ships could be repaired, too. The remaining soldiers of 6 troops of the Imperium as well as their descendants struggled in various planets and world fragments. The 6 troops gradually evolved into 6 big sects, which led the people to be united and to pass on the civilization. The majority of the 6 sects were soldiers of the Star Ocean Imperium and their descendants. Naturally, they were much more organized than civilians. Also, debris and relics were everywhere in the Flying Star sector. A lot of knowledge could be analyzed and inherited from them. Therefore, the development level of the civilization of the Flying Star sector recovered very fast. About 6,000 years ago, although still relatively small, it had already reached 70% of the brilliance of the Star Ocean Imperium when the latter was at its peak. The Flying Star sector, at that time, had developed more than 10 space zones and permanently altered the territory and atmosphere of 3 planets with the energy from almost 10 stars. The planets were the new lands for human beings. On more than another 10 planets, mines were established to collect the precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The entire Flying Star sector was flourishing. Iron Plateau was the capital planet, or mother planet, of the Flying Star sector. It was where the coalition government of the 6 big sects was headquartered, as well as the origin of the human civilization of the Flying Star sector. In space, citizens of the Flying Star sector had repaired a lot of the starships of the Star Ocean Imperium and created newer, bigger, faster crystal warships based on them that could cruise in the universe. Those were our golden years. Everybody shared the same goal, which was to explore other constellations and find more brotherly human civilizations. We planned to help them, unite them, and eventually rebuild a great alliance of human beings across the entire universe. At that time, everybody firmly believed that the invincible human beings would definitely be able to achieve that. Bitterness suddenly appeared on Sha Yulan's hopeful face. 1 year before the expedition fleet was to set off, the astronomers of the Flying Star sector suddenly discovered that a weird wave was crashing right at the Flying Star sector. After extremely complicated observation and calculation, it was ascertained that 3 meteoroid showers, 1 large and the other 2 small, had been aimed at the only habitable planets of the Flying Star sector, with the large one targeting Iron Plateau precisely. If they were common meteoroid showers, how could they have been aimed at all 3 habitable planets at the same time? There was no doubt that it was not just an astronomical phenomenon, but an apocalypse whose target had been selected neatly. Li Yao listened carefully and exclaimed when he heard apocalypse. Sha Yulan said, apocalypses are the most mysterious phenomena in cosmology. When a cultivator advances to a certain level, or a civilization is developed very fast, an apocalypse might be triggered. In the era of the Star Ocean Imperium, mankind encountered many apocalypses. Some of them were resisted by the joint efforts of the Supreme Emperor and the 20 guilds of provenance, but some of them couldn't be stopped at all. An apocalypse often leads to the complete destruction of one or more worlds. The astronomers immediately ran the most precise calculations about the trajectory, scale, and damage of the apocalypse. Their final conclusion was Euro 50-50. There was a 50% likelihood that the apocalypse could be resisted if all the resources of the Flying Star sector were summoned. There was also a 50% likelihood that, however many resources were summoned, and however hard they struggled, they were not going to stop the apocalypse from destroying the 3 planets. Li Yao was dazed. He asked, couldn't the estimation be more precise? Sha Yulan smiled bitterly. Apocalypses are the most inexplicable phenomena of the modern cultivation world. Ancient cultivators believed in divinities or the so-called heavens. Apocalypses were easier to explain for them. They simply perceived such disasters as punishments or tests that were arranged by supernatural powers, and they could survive them with faith and righteousness. The bottom line is, everything was related to religion and thus unfalsifiable for them. We modern cultivators don't believe in superstitions, nor do we accept the existence of divinities. For 10,000 years, the superstitions of the ancient cultivators have been ruled out one by one. The objective laws of nature behind them have been found. But apocalypses are as mysterious and incomprehensible as they have ever been. They are the fatal weakness of the modern cultivation theorems. It is said that a cultivator whose surname was Blue and whose title was Master Star Prior saw through the mysteries of apocalypses during the last years of the Star Ocean Imperium. But soon after, he was mentally deranged and got involved in the warfare, never to be seen again. Therefore, it was already an unbelievably troublesome task to capture the trajectory and estimate the time of the arrival of such enigmatic phenomena like an apocalypse. Countless astronomers burnt their life and soul while they were calculating the apocalypse until they perished because of fatigue in the end. It is said that the estimation of the damage of the apocalypse depended on a fickle, unpredictable value. If it was odd, then the apocalypse would be resistible; if it was even, the apocalypse would not be stopped at all. A team of dozens of astronomers sacrificed their lives together, but they still failed to determine whether the value was odd or even. The details have been lost in the passage of time. All you need to know is the outcome. There was mockery and sadness on Sha Yulan's face, telling the story seemed to be draining her. She took a few breaths. If it was more likely to resist the apocalypse, or if the apocalypse was more likely to be unstoppable, everything would have been easier. But the problem was that each possibility was 50%. The Flying Star Sector, at that time, had the ability to perform a large-scale space migration and to provide absolute defense for one of the planets. But either choice would consume tremendous resources. Faced with the incoming apocalypse, the cultivators were inevitably divided. Some of them call themselves Homers. They suggested that all the other planets of the Flying Star Sector should be abandoned and that the population and resources be concentrated on the mother planet Iron Plateau. With all the resources available in the Flying Star Sector, a superstellar-level defense array could have been established outside the mother planet, which could be used to resist the apocalypse. According to the advocates of such a notion, the apocalypse was definitely resistible if all the resources of the Flying Star Sector were focused on one planet. As long as the mother planet was saved, the mines and secondary planets in the periphery could have been re-established within the subsequent 100 years. The rest of the cultivators were known as spacers, and they maintained that staying on Iron Plateau could only lead to the doom of the entire civilization. Now that a large fleet was already available, and that the technology of universal sailing was quite advanced, they argued to concentrate all the resources of the Flying Star Sector to upgrade the fleet and to refine a large batch of star fortresses. Since the target of the apocalypse was the planets, everyone might as well be evacuated from the planets and into space. A civilization in space would be created. The arguments of the two sides had their own pros and cons. The proposal of the Homers was a gamble. If the apocalypse was successfully resisted, all would be good. But if the stellar-level defense array was broken through, the entire civilization would be destroyed. The spacers, on the other hand, were asking everyone living on the planets, from infants in their cribs to seniors over 100 years old, to move into starships within several decades. It was definitely not an easy job. Besides, mankind originated from planets. To move away from planets and live in cold, narrow starships without having the chance to stand on real soil again was too cruel a penalty for a civilization. Li Yao blurted out, they could have stayed in space temporarily and moved back to Iron Plateau when the apocalypse passed. He realized that he was not thinking at all after he heard what he said. The resources of a sector were limited. If they were devoted to the starships and space towns, building a stellar-level defense array would definitely have been impossible. Without enough defense, it was quite likely that Iron Plateau would have been blown into smithereens by the apocalypse. How could they move back if that happened? The hardcore advocates of spacers were the members of the Flying Star Fleet who had been preparing for the expedition across the universe. The best elites of the cultivation world had been gathered in the fleet, including many core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators. Most of them were the leadership of the big sections. The majority of Homers were made of the low-level cultivators. Although their cultivation was not very high, they were supported by most ordinary people. Space is boundless and perilous. Nobody could anticipate what the flying star sector would be like after the apocalypse. It was possible that all the planets would be destroyed. If so, human beings would be floating in the sea of stars for all eternity and become a nomadic civilization. Core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators might be able to live through such crisis. But faced with the endless universe, what were the odds of survival for low-level cultivators and ordinary people? The entire system of cultivation and way of life would be demolished. Without planets as bases, it would be questionable whether or not such a system could be re-established. The two sides had been at loggerheads with each other since the very beginning. The Homers decried spacers to be timid cowards who ran away before a fight. Even if they succeeded in escaping via starships, the torch of civilization would only diminish and eventually die down if there were no planets, no natural paradises, and no heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But the spacers scorned the Homers for being idiotic turtles. It seemed to be a valiant decision to stay and try to resist the apocalypse, but it was only irrational. The Homers were the real cowards, they did not have the courage to explore the sea of stars. In the end, if the defense array of the Homers could not resist the apocalypse, everyone would be killed in the disaster. In comparison, spacers were the real brave ones who would not only continue their civilization but also lead the human beings of the flying star sector to expand their territory and explore new worlds so that the civilization would be brought to a new height. The debate between the two sides continued unabated, and their conflicts grew more and more intense. At the beginning, the argument was merely theoretical. But soon, when resources were going to be mobilized to implement a plan to resist the apocalypse, the theoretical argument was about to turn into blood and fire in reality. According to the astronomers, the apocalypse was going to arrive 71 years later. But both the planetary defense array and the production of thousands of starships were projects that could potentially take 100 years. Therefore, they must seize every second and take action immediately. Resources of the flying star sector were limited. If one of the two plans got more, the other plan would doubtlessly get less. Regarding the distribution of resources, the two sides almost raised a civil war. Li Yao couldn't help but interject. Wasn't there a coalition government at that time? Besides, there were bound to be leaders and elders in the 6 major sections. Since most of them were spacers, why would the low-level cultivators under their command not listen to them? Sha Yulan smiled bitterly. The Flying Star government was co-established by the 6 sections. There was not a well-respected monarch who had enough prestige to win everyone's support. Besides, it was not for personal gain, but for the future of the entire civilization. If it were for their own benefit, the low-level cultivators would naturally follow the arrangements of their masters, elders and leaders. But right now, it was the lives of tens of billions of people that were at risk. If you were a refinement stage cultivator, and you firmly believed that the planetary defense array could resist the apocalypse and that the progress of the civilization would be disrupted if everyone ran out of the planets and simply let the apocalypse destroy all the habitable planets, would you listen to the core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators when you believe that only your companions could save everyone, including the crying babies in the cradles? Not just the core formation stage cultivators and nascent soul stage cultivators. At that time, a series of shocking crimes had happened. In the records of Iron Plateau, these crimes were known to be God-slaying. At the time, the Flying Star sector had a highly developed cultivation civilization. There were 3 super experts in the divinity transformation stage, above the nascent soul stage, who were all supporters of the ideology of spacers. The 3 divinity transformation stage cultivators were all true gods of war. They had made great contributions through life and death during the development of the civilization of the Flying Star sector. They were very respected both among the cultivators and among the ordinary people. When the conflicts began, the 3 divinity transformation stage cultivators spared no efforts in endorsing and preaching the spacers' theories to win the ordinary people's support. Under their influence, many ordinary people were convinced and willing to run away from planets together with the divinity transformation stage cultivators toward the Sea of Stars. Right then, an attack against one of the divinity transformation stage cultivators took place in a Congress meeting of the coalition government. Yes. An attack against a divinity transformation cultivator. The assailant was merely a refinement stage cultivator, and an admin type 1 at that. She was the recorder of the meeting. A refinement stage cultivator trying to assassinate a divinity transformation stage cultivator. It was not hard to guess that no sooner had her killing intent been revealed than she was discovered. However, her purpose was never the assassination, she was merely taking the opportunity to root for the homers. The assassin gave a marvelous speech in the Congress meeting in front of thousands of representatives and billions of spectators and rebuked the divinity transformation cultivators for being as timid as rats when they decided to abandon their home and flee without fighting. She berated the spacers for leading the human beings of the Flying Star sector to doom. Although the homers were mostly low-level cultivators and descendants or disciples of the spacers, they would not lower their heads in front of the truth that would determine the destiny of their civilization. This was the greatest Tao for them. Faced with the false Tao, they would not shirk away and would rather fight until their last drop of blood was shed, even if their opponents were nascent soul stage cultivators, divinity transformation stage cultivators, or even real deities. The assailant also stated that, although she had been captured, all the low-level cultivators of the homers had made up their mind to sacrifice themselves. From that day on, if the 3 divinity transformation stage cultivators were still spreading propaganda for the spacers' theories in public, then every day, 3 refinement stage cultivators would assault the 3 divinity transformation stage cultivators. No. It was not an assault, it was suicidal attack. At that time, many representatives of the Congress meeting were homers. Due to their backing, nobody dared to stop the female assassin from completing her declaration. The speech of such a weak girl rendered the entire hall speechless. Even the divinity transformation stage cultivator who had been the target of the attempted assassination was shocked at her valor and failed to come up with a response. The ordinary people who were watching the live stream of the Congress meeting were deeply touched, too. After the assassin was taken into custody, she somehow managed to kill herself the following morning despite the various barriers imposed on her. She also wrote a few words with her blood on the wall. Born in Iron Plateau, die in Iron Plateau. Li Yao was flabbergasted. He did not know that the cultivators of the Flying Star sector had been so unbendable 5,000 years ago. An insignificant refinement stage cultivator was bold enough to attack a divinity transformation stage cultivator, and when she inevitably failed and was captured, she ended her own life elegantly and decisively. This was the conflict of the Great Tao. It was not about one's capability but the firmness of one's belief. Born in Iron Plateau, die in Iron Plateau, Xiong Wuji mumbled. He listened attentively to the valiant actions of the predecessors of the homers. Although he had heard it all 1,000 times before, and he was the one who had told Sha Yulan the stories, he was still breathing fast, with brightness blinking in his eyes, as if this was the first time that he had ever heard such a story. However, his face was somewhat grave. When he spoke the words, die in Iron Plateau, there was a hint of depression in his eyes. Sha Yulan sighed. From that day on, the homers started fulfilling their promise. Every day, 3 refinement stage cultivators would attempt to assassinate the 3 divinity transformation stage cultivators in public. Of course, their endeavors all failed. But so what? There were too many homers. If the millions of refinement stage cultivators were all willing to die for their decision, it was impossible to kill all of them. Besides, the 2 sides were compatriots in the first place. Many homers were the disciples and descendants of the spacers. How could they expect to clean out all of the homers? This was the God-slaying initiative. Moved by the homers' determination, many cultivators who supported the spacers gradually returned to the homers' side. Many low-level cultivators of the homers were in charge of the rudimental affairs of their sections. Therefore, they had quite a lot of arsenals and magical equipment bases under their control. Before the apocalypse consumed them all, a civil war was about to break out. Li Yao found it hard to breathe. He tightly clenched his fists. If a civil war broke out, the spacers were naturally much stronger. But strength was of little significance, because if the war broke out, a lot of resources and time would be wasted. Even worse, the civilization might be torn apart, and the two sides would completely go against each other. If so, nobody would ever survive the apocalypse. Thankfully, the leadership of the two sides retained some rationality. Before the civil war broke out, they reached an agreement to divide all the resources. After all, the resources that the planetary defense array required and those the production of starships required were not entirely the same. The plan seemed simple and straightforward. But it was actually only the best of the worst choices. Everybody had to carry out the agreement, however unsatisfied they were, in order to not trigger the civil war. From that day on, the human beings of the Flying Star sector were gradually separated into two groups, the homers and the spacers. They are now the Iron Plateau natives and the space residents. Li Yao thought for a moment and asked, since the agreement was reached, shouldn't the two parties live in harmony now? I think it was a reasonable decision to divide the resources. As the saying goes, you should never put all your eggs into one basket. If some of them were staying and some leaving, the civilization would be kept alive in some form as long as either side succeeded. Sha Yulan smiled vaguely. She glanced at Xiong Wuji and sighed. That was exactly what the leadership of the two sides thought when the agreement was signed. If the two plans were implemented at the same time, one of the two sides would carry on the civilization even if the other side failed. But as the agreement was preceded, and especially when the new generations were born, the chasm between the two parties grew wider and wider, eventually becoming irreparable. Chapter 559 Born in Iron Plateau, Die in Iron Plateau. The civilization of the Flying Star sector was in its golden years before the apocalypse. Everything was thriving. No difficulties seemed to be stopping us from striding forward. However, the news of the apocalypse instantly dragged us from the golden years to the time of desperation. The new generation born in such a period had a different understanding of the world from their parents. They were almost born with the hostility against each other. Li Yao was confused. If such a catastrophe was coming, everybody should have been more united. Even if they did not look eye to eye, they could have simply avoided interacting with the dissidents. What was the hostility for? Sha Yulan explained, it had been estimated that the apocalypse would occur some 70 years later. But with the development of the observation technology, the trajectory and speed of the apocalypse had been rectified multiple times, and it was determined precisely in the end that the apocalypse would arrive 101 years later. 100 years was enough for several generations to be born. Imagine you are a Homer who was born in such an era. Your parents tell you, when you are still learning how to talk, that your civilization will suffer a destructive strike in several decades' time and that your only hope is to build an enormous shield to resist it. Your parents, your grandparents, and your brothers and sisters are all striving for the purpose. The whole significance of your life is to contribute to such a cause. If you are a cultivator, you may go into space temporarily to construct the planetary defense system. If you are an ordinary person, you may be digging holes day and night in order to build underground shelters that can be hundreds of meters deep. Everybody is burning their life and soul. Countless cultivators fall while they are building the planetary defense array. Some of them are even crushed to pieces by the rushing meteoroids. Equally many ordinary people also sacrifice themselves because of the cave collapses, poisonous gas, and the scourge of demon beasts. You've experienced everything. When your father dies in the space, when your brother is torn apart by demon beasts, and when you dedicate everything to the construction of the shield, you are suddenly told that some other people are not willing to fight side by side with you, they are going to abandon you and their home and simply run away. They do not just run away, they will even take away a lot of resources with them. The resources could have been used to enlarge and widen your shield so that more people can be protected. But now, because of the cowardice of those people, the shield guarding the entire civilization is smaller, lighter, and thinner. What would you think of those people? Li Yao was deep in thought. Sha Yulan continued her explanation. It is the same for the spacers. The new generation of spacers were informed that their destiny was to create countless crystal warships and sail afar with their civilization. During the decades, countless people died on their posts, leaving many touching stories behind. Some refiners were drawing structural designs of starships day and night, only to collapse and never wake up again. Every spacer believed that, if they could produce one more starship, more lives would be saved, and their civilization could continue. If you were such a spacer, what would you think if you knew that some diehards have stolen a lot of resources to build a big and useless turtle shell because of their foolishness and stubbornness? Fewer resources mean fewer starships, and fewer starships mean that tens of thousands of people may not be able to survive. Li Yao was silent. It was indeed an impasse. Furthermore, as the strategies of the two sides proceeded, their social forms underwent tremendous changes. The society of the Homers regarded the underground shelters as the cores. Before the shelters were fully established, they had built countless enclosed cities on the ground simulating the underground environment. They were hoping that they could persist underground even if several meteors breached through the defense array. For decades, in order to better prepare the people for the apocalypse, they even manually created a lot of meteor showers with unbelievable technology as rehearsals. As for the spacers, to adapt to the lifestyle in space later when each starship would be a small society, all the people were sorted into different towns. The smaller towns had a population of several thousand, and the larger ones had tens of thousands. Each such town was going to be a starship society later. The residents of the same town would board on the same starship. The cultivators from the 6 major sects also took the opportunity to enter every starship town and establish their branches as the leadership of the starship. When a starship was successfully produced, one of the towns would be migrated into the starship as a whole. After years of preparation, everybody had been used to a society of such a small scale. The immigration was mostly smooth without much trouble. It was not hard to guess why the new generations born in the two vastly different social forms found each other alien and hated each other. Xiong Wuji was suddenly angry when he listened to this part of the story. He raised his voice and said, "Cut the irrelevant stuff. Tell him about Plan Prometheus." Sha Yulan paused for a moment. For the first time, the tranquility on her face was gone. She said gravely, although the relationship between the two sides were bad, they were faced with a common threat after all. For the big picture, there were never any real conflicts, until the 100th year, right before the arrival of the apocalypse. At that time, the Homers had finally finished their planetary defense array. However, due to the lack of resources, it did not reach the stellar level, however close it was. The spacers had also produced a lot of starships and space towns. Because of the restriction of technology, the space towns did not have the ability to sail across space zones, much less constellations. But they were distinguished for their large size and their self-circulating biological system. Therefore, a lot of ordinary people could live on them. Finally, the time to part had come. The two divisions of civilization would embark on different paths of survival shortly. If things went just like that, maybe hundreds of years later, the misunderstanding between the two parties could have been eliminated, and they could still have reunited as one. But just then, Plan Prometheus was implemented. Many spacers were the management and leadership of the 6 major sections. They had the top confidential training techniques and facilities in their sects under their control. Many such assets were inherited from the Star Ocean Imperium. They could only be read or utilized, but not copied or duplicated. According to the agreement, the spacers would leave some of the techniques and training facilities before they set off. But no one realized that, as the new generations of the spacers had grown up and risen to power, some of them had become the organizers of the final immigration. 281 spacers of the new generation reached a secret agreement and carried out Plan Prometheus. They stole all the techniques and training facilities that should have been left for the homers. When theft was discovered, they had long run away on their starships. Li Yao was dumbfounded. That's highly immoral. Techniques and training facilities were the essentials for a cultivation sect. If such assets were stolen, the cultivation sect would lose all its knowledge. No wonder there were only Qi trainers on Iron Plateau. Their techniques had all been lost. It also explained why the Qi trainers loathed the cultivators so much. Sha Yulan said grimly, "What is moral and what is immoral when we are talking about the life and death of billions of people and the continuity of a civilization?" The new generation had no doubts about the spacers' theories and believed that staying on Iron Plateau was a dead end. The techniques and training facilities would only be buried together with the homers. If so, they might as well steal all the techniques and training facilities so that the spacers could be stronger and the likelihood of the survival of their civilization could be higher. Every technique was a spark of civilization. Everything they did was to pass on the sparks of the human civilization. That was all. It was a sordid, cruel, and yet a very realistic decision. The homers naturally burst into fury when they discovered everything. However, there was nothing they could do. They did have some starships, but they did not have enough crew members. As the apocalypse drew close, most cultivators had to stay inside the planetary defense array to ensure that it functioned normally. Therefore, they could only stand by and watch the spacers run away. Finally, the apocalypse arrived. Li Yao held his breath. Although he knew that human beings of the Flying Star sector had survived the catastrophe, he still felt that his heart pounding. Sha Yulan continued to speak bitterly. Out of everyone's expectation, the supposedly 3 waves of meteoroid showers gave birth to a 4th wave, which lunged at the main fleet of spacers. The main fleet of spacers, caught off guard, was almost entirely demolished. The remaining starships were swallowed by space storms and lost in the broken universe. They had to survive on their own in darkness. It was not until 4,000 years later that the civilization gradually recovered. However, even to this day, the civilization hasn't returned to its former glory. The ending of the homers was not any better. Although the strongest wave of the apocalypse was split to strike the fleet of the spacers, its remaining power was still beyond the capacity of a defense array that had failed to reach the stellar level. A lot of meteoroids broke through the defenses and hit the surface of Iron Plateau. The environment of Iron Plateau was completely reshaped. A disaster of hundreds of years was thus begun. During the calamity, all the cultivators above the refinement stage, including the building foundation stage cultivators, the core formation stage cultivators, and a few nascent soul stages, did their best to drive the defense array to resist the apocalypse led by a divinity transformation cultivator. In the end, they all perished when their souls were burnt out. Li Yao did not understand. Wait. Didn't you say just now that all the 3 divinity transformation cultivators were spacers? Sha Yulan sighed. The divinity transformation cultivator who was the first to be attacked in the God-slaying initiative chose to stay on Iron Plateau in the end. He said that he had not changed his mind, and he still believed that space was the only destiny. But it was the duty of a cultivator to protect mankind. Since so many ordinary people were staying in their homeland, one of the 3 divinity transformation cultivators should also stay and fulfill their responsibility. Born in Iron Plateau, die in Iron Plateau. It was what the female assassin had said 100 years ago. When the apocalypse arrived, the divinity transformation stage cultivator recited the 8 words and died a hero's death together with countless other cultivators in the battlefield. After that, when Sha Yulan was about to continue, Xiong Wuji interrupted her, speaking in a hoarse voice. After that, most of the shelters were demolished by the apocalypse. The bombardment of the meteors cast Iron Plateau in absolute darkness for decades. The territory was entirely changed. The demon beasts that used to lurk underground mutated and became even more brutal and bloodthirsty. Only a few of them, who had been hiding in the deepest shelter, survived the catastrophe. But they were barely alive. When they returned to the surface, what they saw was a black sun, a desolate land, savage demon beasts, and city debris after city debris. All the cultivators above the building foundation stage had been killed. Only a small portion of refinement stage cultivators, who were responsible for the order and safety of the shelters, were lucky enough to survive. However, most of the techniques and training facilities had been stolen by the spacers. Without the techniques and the corresponding knowledge, without the enlightenment of masters, and because all the natural paradises had been destroyed, they explored in the darkness for 1,000 years and yet failed to find a way to build their foundation. But what's the big deal about being unable to build a foundation? They could still slay the demon beasts and defend their homes even if they were merely in the refinement stage. The refinement stage cultivators fought against the mutated demon beasts and the harsh environment day after day. Gradually, they learned how to broaden their veins and nerves in order to improve their capacity for spiritual gas. They also perceived a brand new technique from the apocalypse and embarked on an entirely different path of cultivation from the past. These cultivators, no, they stopped calling themselves cultivators anymore. Since cultivators meant abandoning homes and fleeing without fighting, they should be ashamed of the name forever. Because they could only make use of spiritual gas, they simply called themselves Qi trainers. The cultivators all ran away, but the Qi trainers stayed on Iron Plateau and guarded their homeland and the people living in it. Sha Yulan stood up. She glared at Xiong Wuji without any concession and spoke in a voice that was low and yet determined. Cultivators did not run away. We were merely trying to save civilization in a different way. In space, the cultivators shed as much blood as those on Iron Plateau did. At that time, most cultivators were riding crystal warships that were faster, agiler, and sturdier. In comparison, most ordinary people were moving in the space towns, which were slow. When the apocalypse approached, the crystal warships of the cultivators could have run away. But in order to let more space towns escape from the apocalypse, countless cultivators waged a suicidal war against it in their crystal warships. For most of them, they knew that they would certainly be killed, and yet they charged at the apocalypse anyway, just so that the power of the apocalypse could be diminished and the space towns behind them could be 1% more likely to survive. It is true that a divinity transformation stage cultivator stayed on Iron Plateau and sacrificed himself, but the other two divinity transformation stage cultivators were also in the lead when the apocalypse struck the space fleet, and they died protecting their own people. The Homers built an iron shield on the surface of the planet, but the Spacers also built a shield, one made of flesh and blood. I don't care how you brag about the valor of your ancestors, but I will not allow you to insult the cultivators who sacrificed themselves bravely. The short doctor held her head high without the slightest fear in front of the best warrior of the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau like an infuriated cat. Xiong Wuji seemed to be caught off guard by Shu Yulan's refutation and was lost for words for a moment. Li Yao was dazed briefly, too. He hurried to ease the intensity. Faced with such a world-destroying catastrophe, I think that Homers and Spacers both had good reasons for their decisions. But as for the members of Plan Prometheus who stole the techniques and training facilities before the arrival of the apocalypse, I don't know how I should comment on them. I wonder, what was their ending? Sha Yulan took a deep breath to calm herself down. Members of Plan Prometheus had planned to flee to the periphery of the Flying Star sector after they stole the techniques and training facilities and reunite with the main fleet when the apocalypse passed. They would hand in all the techniques and training facilities by then. In the message that they sent to the main fleet, they confessed that their behavior was in violation of the laws of the coalition government and any code of conduct. They admitted that there was no way that they should be pardoned or forgiven. But in the meantime, they emphasized that more of their civilization would be saved this way, and the humans of the Flying Star sector who were about to roam through space would have a better chance to thrive again. Whatever felonies they were going to be condemned to, they were willing to accept them all, even if they had to go on trial and be sentenced to death. Before the action, they had been prepared to die in dishonor. As long as the civilization of the Flying Star sector could live long and prosper, they would sacrifice everything and be the fuel for the burning torch of humanity. However, before they joined the main fleet, the apocalypse had already arrived. The entire Flying Star sector was cast into a havoc. Several planets were torn apart. Many world fragments collided, and even more were separated in that moment. In the end, we lost touch with the members of Plan Prometheus. After such a long time, I assume that they have long gone extinct. Li Yao secretly sighed. The members of Plan Prometheus had run to the periphery of the Flying Star sector in advance with abundant training techniques and facilities. If they had still been around, they would be a quite important force. Too bad they had perished. Thinking for a moment, Li Yao asked again, the apocalypse happened 5,000 years ago. Why are there still battles of the apocalypse today? Xiong Wuji slowly exhaled. Apocalypses are not as simple as you think. The apocalypse that assaulted Iron Plateau was not made of meteors, but eggs. Eggs? Li Yao was baffled. Xiong Wuji explained, in the first 100 years after the apocalypse, the survivors also thought that the apocalypse had passed and went out of their shelters to rebuild their homes. At that time, the land was scarred, and countless enormous meteorites were standing like mountains. Very soon, the survivors discovered that they were wrong. Very wrong. The meteorites were not simple rock and metal, but eggs of apocalypse, in which countless terrifying eccentric beasts were growing. Every few years, several such eggs would mature and give birth to tremendous eccentric beasts that ravaged our land. To fight against the beasts, Qi trainers established the 6 tribes of Iron Plateau according to the organizational structure of the 6 big sects in the past. Each of the 6 tribes was allocated a certain area to defend. A deal was also made that, when the eggs of apocalypse showed signs of maturing in one tribe's territory, all the other tribes would gather and fight it together. Li Yao gasped. He did not know that the meteorite mountains he had seen in the desert were eggs yet to mature. No wonder so many weird runes were carved on them. Apocalypses. The mysterious apocalypses. When Li Yao was in the Heaven's Origin sector, he had taken courses like 9 Levels of Apocalypses and Hypotheses on the Origin of Apocalypses. The few apocalypses that the Heaven's Origin sector had witnessed all targeted certain experts. In the early years of the Star Glory Federation, several experts had experienced apocalypses when they were trying to break into the divinity transformation stage from the nascent soul stage, too. The form, duration, and outcome of each strike of the apocalypses were different. There were normal means of attack such as meteor showers or lightning strikes. There were also less normal ways such as mental attacks when the experts were sleeping. Whatever the pattern was, the apocalypses all targeted individuals. Even their family members next to them had hardly ever been affected. According to the textbooks, such apocalypses targeting individuals were known to be minor apocalypses. In comparison, the destructive strikes targeting a planet or even a constellation were called major apocalypses. Due to the insufficient development of the Heaven's Origin sector, its knowledge about major apocalypses was quite limited. Therefore, this was the first time Li Yao had learned the entire process of a major apocalypse. He had never thought that it would be so powerful that its effect still lingered on after 5,000 years. Li Yao couldn't help but ask, what kind of monsters could grow inside the eggs of apocalypse for 5,000 years? Couldn't you demolish all the meteorite mountains to destroy them? Xiong Wuji replied, the eccentric beasts were not brought here by the apocalypse, they are all the local demon beasts of Iron Plateau. The eggs of apocalypse are like mutation factories. They can absorb the cells and flesh from the demon beasts on Iron Plateau and produce even stronger demon beasts. You should have discovered that, different from those of other places, the demon beasts on Iron Plateau had more metal constituents in their bodies, haven't you? Li Yao nodded his head. He had been curious as to why the demon beasts of Iron Plateau were so difficult to deal with. Besides, there was a huge amount of metal in their skin and bones, as if their head, teeth, and claws were made of steel. Xiong Wuji said, the demon beasts you saw had only mutated slightly. The eccentric beasts growing inside the eggs of apocalypse are 10 times more horrendous than them. The meteorite mountains are everywhere on Iron Plateau. With our current capability, we cannot blow all of them up. Besides, once we blow them up, countless eccentric beasts might be freed and attack us. Therefore, we can only build high walls and train our troops while we progress further on the path of chi training. When we discover that an egg of apocalypse is about to mature, we prepare everything in advance and deploy our troops to the battlefield of apocalypse to slay the beasts and blow up the intruders. In less than 1 month, another egg of apocalypse in the territory of the Furious Bears tribe is going to mature. Within the next month, all of our resources must be collected to prepare for the battle. We cannot spare any to make deals with you. In 1 month, after we suppress this wave of attacks, we can talk about deals then. Maybe at that time, we will be able to make an even better deal.